live,
I'm
right?
just double checking. Yeah, we're good. It's
Mm-mm-mm.
been a while since I've been live. Maybe a month?
It's crazy.
That doesn't sound impossible to me.
Yeah, well, and you're streaming with me, so it's 2020 again.
I was thinking of putting that in the title, like Matthew Bolan and K4 in 2026.
Yeah, I have been like, I'm waiting to. I really hate not being good at speedrunning, so I don't want to stream it until I'm satisfied with my skill level, which is probably going to be never. Like
Yeah, that
realistically, I
sounds
don't think
like
I'm ever going to be able to invest the amount of time that I would like to. But I am like period, I've been watching a bit more. I've been, things are starting to stick in my mind. Been practicing a little bit. I did the 2x1 portal for the first time in my life, so
oh
that was fun.
damn. Do you know which one it was?
Yeah. I did
Was it
the
just a
LeBron
ramp?
one.
Oh, you did do LeBron. Damn.
Yeah. It just didn't seem that hard.
Yeah,
Um,
it's like like one input harder than the normal one.
yeah.
But there is like a
Yeah.
baby one as well. But
Mm.
it's like a lot slower.
Yeah, I learned that and then but but it's still like a long way out from like liking anything I do. But if I do promise that, I will stream and I'll say something like Matthew Bolan is queuing in 2026. Something like this.
I saw you doing
2027.
priv rooms. Have you not done an actual match yet?
No, I've not done an actual match yet. I'm too chicken. And like I'm definitely just too inconsistent. Like I'm dying way too much. Like I'm this was always my problem normally anyways, that my instinct is always to like play for pace and reset if you make a 1 second mistake, which is
Yeah,
not correct
the
in
way
ranked.
God intended.
Exactly. Um but uh you know. So I'm terrible. I'll always be terrible, but
I mean, that's meant to be the magic of ranked, is that
you get to play the game.
well, that if you're bad, your opponent is meant to be bad as well, if anything is working correctly.
Yeah.
Like you're meant to obviously be matched up with someone. Like you'd probably land in gold. I feel like it would be tough for you to land in coal. I mean iron.
Okay. Saying new Stronghold tech is crazy. We're
Well,
gonna be
it's
doing some
new to
20.
the community. Like because you mentioned oh yeah, I brought this up with you in like 2020 or something. I was like, what? There's no way. And I checked, and you did actually. There was like a December 2020 log of you just like making a passing comment, like, oh yeah, you just can't have like two rooms like temporarily.
Yeah.
But that was memory hold by the world.
But while that's true, um I think you're gonna see in a moment like why we shouldn't care that much. So why don't we get Vizard running or something?
Mm-hmm.
So just make a super flat world.
Super
And
flat Stronghold Madness.
yep. Oh man, people are talking about how T-Wags does not invent Zero Cycle without me. All I'm saying. No.
Oh no,
Sorry.
I have weird binds. I have to.
Oh, sorry.
I need to replace that and that. Alright, I'm just gonna restart actually. Config and options. I've been doing a lot of bind stuff. So switching to a different instance, like A is backspace, for example. So there's a lot of silly stuff. Right, standard settings, config, paste, override. Options. Replace. Okay, hopefully this will be fine now. Okay. Super flat, stronghold. Okay. My A and D are working.
So now just type no. Just type /gen step /gen step and look above you.
Oh yeah.
There we go. So in fact, actually, we can. So this mod has some problems, but yeah, if you type gen step, what it's going to do is it's going to step the stronghold generation forward once. And okay, so now the way that generation works, right? So let's maybe talk a bit about how the stronghold generation works. So if you fly a bit above, we can get like a top-down view. I think that's maybe best. Okay. So where to start with this? So okay, we start with this starter staircase in the 5-way, as we all know. Actually, maybe even before even that, let's maybe talk a bit about the initial location for the stronghold. Just because like I want to be a little bit comprehensive on just like how the stronghold generation works, right? Yeah. So we're all familiar that like okay, there's 128 strongholds. They spawn in these rings. How are the rings? The locations within the rings are chosen? Is that for each ring there's like an angle offset chosen, like some random angle, in 0 to 2 pi. The ring is rotated by that much, and then each ring has a certain number of strongholds on it, and then evenly spaced out in that ring, except for maybe the last one, which I forget how it works because no one cares. Evenly spaced out on these rings, you have strongholds, and then within each sort of angle slice, you choose a random, like a uniformly random radius within that slice. So the angle is uniformly random for an individual stronghold. The angle is uniformly random. The distance is uniformly random. Great. All that is chosen with a random number generator that's seeded with the world seed, which is why divine travel works. Okay. So once like that initial spot is chosen, we then have a biome snapping step. So then in a 15 by 15 chunk area centered around the initially chosen location, what the game does is it goes through all those chunks. It checks, is this biome compatible with the stronghold? And of the ones that are compatible with the stronghold, so these are non-oceans and swamps. So oceans and swamps, the game doesn't like putting strongholds in. I think that's it. Probably.
Is it rivers?
It's been 5 years since I've checked. Rivers, thank you. I knew that there was a third one. Sorry. So ocean, swamps, and rivers are the bad biomes. And then so among the good biomes, you pick one of those chunks uniformly at random. And if there's no good chunks at all, you default to the originally chosen location. Okay.
Because that mechanic was always a little bit misunderstood from everyone, where it was like, well, it seems like this code is running all the time. Maybe it should only be running sometimes. So it is just chooses one of the spots within all of its valid spots.
That code always runs.
Yeah,
that's correct. So for example, it's very plausible, even in like a complete plains biome, it's very plausible to have just that jump take you outside the ring.
Right.
So you can't. There's no tech where like you're like, okay, I'm slightly outside the ring here, so the stronghold can't be here. It could still like jump.
Anyway. Yeah, and I think the wiki actually reflects that as well, because the wiki, I remember historically, like 2020, it used to have the actual intended ring coordinates, like 1408 or whatever it was, but they've changed their graphic to be like 1200 and something instead. Probably because of people noticing that. They're like, oh, well, I found a stronghold at these coordinates. Like, you need to update the wiki. So it's like a war of being technically right versus like actually right.
Yeah. um. So okay. So that's how the stronghold location is chosen. Then the next thing that we need to do is we need to choose the stronghold, sort of the layout and the height of the stronghold. So, well, okay, technically the height of the stronghold is the last thing chosen, but whatever. Um, so the layout is seeded with a random number generator that has the carver seed in it. So like sometimes you get people asking, like which, I don't know. So it's the same as caves, really. It's used the same style of random number generator as caves. Um, people periodically DM me and ask, like, is there any way to predict the stronghold layout from the stuff? The answer is not really. If you have a stronghold, if you have another structure in the same chunk, the orientation of that structure and the stronghold will be correlated. They should be basically the same. But that's about it. That's about all you can say. Oh, and there's maybe like year 3000 tech for like the all portals category, which is that about 25% of carver seeds are mirrored across the origin. So if you have two strongholds that start like one's in like XZ, and there's negative X and negative Z, these two strongholds will have the same layout 25-ish% of the time. So that's just a random fact.
Wait, how much of a similar layout?
The exact same layout.
What?
25% of all caves, mine shafts, strongholds, whatever, are mirrored exactly off the origin, across the origin. Like if you go to a random mine shaft right now, you go to the dirt rectangle room, and then you teleport yourself to the negative coordinates, there's like a 25% chance, a bit more on some seeds, that you will find the exact same mine shaft layout at your negated coordinates.
I've never heard of two strongholds being the same.
Well, two strongholds being the same, you have to be exploring two strongholds on the same seed, which are on opposite coordinates. And this is absurdly rare, because we're usually in the first ring strongholds where there's an odd number. So you have to go out to like the second or third ring or seventh ring, something like this, for an even number of strongholds in the ring. But in second ring strongholds, you will occasionally get repeated stronghold layouts. It's going to be very, very rare.
I feel like I've never heard of an all portals player reporting that, because that would be
well, it'll be rare. It'll be rare because you need there's like a certain condition. Like what's going on is that like when you negate a number in binary, like you're basically flipping all the bits and then adding one, the way that Java does it. And then Carver Seed has an XOR in it that kills most of that effect. So it's just like the plus ones have to work out well. But there's like posts on like the Minecraft forums, like going back to like 2012. There's like some really funny post to me. It's like by like some guy's username is like Super Caver. He's like, I found these two really cool caves and they're exact same. But anyway, it's just no one knows this for some reason, but it's
that's cool. I mean, especially caves. Like
anyway, so I think it's cool. I'm bringing this up. Is it relevant? No, but like, it's one of my funny facts about this game that I've never gotten a chance to tell anyone.
Well, that's the magic. That's what people love. Like, I love that. Like, random, stupid stuff like that. Getting the same cave. Is that tied to the repeating seeds, or is that a separate mechanic?
It's somewhat tied in that both just come from the fact that these carver seed hashes are not very well thought out. But,
yeah,
like...
Two strongholds being the same is crazy to me. That sounds like unbelievable.
Yeah. Oh, I should say that actually the stronghold, I said it was seeded with the carver seed, but actually it can generate a whole stronghold and then say, well, I failed to generate a portal room. Yeah. If it fails to generate the portal room, then it adds one to the carver seed and tries again.
No. Yeah, I was wondering how it handled that. Like, what is the attempt? Because I've heard of that, of where if it fails, it retries, but I never thought about how it retried.
Yeah, it adds one and then tries again.
By Carver Seed, is that just World Seed plus something?
Carver Seed, if you really must know, it's not that important. Carver Seed, you take the World Seed, you seed a random number generator, just raw, you generate two next longs, and then your Carver Seed is, so you have those two like longs that are the same throughout the world, and you take your x coordinate of your chunk, you take the z coordinate of your chunk. These are chunk coordinates, not block coordinates, so they're not divisible by 16. And then you do x times the first random number, XOR b times the second random number, XOR the world seed. And that's
So
the
it's
Carver
very
seed in your
well
chunk.
jumbled. There's not
It's
much
it's
room
it's
for-
fairly well jumbled.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's not perfectly thought out. Like at 0, 0, you get 0 XOR 0 XOR whatever. But like
Right.
away from 0, 0, you're not away from 0, 0. The only way that you're ever getting any kind of divination for the stronghold layout is with other carvers in the same chunk. So like this is stuff like structure orientation, and also same chunk in the nether. Like it's shared between the overworld and the nether. There's no input from the dimension there, so there like one wouldn't work in ranked. But also, why would you be at 2,000 in the nether in ranked? That things anyway. But
And that's similar to why you get ruin portals that are the same.
yeah, ruin portals. Yes, those hashes just don't consider dimension at all. So ruined portals in vanilla, yeah, like if they're in the same chunk, their loot will be the same, I think.
Yeah.
And they also have a collision in the random number generator that chooses their coordinates. So even though it's like the probability that you'd compute naively for them overlapping is actually different from the probability in practice because they always agree modulo 5 or something. Like if you anyway. But I digress.
Do you remember we used to talk about ruin portal regions? Did you ever like work out, are the regions actually different in the nether? Because there was something that looked like they
Yeah. The ruin portal
but
regions.
it was like maybe a super flat thing.
No, they're different in the nether. I mean,
So
unless there's like some bug that I've not heard about. I think they're different in the nether.
It was that there was
Like
it tried to specify nether, but it looked like it was actually specifying a super flat preset or something. There was something weird like that.
Okay. Well, I think that if they were using the same regions in the overworld in the nether, then it wouldn't be like, oh, sometimes you see two ruined portals that are the same. It would be like, oh, you always see two ruined portals that are the same. Like, the only thing that can go wrong, as far as I understand it, is that, like, the ruined portals don't have the same coordinates in the corresponding regions. You know, but like, now that you say that, I do remember something of that kind. So
something strange.
But like, anyway, I am quite sure about this effect with like like it's something that people observe, right? The same loot in RSG. Like this has been a because like my understanding of the code says that should happen. So if it's been observed, then yeah.
Well, people
then I would expect the regions to be different as well.
Seed videos on YouTube where they find a very rare ruined portal with a certain number of god apples or something, and then there's one in the nether as well. People love that kind of thing.
Yeah. Okay. So yep. So I agree with what Kind Plays says. So yeah, because they agree modulo 5.
Oh, 9 possible down.
Yeah. Yeah, because again, one is chosen between like 25 chunk coordinates, the other is chosen between 15. And because both those numbers are divisible by 5, that's what's going on there.
That's cool.
Okay. So okay. So we choose a location, we get our carver seed, we add one into it until it makes us a portal room. Great. And now we have generated like it starts out, the game's code internally starts out generating the stronghold with like the starter staircase with its floor like up at Y64. Like it starts generating this thing like way up in space. Like and then only after it is generated does it like slide it around. It'll push it down some amount. And we can talk a bit about that later because I think there's some interesting stuff to say there. But okay, but that's how the Y height's chosen. Okay, great. So now the actual generation. So now we're so how do we generate the actual layout, right? So internally, the Stronghold has a big weighted list of piece types, right? So there's a big list of, I think there's 11 different piece types, 12, I guess 13 if you count the empty one. Okay, so from highest weighted to lowest weighted, so we have corridors. Let's maybe generate the Stronghold. So let's continue to do,
or just step up.
Yeah, if you do start, it'll like start playing automatically, which could be fine. So you can do start, and this will grow the whole Stronghold out like a tree. And watch this from above because it'll be kind of cool. So we always expand all the children of a room, like once. So we're gonna pick a random room that hasn't been expanded yet, and then expand it. And we always, when we expand a room, we always add all of its children. So just now, off that 5-way, we saw 4 rooms get added. And when that square room in the upper left gets selected, we're going to add 3 rooms off it. So we go square rooms, it's always like opposite than I think left than right, but a little bit of caution with like left than right because Mojang actually messes up their left and right in a few parts of this code, which makes reading it really annoying. Okay. So yeah, so this is just, so internally the Stronghold has a big list of all the rooms that it hasn't expanded yet. And to answer the question in chat, yes, the mod is removing the roofs. So the code has like a big internal list of like all the rooms it hasn't expanded yet. It picks a random room that hasn't been expanded yet, and then it adds its children. And it goes like this until it's happy. So we'll talk a bit about when it's happy later because that's a bit nasty. But like the general theme is big list of unexpanded rooms, pick a random unexpanded room, and then add its children. You might want to do /gen time like 100 or 50 so that this goes a bit faster.
This is cool though.
Yeah, this when I helped the guy find the first 12 eyes on Bedrock, like he messaged me because I found the first working 12 eye on Java, and that algorithm was a little bit complicated. So this,
good. I like those.
Yeah, there's a bug here with the cobwebs specifically.
No, we just
cobwebs. Cobwebs for some actually a small rant. Like these cobwebs for some reason like use the same method as mine shafts. Like everything else in the Stronghold like uses different methods to place their blocks, but the cobwebs in the library like have code that's borrowed from mine shafts. And so I think what happened is that when Neil made me this mod, he messed up specifically that block placement method to fail to use the randomness. But for some reason it's a method that like takes into account sea level, but in Strongholds it doesn't matter. Anyway, never mind. By the way, here's something that I didn't know until I was looking at the code to prepare for this stream. This is non sequitur. But did you know that libraries, whether they're small or tall, is not random? It just always tries to place the tall one, and it's just if it doesn't fit. Like if there's more Stronghold above the tall library. That's the only reason why it will make a small library.
Oh, well, obviously, like, you only find short libraries in places where there is no room for a tall one. But I never thought that they would be, like, tied logically. But I guess it makes sense, because libraries... No, I should have guessed that, because libraries are just library in the list of rooms. It's not like small library, big library.
I mean, but square rooms would disagree with your guess, because square rooms, there's just 5 types of square rooms.
By the way, square room is like
by the way, can I just say something? Okay, can I just say pet peeve of mine? And so also taking full responsibility. This is completely my fault because I'm the one who's like these room names originate with, I think. But 4 ways have 4 exits. 5 ways have 6. Wait. Oops.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, surprisingly, no one has ever brought that up. Like, no one has ever been like, hey, what's the deal with like 5 ways having 6 ways and 4 ways having 4? No one's brought that up before. It's just like, oh, okay. But I guess it's like,
Yeah.
it makes some sense of like, no, it probably doesn't make any sense.
Well, okay,
People probably
in
just
the
accept it
code,
for what it is.
yeah, in the code, 5 ways are called 5 ways. And so why would you check Mojang's count?
Right.
But like in the fabric mappings, they are, at least. I don't know about Mojang mappings. And then, but then the square rooms are called square rooms in the code. These
Yeah.
are not, they're not called 4 ways in the code.
Yeah, what were you gonna
Yeah.
say about the way the 4 ways / square rooms generate?
Oh, they are random. So there's like 5 types. There's 4 or 5 types of square room. Like they each of the cool ones has probability 1/5. I know, but I forget if like the blank square room has probability 2 out of 5. Or if there's a 5th type.
There's
And
plank,
so
there's
unlike the
torch,
libraries,
there's
these
normal, there's water. I'm not sure if there's another.
Yeah, so I think the normal one has weight 2 out of 5, and the others have weight 1 out of 5. Okay. Let's maybe, while we're talking about room types and you have some of those like chess corridor things, let's maybe just quickly touch upon finding starter, right? So how do we find starter? So the Stronghold doesn't just have rooms, it has door types, right? So obviously like staircase and spiral staircase, there's an easy rule for going back to starter, which is you go up the staircase. So those are like chiral rooms, same thing with the 5-way. So we always know how to get back to starter when we're in a 5-way. And then you might also be interested in tricks for other rooms, right? So I think the trick that everyone knows is that, so there's 4 types of doors in the Stronghold. With probability 2 out of 5, you get a blank door. With probability 1 out of 5, you get either a 1 out of 5 you get a wood door, 1 out of 5 you get an iron door, 1 out of 5 you get a grate. Right? And so we know that from the wood and the iron doors, we can go back to starter, right? Because we know that this trick that the door is inset. Like you go through the side that the door is indented, and that takes you back to starter. Oh, I forgot something actually. So these rooms with the chest, the rooms with the chest and the ladder, those are also chiral.
Yeah.
So if you look at if you look at this ladder, it's always like the second closest door to the ladder.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
yep. Okay. So then, how do you find starter if all you have is a grate? There's also trick for this, but it's more involved.
What did you just say?
Right? Is this one known? So I'm talking about the trick with the grates to find starter. So if you have a grate doorway,
oh yeah.
So let's say that
they're good in 4 ways.
Yeah, they're good in 4 ways. So in a 4-way, so each room. So the way that the doors work is that each room is in charge of placing the door that's like within its hitbox. So like the rooms are always going to place their own entrance, and that entrance is always going to be within their hitbox. So for example, in a square room, you'll see that it still works. So you can imagine that iron door over there is a grate, and here it's flush with the wall, and the other 3 are not flush with the wall. So
right?
Yeah,
Flush
exactly.
still goes home. Not flush.
And so this works in 4 ways. There's also a version of it in chess corridors and prison halls and all that stuff. Like in a prison hall, it's like whether it's 1 away from the prison or 2 away from the prison, something like that. And then with the chest, it's like if you have a grate that's right next to a chest. Yeah. So here. Yeah, so here the grate is right next to is like 1 block away from the door, so that's the way back to starter. And if it was 2 away from the door on the other side, that would be away from starter. So you can tell based on that, and then chest corridors, it's about if it's like right next to the slab or not. So if we find a chest corridor, yeah, so here that wood door is right next to the slab, but if you've got a gap, okay. So is that is almost let me think. So we did and left turns and right turns also have this. So with left turns and right turns, like the actual room, like the actual like hitbox size for left turns and right turns. And corridors have this too. So everything kind of has this. So yeah, so left turns and right turns, like the actual corner is kind of like a 3x3, and it's about whether or not the grate is right next to that 3x3 or not. So there you've got that 3x3, and the door back to starter is sort of flush. Again, it's flush with the wall. So that's the way back to starter. So even if that were a grate and not an iron door, you'd be able to go back. Okay. And then the corridor is similar, although with the corridor there's like a nasty little thing. So the corridors are these 7x5 sort of things. And there's like one, and so it's the same kind of rule, but you can get yourself into trouble. Because kind of like if it was like a perfect 4-way corridor, then it's hard to tell like which direction is your long direction. So there's something with the torches, if I remember correctly, to like tell between the long direction and the short direction. I'm just giving you guys all the 2020 nav tech, but but I think there is something with the torches. Like there's torches are like eyes. They're each 1 in 10, and there's 4 possible torch locations. So I guess if you get all 4 torch locations, 1 in 10,000. Let's go.
Tick if you're low on coal. You can go to a stronghold for torches.
Okay. It actually means that there's like a 1 in 100 chance of getting like symmetric light out of the corridor. Anyway. So yeah, so corridors are a little bit more complicated because this you have to be careful that you know which way is the long way of the corridor, which usually you do know in practice, but there can be this ambiguity. And then there's one other trick for backdabbing, but we'll have to like discuss. Yeah, so maybe let's load up a new superflat and we'll talk now about the specifics of
Another stronghold.
Yeah.
What was Jim, start or step?
Let's do step. Just so that we can figure out how high it is. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, is it
and I was gonna mention. Here? I don't know how much I don't know how much this thing sort of respects the height. I don't know how this mod chooses the height. It's definitely like different every time, so presumably the mod is doing something. So my guess is that like this is the height the stronghold would actually be in practice. But yeah. Okay. So what do I want to do here? Okay. So let's talk a little bit more about how exactly the stronghold chooses its next piece type. So do step. Okay. So now the stronghold, there's only one piece that hasn't been expanded yet. It's this 5-way. Um, and the first piece added from a 5-way is always the next room out.
You mean middle, right?
Yeah, middle. Sorry. Sorry. So the next room added from a 5-way is always this one. Great. So just now, the stronghold has just placed a corridor. And why did it choose a corridor? Well, so in this big list of all the rooms, there's a total weight, sort of like 145. So among all the rooms, there's a total weight of 145, and each of the pieces have their own individual weights. So corridors make up 40 of that 145. So corridor is like the stronghold's favorite piece to place. It can place as many corridors as it wants, and it has a weight 40 to be selected. Then left turns and right turns are both weight 20. So the stronghold's favorite rooms to place are like the most boring looking ones. Then the next most likely room is the portal room.
Yeah.
The portal room has weight 20. So the only reason why we don't see the portal room like instantly is because it's explicitly coded into the game not to be. So there's this check that the depth of the portal room has to be greater than 5. The starter staircase. Yeah, it's Forson's law. Yeah. And my guess for why this is here is because the portal room doesn't have any children. So my guess is that like when testing this code, they were getting a lot of strongholds that are like starter staircase 5-way portal room, and then that's your stronghold. Yes.
Well, I wondered because libraries are the same but one room less, so maybe they had that as well.
Yes. So libraries are weight 10. You can have at most 2 libraries, and they require the depth being at least 4. So there is a Forson's law for libraries, but because libraries are weight 10 out of like 145 instead of 20 out of 145, it's more likely to have a late library, right? Portal rooms are likely enough that like once you've seen a bunch of rooms at like depth, 6 through 10, you're more than likely to have seen the portal room along the way. But libraries are a little bit less likely because they only have weight 10 out of 140 versus 20 out of 140. So the effect's less pronounced. But on the other hand, there's 2 libraries. So, yeah. Yeah, the only thing guaranteed is the portal room. That's the only thing that's guaranteed. But I will say, actually, so 93% of strongholds, so I'm going to tell you a bunch of limits for all the pieces. 93% of all strongholds hit the limit on all the pieces, and that's why they stop generating.
That's crazy.
So a strongholds like to be huge. They keep on generating and generating and generating, and one of the only conditions for a stronghold to stop generating is that they've placed all the interesting pieces. So the limits are you can have up to 6 square rooms, 2 libraries, 5 prison halls, 5 stairs, 5 spiral staircases, 4 5-ways, or 5 if you count the starting one, or 4 chest corridors. So
yeah, that's something I was wondering as well, is what counts in starter? Does spiral count as a spiral, and does 5-ways count as a 5-way, or are they just like, I mean, it seems like it places spiral. Like, why is this happening? Like, why is it placing a spiral? Is it just, okay, place a spiral because this is stronghold? And then why is it placing a 5-way? Is it because, well, that's what I do, or?
Yeah. They are both explicitly coded in. I think the spiral does count to the 5-way count. Let me just quickly check. That's something that I don't know off the top of my head. So yeah, so they won't count. I think the starter and the five-way won't count. So like here, the limit for spiral staircase is 5, and the limit for five ways is 4. But I think neither of them are going to count to that limit. Let me. So there's this weird line of code here, where it's like if active piece type is not equal to null. This is only used for the five-way. So
You're sharing a different screen, I think. Or is that
oh,
me?
maybe I am. Am I okay? Let me try this. Okay. Did that fix it? Okay.
Yeah.
It's probably very small. But the starter five-way is very stupid. They have this random variable, which in fabric mappings I guess is called active piece type, but this is just used to like place the five-way. So the starting five-way is just there to like explicitly override the usual method of choosing rooms. I think it's the same sort of thing where like in testing they had a bunch of really small strongholds. And they're like, okay, right, we want our strongholds to be branchy and huge. So uh, let's just um, let's just force a five-way right away.
Yeah.
But the spot where the generated count gets incremented is down here, and this is not. I don't think that is what's used. So like you don't reach that code when you're placing the five-way, and I don't think you reach that code when you place the start. Yeah, I don't think you do. So so really, I guess it's 6 spiral staircases. I guess it would be easy to like check that. I could check that right now. Hold on. Um, I was doing some nonsense. Um, oh no, coding live on stream. Stop. Look away. Uh, uh, uh.
Yeah, I've told him to get on Linux. He said he has no reason to be on Windows. But here he is, still on Windows.
Yeah,
Comment.
I run Linux. I run Linux in a VM for like. Um, did I paste the seed?
I do the opposite. I have Windows in a VM just to use my mouse software.
I should have just printed out the counts instead of like decided to manually count all this.
Someone at my door. How strange. Oh, I muted the wrong thing. Oh well. There's a random guy on my door. That happens a lot on the weekends. They're trying to sell you stuff. He was wearing a purple shirt. That was the first indicator of something being wrong. No one would wear a purple shirt in their right mind.
So we have 4 five-ways here besides the starter. So 5 including the starter, and that matches predicted. Yeah. I didn't see 6 spiral staircases, but it's so busy that like, oh no, that's a spiral. Okay, actually, I think that is 6 then, in counting starter. Uh, Okay, it's a bit messy because it's awful. Yeah. Right. Okay, so back to like how the generation works. Um, so you have this big weighted list, and every time the stronghold goes to place a new piece, what it does is and just quickly the piece limits. So 6 square rooms, 2 libraries, 5 prison halls, 5 stairs, 5 spiral stairs, 4 5-ways, 4 chest corridors, not counting the starter 5-way, not counting the starter spiral staircase. And so the stronghold chooses from the big weighted list. If if a piece has been all used up, like if you've already placed all 6 square rooms, then it just gets removed from the list and the total weight goes down. So if you've used up all your square rooms, now the weighted list has 135 things in it, and the everything still keeps its same weight. It just has a higher weight relative to what's left in the list. Okay. So there's a few reasons why the stronghold can fail to place a room. So when it's going to like add this room right after this 5-way, or if you do another step, I guess it's going to have to add something in the right there. So what it just did there, is it went through its big list, and it chose and it does 5 attempts. So it does 5 drawings from this list, and we'll talk about what happens if it succeeds. But so in each of these 5 attempts, it can fail to place a room for a few reasons. So the first one that it can fail to place is if the room is too far from starter. So if the depth is greater than 50, or the chunk distance is like bigger than 7, then you cannot place a new piece.
I didn't know about 50.
Yeah, the stronghold is no depth greater than 50, and in nether fortresses are no depth greater than 30, or I guess 31 if you count those bridge edge pieces. So there's this limit, which thank goodness that they have that. Okay.
I get 50 room portal rooms all the time.
Yeah. Actually, I ran a seed finder because I had this running. I was looking for like really deep portal rooms because like I haven't had a working stronghold seed finder since like for a long time. But I wrote one this morning to just remember how all this stuff worked because you asked me to do this stream.
Do you have it?
And yeah, I do. I found some stuff with like really deep strongholds.
Yeah, let's get it.
I don't think I saved. Okay, hold on. Okay. No. Sorry. I don't have the seed anymore, but I can have you seeds in a second. We'll give it a moment to juice up. I found like a 40 something depth. 30. We gotta get into the mid 30s at least. I think the 40 was lucky, but okay, we'll let it go for a bit. I'm not claiming that this is like incredibly fast code or anything. So we'll wait for a moment for that. What was I saying in the interim? Okay. So you can fail to place if your depth is bigger than 50, if you're more than 7 chunks away from starter. Okay, obviously the stronghold just kind of gives up on generating stuff if all the interesting pieces have been placed. So and again, that's 93% of strongholds.
So 93% of strongholds just make everything in that list. So 93% of strongholds have like 6 square rooms, 2 libraries, 5 prison halls, 5 stairs, 5 spiral stairs, 4 or 5 ways, and then the 4 chess corridors, and then like the other 7% are usually very small strongholds where like the portal room and libraries killed off all the interesting branches, or if there's like never more than 1 branch to begin with. So usually speedrunners insta-nav those last 7%. So like it's kind of like speedrunners mostly care about this regime where the stronghold like just pukes at all its rooms everywhere. Okay. So, but there's another interesting reason, which is why. So again, it does 5 attempts. So there's this rule that apparently you guys forgot about, which is that you can't place the same piece type twice in a row in time. So as we're generating, like each piece shows up. So that piece that we just placed is a right turn. So whatever the next piece is, I can tell you with 100% certainty, it is not also a right turn.
This one?
So if you do /gen, so that was a right turn. That was just generated.
Wait, so how do you know what's going to get generated next? Like, do you know right now if it's going to generate here,
No.
here, or here?
Okay, so I can tell you that it's either going to generate off that right turn, or it's going to generate on the far side of the corridor. So within rooms, there's always an order, but this order is going to be directional. Corridors, it's simple. It's always the opposite side, and then I think left and then right. Although I'm not completely certain about that left and then right thing, because Mojang does mess up the directions like a few places in this code. It's actually a miracle that the left turns and the right turns are actually left and right turns and not positive turns and negative turns. Like this error in this, like you can see the fake rooms in 5 ways where they carve the hidden room. Sorry. These are one of these bugs where they mess up left and right. Like they just mess up their coordinate transforms here.
So you're saying the next room that gets placed, whether it's here or here, is not a right turn.
Right.
But you're not sure if it's going to be placed there or there.
Right. But I can tell you that it's not going to be like on the left or right of this corridor. So there are only 2 options.
Is it just
because it doesn't choose
first or attempted first?
Right. So the way that the stronghold works is that it chooses a room that is yet to be expanded, and then it adds all of its children at once. So if it does choose this corridor next, then we'll know that it's going to do the left next and the right next. So why don't you do /gen step, and we'll see if we get lucky. Okay, so it added something to that thing. Okay, but great. We're going to see a corridor get expanded next. So let's do one more gen step.
And it could be at either one of those.
It could be at either one of those, yeah.
So how often is it? Is it every single time it wants to place a room, it looks at everything and goes, here's all of my options, and now to put something down?
Yes. Okay. So now it just did this, and now we're still in the corridor right now. So right now we got to do the other 2 exits from this corridor. So you never have. Yeah. So if you do /gen step, I think it's going to be the one on the left here, but I'm not completely certain.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it has room for anything here anyway.
That right one will be a small corridor. Yeah. So, okay, let's talk about how small corridors work. Okay, so what just happened there is that it drew from this big weighted list, it drew 5 pieces. So it drew 5 pieces from this big weighted list, and this weighted list contains all the pieces. Yeah, this weighted list contains all the piece types that have not yet been exhausted. So in this case, it was the full list of weight 145. Now, all 5 attempts, it failed to find a room that can fit here. And for an obvious reason in this case, they all just intersect that spiral staircase. There's no room. There's no actual room that you can place that would put a piece here. So what happens when all 5 attempts fail? If all 5 attempts fail, the stronghold then tries to place a small corridor. So you can tell that this is a small corridor because it's made completely out of smooth bricks.
Yeah.
So small corridors have length 1 to 3. So this looks like a length 3 small corridor.
Really?
So there's 3 rings of smooth brick. And the rule with small corridors is that they only place if at the other end of the small corridor they meet up with another room with the same minimum Y height, so the same floor height. So you never see a small corridor that like dumps you off like above a staircase, for example. They always dump you off at something with the same floor height.
What an odd
but they don't need to like
check
match in
make.
the X or Y. What?
What an odd check that it makes. That checks for the floor of the room that it's intersecting into, right?
Well, the idea is that it like the idea is just to make the stronghold less tree-like, right? It's like, okay, I couldn't put anything here, and so let's make a loop, right? So they're only ever generating trees, and so this thing
in the portal room.
Yeah. So what this means actually is you can infer something from the absence of a small corridor, right? So if you have an absence of a small corridor, you get to make a few inferences. So small corridors, they have to be length 1 to 3. So maybe something was blocking us, but it was just like 4 blocks away and not 3 blocks away. Something like this. So small corridors like always eat into the wall, like exactly 1 of the room that they're going to. So in this case, you're eating 1 into the wall of the spiral staircase over there. And
what could you assume?
So I think you can assume that. So actually, I think that the situation where like something 4 away blocks you is relatively uncommon. If you're like 5 away, very often you're going to successfully place a turn in that spot, but not always. Like you know, so if you know the stronghold's pretty cramped there, maybe all you can assume is, you know, in general, you can assume that there's.
Well, actually, it could mean that you could wormhole into a lower or higher floor, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like it can mean. Yeah, and by the way, the floor height in a 5-way is like the floor height of the bottom exit. Like the where you enter a 5-way is like 2 blocks higher than the normal floor. So because anyway, just the 5-way is the only one that can be unclear. So like it often means that there's a staircase over there, is what I'm trying to say. Like it often means that there's a downward going staircase on the other side. Not always, but anyway, there is some level of anyway. But yeah, so those are the conditions for small corridors to spawn, and what it lets you infer is that okay, those conditions were or weren't met, and I'll leave it at that. Oh, there's another reason why a piece can fail to place, but this is an unlikely reason for all 5 attempts to fail to place. Was that remember how I told you how it starts up at like 74? I mean, this is so rare that it starts up at 64 for the floor height. It's not allowed to, in that initial, when it's like generating it, floating up in air, it's not allowed to ever put a block lower than 10. So you can't, for example, have a stronghold that has like 10 staircases all one after another. It would go too low, even in the internal generating it up in space. So like, this is another random reason to cut. But I think that one basically never happens. So we can basically ignore it for speedrunning purposes. And then also it could be that it attempted to place a library or a portal room, but didn't obey Forson's law. Like, okay, I chose for my weighted list, I chose a portal room, but our depth is 3, so we can't do it. Let's go to the next attempt. Okay. So Yeah. And so we just go like this. We pick a random room, we add its children, and then the weird rule. So maybe what I'm trying to what I would like to impress on you is like we started the start like talking about like backnav and stuff. These are kind of like local properties of the stronghold. Like you can tell like how to backnav by like looking around you. You can tell like what rooms are bordering you by looking around you. And so when you're doing like classical stronghold nav, um, there's like heuristics based on the local properties of the stronghold, but there's also maybe heuristics based on more global things. And the heuristics based on more global things are the kind of thing that you can only figure out by looking at code and having a bit of imagination. Um, and so this no rooms being placed twice, this is one of them. But it's hard to say how real it really is. Like, so I know that you were talking about how, okay, the portal room, if we continue running this, if you just do a bunch of steps, once we get, yeah, I mean, yeah, just start it, honestly.
I'm gonna be playing with this. It's fun.
Yeah.
Like I
So
want to watch
once
it
we
slow
get
and
out,
try and expect. Oh, that's cool how. Yeah, I get the whole thing of like it finishes a place before moving on.
yeah. So, okay. I maybe should get an exact number for this, but there we go. And so we got just deep enough, and once we were deep enough, the portal room has probability like 2 in 140, and then even you're banning like repeat rooms too. So in practice, that makes the portal room's probability even higher than like 1 in 7. Because if you're not allowed to place a corridor and you're doing 5 attempts, now the portal room is like 1 in 5 and not 1 in 7.
Right.
And so, so our goal when naving, yeah, oh, okay. I mean, obviously there's preemptive, which is a whole thing, but these kinds of things also apply to like finding the libraries and chest corridors, but differently. Like I don't know. And also this, we're also doing this discussion because fortresses, like I said, are like kind of copy pasted here, so it makes sense to talk about fortresses as well. Oh yeah, I don't know if I mentioned this, but there's definitely chunk border tech for telling if you're in a starter, if anyone cares to work that out. But like that's definitely a thing.
Right. Yeah, because we do that with just coordinates in a fortress. But thinking about it, oh yeah, well, tech that we kind of do is if you pull up to, you know, 5-way with spiral, you just look at one of your chords, and if one of them is 4, so my X is 4 there.
Yeah.
then
Okay.
you're in
That's
starter.
great. That's great.
So
Okay.
that's like the same concept as using
Yeah.
borders, but just in a different way.
Great.
Because you can do it from a distance. You can be like, okay, that's
No, I like that.
there.
I like that. That's great. Yeah, you know, I want to there's like fortresses are very interesting for that kind of thing actually because fortresses like the hitbox sizes are like 19 and 7, which are sort of weird numbers. So really the chunk coordinate, like if you're in a piece on the fortress, the chunk coordinate actually tells you a lot about like how the fortress had to generate to get you a piece at that spot in the chunk. So anyway, but it's kind of involved to like how to actually apply that. Okay. So what were we talking about?
Oh, what happened?
Small corridor.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, this is
another small corridor. Branching off a large corridor.
Around. Yeah, I forgot about like I knew about the phenomenon of the clean hallway, but I forgot how it generated, and I also forgot. Well, I don't remember ever knowing the 1 to 3 thing. That's crazy to me.
Yeah.
So if it's 4, it successfully placed a actual thing or what?
Well, once the distance gets a little bit larger, I think you're going to be fairly likely to place a turn there, or
Yeah,
5 is
there's a
around the
turn.
threshold where like a lot of these pieces like start like fitting. I think a spiral staircase might fit in 5. Um, but so like if you just see like a blank wall, okay, something failed to place here. And it could be that you got unlucky and the stronghold just for its 5 attempts to place a piece there, it just tried pieces that's like, okay, this piece matches the last piece type placed, or this piece is just way too big. Like I tried to place a library and I'm in the middle of this thing. And so that gets blocked. Um, but uh, but if you don't see a small corridor, I think it usually means it often means that the floor height is wrong. I don't want to say
Mhm.
usually without like running actual code. I should like get actual stats on this stuff.
The floor thing is
Um,
cool because people have been thinking about. I mean, we don't have an example, but with the portal room, I think it's something like if you have a hallway going into a stone wall, right, like a normal cave stone wall. Um, there's something like because the phenomenon of portal rooms are one block different to every other room.
yeah, because if they're 3 above and versus yep.
Yeah, so you can apply that to. Well, that's a bad example. You can apply that to this. So if you see like, so this would be a normal room, whereas this would be a portal room, for example. I don't know the exact application, but that's like an
Is
idea.
there is there a parity invariant? Like if you press the stronghold's floors only go up and down in increments of 2 or 6. So you go up and down by increments of 2 in 5 ways,
Yeah,
whereas
I think
increments
it's
of
like
6.
this. I think it's like if it's that and then it's stone above that or something. I haven't like thought about it or like studied it, but that would be
Yeah,
portal
but
room, for example, or whatever, or maybe it's
um
the other way.
okay, hold on. There might be a parity invariant. I wonder like what I know libraries have like an odd sized hitbox. So here I'm on block 31. On block 37, that maintained a parity invariant. 35, 31. So the floor height and the ceiling height differs by an even number in left turns and right turns and square rooms. It differs by floor height and ceiling height in 5 ways also. Yeah, differs by an even number. So what about stairs? So floor height. I mean, this is just like an odd floor height stronghold. So that's 21. That's yep. Okay. So, but I didn't realize that this applied to ceilings as well. But I think it does. I think it does. Um. Yeah. Okay. So I think that's a thing. I think that's the thing. So with the exception of like libraries, um, maybe the short library. So I think maybe with the exception of the short library. Oh, I should check if it's actually true for the portal room. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So on the top of the portal room here, I'm on an even number, and on the floor and the ceilings of all the other rooms, I was on an odd number. So, uh, so like if you know that like I am in an odd stronghold, like you're in here and you're in the starter and you press F3 and it's like an odd height, then all your floor heights are going to be at odd heights, and then all the rooms that I checked at least, so like the right turns, the corridors, and I guess the staircases, although I should check those more thoroughly. Um, those have floors and ceilings at odd numbers. So this is an odd number. This is an odd number. But specifically, the ceiling of the portal room is an even number.
Yeah, people
So
do
I
that
guess you
in
could tell.
ocean exposed strongholds as well, where you can't see the iron
Yeah.
bars. You can just look around at targeted block in the top right, and you look at all the other
Yeah.
rooms, and that's like odd. 31 is even 32, so you would know that's a portal room.
That's really nice. I didn't realize that was a thing people did. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's like
And it
it's
might
quite
it might
ancient tech
be.
as well. It
That's fun.
predates
I mean, it's
preemptive.
not as ancient as me.
Well, back in I was gonna say our day, but I guess I didn't speedrun back then. But
I mean, I
1.7.
predate everyone. I predate. Come on.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say eyes used to just point at the portal room, so you didn't even
Yeah.
have to do any of this nav nonsense.
Yeah. Well, sometimes they wouldn't point to the portal room. Like there was like a rare bug where sometimes they wouldn't. I forget why.
Yeah, it points to just a different place. That one is really fun to have on pace. Definitely not sure what I'm
Okay.
doing right now.
But what you just said would follow from the parity invariant. So if you see if you see that pattern that you described, that's a ceiling that's one higher than a floor. And I would need to check the small library hitbox, but maybe even the small library hitbox is fine. But yeah. Okay, that's fun. I didn't know that. What's my background? I started speedrunning in like 2013. I don't know. I did set seed glitch speedruns because that was the most popular category at the time. Anyway. And I did a lot of early seed finding. So like I found the first working 12i. I invented a lot of algorithms for seed finding. I invented divine travel. There's like lots of like random tech in this game that are like I was like the person who like you'd ask to read the code, and then I'd read the code and then I'd tell you here's what I can find out. And so like I'm familiar with a lot with Stronghold generation because of like the 1.8 seed finding effort way back in the day, and like finding 12 eyes. And yeah, and then there's like a bunch of like early tech. Like one cycle, I did the first one cycle more or less. There was like a shield based one cycle in 112 that predates me, and crystal
Really?
based one
Because
cycle.
we independently found a shield based one cycle 2022 maybe.
Yeah, and if you look at those messages from 2022, you can find me telling you that no, Cabin 856 did a shield based one cycle.
Well, I didn't see that.
Yeah. There's another like really early one cycle that like uses a crystal. That it like yeah.
We have a 3-bid strat for using a crystal where you do the majority of the damage there and then you
you use the charge phase, right?
Yeah,
You use the charge phase. Like you
cool.
and you even like you tower up in the middle, right? To raise for the dragon.
Yeah, I think so. I've never done it, but I'm pretty sure it's how it works.
Yeah.
It's very fun.
Poor charge phase. It's been relegated to such a like in 1.7 the dragon is all charge phase.
You
and now
consider
there's this
them
whole...
the same canonically?
Not really. There's some differences, but I think some of it's like copy paste. And some of it is copy pasted. So at least I think anyway. Like okay, I speak with such confidence because at one point I was the expert on all this shit, but it's been 5 years, so okay. So you were interested. So okay. So how do we find the portal room? Like classic 2020 strats. How do we nav to find the portal room? So you were excited about something which is a little bit real, but I think a little bit not. So this fact about the no doubled rooms, because the portal room is so likely once you get out to the needed depth, you really want to be, when you're exploring, you want to try and figure out which parts of the stronghold generated first. And in particular, like as a branch gets like branchier and branchier, it's, you know, if one branch is like 5 things coming off it and the other 2 things on the 5-way have 2 things coming off it, which is like more than likely after like a few steps, like just, you know, as you get branchier, you're more likely to get picked. And as you're more likely to get picked, you're more likely to split into further branches. And so like slowly the stronghold starts to prefer one of the branches off of the five-way. So you really want to be in that branch. You want to figure out like which branch got developed earliest. Because if you're in the branch that got developed earliest, you're in the branch where, first of all, there's fewer pieces around to block your portal room. You're in the branch where the portal room is more likely to not have been already placed somewhere. It's just good in general, right? And so you're talking about this no double room thing. And so this is a thing where like if you go down if you go through a chest corridor and then through a chest corridor, your estimate is now one more than it normally would be.
Right.
Like you can't have placed two chest corridors twice in a row. And so in theory, that should bias you slightly against the branch. Now, I don't think like you can see as we're generating this, I actually don't think it's that big a deal. It's exciting because it's one of the only like global effects we have in Stronghold navigation, which is that like there's this random fact about the Stronghold generation where like facts over here tell you about what's going on with the Stronghold elsewhere. But the only place where I can really see it like you should change your behavior based on this is if like that your Stronghold has like two branches and you're down a really linear branch and you see like a few like chest corridors in a row or something, then that might be a large enough effect to tell you the other branch is the one that got all the early branching and placing and stuff. Just because it tells you, because like those early rooms, like which branch gets room, 3, 4, 5, that matters. But anyway.
Because there was one starter where there was 5-way mid, 5-way top left, and then like top right was like a hallway, I think, or something like that. Or maybe bottom right was a cobble stair.
That's actually a good question. Is 5-way mid a thing? 5-way mid is a thing, right? You've seen 5-way mid? So
yeah,
the no double room thing. Yeah, the no double mid does not apply to the first 5-way. Like the no double room. So like the first room
that's what I asked the question earlier about does it count? Because that like confirms what we've found. It's that 5-way mid is a thing. But I think so the next one would actually be what order is everything placed? If there's 5 valid spots, mid is always first, and then what?
Yeah.
Is it
good
directional?
Question. It might be directional. I'm sorry. Like this is not something I know off the top of my head. I can tell you this, but don't make me figure it out now.
Because
let's see how
idea
awful.
Is that you have 2 5-ways and you're able to choose one because it's if they're placed in different orders, it just doesn't matter, right? Well,
yeah, the only thing
I can tell you right now that those 2 weren't placed in a row, so it must have been mid and then top right and then top left or whatever, because it can't be 5-way, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
That is correct. That is correct. So actually, as opposed to Stronghold nav, this no double rule, it does give us another back nav rule that's maybe sometimes useful in corridors and square rooms. So if you're in a square room and you see you see 2 rooms opposite each other that are the same. So you see, okay, I've got a corridor to the north and a corridor to the south. Then starter has to be through one of those 2 rooms. Because the order in a square room is always opposite starter first. That's like universally true. For like all the pieces, opposite starter is first. And I think it's supposed to be left then right from then on.
Right.
But again, I'm not.
Our heuristic of like beelining as well. Like it's a very good strat to just beeline. So that makes sense because you're kind of just like going the way that it's tried first. Like here, you would just go straight here because it's tried first. Well, I guess it doesn't matter because it has to try everything else afterwards. Anyway.
Right. So So actually, like this is something that like I disagree with. Like I see this common advice about like going mid, which is kind of true in that like if you look off the starter five-way, like the distribution of like where the portal room is off the exits, like going mid is like correct if that's the only information you look at. But like if going mid takes you into a left turn or something, it's almost certainly wrong.
Yeah,
Is like my recollection
follow.
and yeah.
I think the main understanding of going straight mid and going like beelining and stuff, the main understanding is that it just doesn't have to fight for space. Like it has more room mid because it's not fighting the left, it's not fighting right.
Well,
like
well,
here
well,
as well,
no,
like-
no. If you have two paths off of left and right, then that's maybe a thing you can say. But if you just have one path off left or right, that's just not true, is it? I guess the
But,
starter
battles the
staircase.
spiraling, yeah, exactly.
Maybe
So
like you
here,
can't
would
have
be
branches that
considered
go.
worse because it's like fighting for the spiral here, whereas these two would be better. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So like, yes, this is an effect. But in practice, like in practice, like the room type tier list like takes precedent.
Yeah. No, it's not
So
like
like
a lot of people's
yeah.
stronghold nav is deep enough where small things like that are considered. Like I get that you're like
Okay.
saying that it's like very minor, but we're at that minor level where we care about like super small things like this.
Yeah. So I would like. Yeah. So we'll maybe pull up Stronghold Trainer in a moment because like that's like an old throwback, but this will show us like actual like what you can say about like room type and direction heuristics, and we can just make sure that like we understand what those are. So yeah, so this no double room things, I would say it is an effect, but it's like the kind of effect where like what it's doing is it's telling you to backtrack a little bit earlier. It's not telling you like don't go down this path. It's telling you like maybe backtrack earlier, and really I'm not even sure that it's telling you that unless you're in like a situation where you're on a very linear branch that had some early duplicated rooms and you know that there's just one other branch in the strong off the five-way. Like because only then anyway. I would want actual statistics there, but it's tempting because it's a global effect, right? Like, and we're pretty starved for global effects. The only other global effects in the stronghold are things like your coordinates, so like your y height depends a little bit on the whole stronghold. So there's like a parity invariant associated there. Like I think if your floor height is odd, then you know that your stronghold is not taller than 53 blocks. Something like this is true. But like but it's fairly useless because it doesn't tell you about the parts of the stronghold like near the interesting stuff. It tells you more about this. Like I told you, 93% of strongholds just like barf all their rooms everywhere, and so most of the stronghold. Let's actually maybe quickly discuss this because this is a mistake that I've seen people make, like people in like Emerald or whatever, and like even like with preemptive. Like if you're just like down like really far away from the portal room, the stronghold looks like shit. Like it's already placed like a lot of its interesting rooms, and you just have like a bunch of corridors and left turns and right turns and rooms that didn't get expanded because they're depth 50, or rooms that didn't get expanded because they're rooms that didn't get expanded because they are 7 chunks away from the starter, or rooms that didn't get expanded because hey, this is we placed all the interesting rooms, so we're quitting with our generation. And so you can just sort of tell. Like when you're depth 50, the stronghold looks way different than the stronghold at like depth 2. So just like the distribution of rooms is just so different, and you see a lot of like rooms that didn't get expanded, or like where all 3 of their rooms didn't get expanded, and your instinct, I don't care what kind of spike you have, like you should get the hell out. I don't know.
Yeah,
Like,
this stronghold in particular though is a bit of a bad example because that is like generally adopted, but this is like spaghetti straight and spaghetti right. Like off starter, this is like what you're talking about. It's like these strongholds that just
well,
look horrendous.
I
Because
wish
actually, it's like
maybe
there's a
maybe
square here, and then it places some five ways, some like
yeah.
squares
Well,
here.
yeah. So it's like down below. That's more of the like. There's an unexpanded 5-way down there. And oh no, there's not. It's just a shitty 5-way.
Yeah, there are five ways that, yeah, like this is, oh no, it's an actual hidden. But sometimes it indicates a hidden and then doesn't actually place one. What do you think, like, why would that, what would
Well,
you expect the reason for that would be?
it's just that either it never attempted to place a room there because the stronghold finished generating. So
Yeah.
it's possible that it never attempted to place a room there because the stronghold is like, I have placed all 6 of my square rooms, all 1 of my portal room, all 2 of my libraries, all 5 of my prison halls, all 5 of my stairs, all 5 of my spiral stairs, all 4 of my 5-ways, all 4 of my chest corridors. Like it could be that just that happened, and so the stronghold never got around to choosing that room to expand. It also could be that, like, okay, like if you see some rooms are expanded but not that one, then it means that that room got blocked. Like you always expand all the children. So if in one direction you see children and the other direction you don't see children, it's because the stronghold couldn't find a piece to put there, and it couldn't even fit a small corridor there.
I wish I had the example or an example, but very rarely it can actually occur in starter as well. So it'll indicate a hidden and just not place a hidden.
Okay.
It happens enough
So
for it to be something where you have to tell it to people that it happens, kind of thing.
Okay, so I can think of one way that that could happen, which is that, say, off starter you place a corridor, like down mid you place a corridor, and then next piece to place is it just on all 5 attempts it tries to place a corridor. So like that's like 2/7 ish for each corridor. So you need to hit 5/7 in a row. 5 2/7 in a row. So it'd be like 16. God damn it. I don't know, 7 to the 4th? What the hell? 2,401. There we go. And so like that could happen. You could try and just pick a corridor like 5 times in a row, or it could be actually probably more likely is that like you're trying to place, no, if it's indicating a hidden, maybe a square room down mid can block stuff in the upper left sometimes, upper right sometimes. Maybe that's.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember one of them, but I just can't remember one.
Yeah, so maybe a square room down mid could block something in the upper right and make it like less likely to hit something like that. That's, but you know, it just does 5 tries, so it could be that just you just got unlucky. Like there's some room that, for example, for the no duplication rule, you can't place it, and you just hit the invalid rooms 5 times in a row. So like off starter, it's hard to do that, but there is at the very least this no duplication rule that would be in effect off starter.
Yeah.
But maybe also like a square room down mid could cause trouble. But I was saying something about backnav earlier with this no duplicated rules, which is like a real thing. Like this is like a very niche thing, but like and to the point where like we probably don't even have an example of it in this stronghold. But because square rooms are always like, yeah, but so the effect that I'm talking about is like if we're in a square room, like we're just in a square room, like we missed with our portal, and we are in a square room now, and we can't use the door trick. Like we hit the 2 out of 5 in the starter door, and we can't use the door trick. But we see like 2 right turns, like one to our north and one to our south. the point is that starter has to be in one of those two directions. So the reason why is that if starter weren't in one of those two directions, it always plays like opposite starter and then left then right, or maybe right then left if they messed up the transformation. So if we're in this situation and we have two rooms that are the same type, and like you can't have done that left then right or right then left thing.
Well, this is it, right? So that's a hallway and that's a hallway.
Yeah, so that's a hallway and that's a hallway. And so this does tell you a little bit about where starter is, because okay, if we're assuming it goes opposite and then left then right, which I'm not 100% sure of, like behind you, so like if you were wondering, like that way I think is ruled out as starter. So even if we didn't have that door, this way would be ruled out as being starter, because if you're coming out from that direction, it would have placed the room behind you. It would have, and then it would have placed the room to your left, and that would have been two corridors in a row. So that you can get like this. So this no doubling rooms thing can tell you where starter is in principle. Like this is like obviously, you know, like between all the different door rules and like all the different piece rules, this is a little bit overcooking, but like it is something that you could in principle tell at a glance, you know, like press F3 to know your orientation, and that tells you the place in order, even if it is not like left or right. And like stuff like, okay, these two opposite rooms are the same, starters down one of them. Like that's like something that you can tell at a glance. So like it is a practical thing. It's just a really niche thing.
Yeah, it sounds hard to implement.
Well, I think like this opposite rule is not that hard to implement. Like I think like there's other stuff here. Like there's something stronger than this that's possible to implement. And in part I care about this because it also works in Nether fortresses to a degree. But a lot of this discussion applies to Nether fortresses, but Nether fortresses have certain exceptions to this no doubling rule. Like Nether fortresses, you can't double bridges. Nether fortresses, you explicitly can double bridges. You explicitly can double like their small corridor piece in like the bad part, and you can explicitly double one more thing, which I've forgotten. I think the left and right turns in the bad part. I think you can double those, but I should pull up the code. But okay, but you know. But yeah, so it is a thing. So like in principle here, you could rule out a direction because you had two doubled rooms coming off that four-way. So like you have to know the order in which stuff generates, but because you have those two doubled rooms, some direction is ruled out because you know, it would have placed those two consecutive in time, which is no good. So yeah, so I think no doubling is like of limited use as a stronghold, as like a portal finding heuristic, but as a backnabbing heuristic, it is a thing. So, but I've not bothered to go through like saying like exactly like what I was gonna make you a world that had like all the pieces and like all their rotations, but I ran out of time. So
yeah, because I got a crazy deadline. It was super strict. I was like, Matthew, you need to do this. You no choice.
Well, I already made you wait a week, and like the other thing is that like I don't, as much as I enjoy this stuff, I am my students need to be graded, you know? They need to be told your proofs are bad. Yeah. This is more fun than grading, but if I spent like another day on it, then I would have some questions from students. Yeah. There are heuristics for some stuff to do with balconies and forts. We might get around to those. There's some fun stuff with that. But nothing amazing. I really like this fact. Like if you have two bridge parts in another fortress, and the y heights of the bridge parts differ by a non-multiple of 6. The staircases in Nether Fortresses always go up by 6 blocks in the good part. The good part staircases go up by 6 blocks, but the Nether Wart and the other staircases change your height by 8 and 7. One goes up and one goes down. So if you have 2 good parts of the fortress that differ by a non-multiple of 6, then one of them is a balcony part, and one of them is not. And not only that, but you can say with some confidence that the upper bridge part is usually the actual good part, like the good part that generated first and is much more likely to have a spawner, while the lower part is more likely to be the balcony part, with one exception really, which is that if they differ in height by 2, 5, or 8, then you should go to the lower one. It's just because to get an offset of 2, or 5 or 8, it's takes a really, +2 versus -2 takes a real strange setup. I said K for the probabilities or something. Yeah. Here's the probability distribution for that. While I'm yapping. So if you find 2 balcony parts, so I think these are the probabilities that if you find 2 balcony parts that differ by a non-multiple of 6, so the nada numbers are multiples of 6. So this doesn't apply. Then if they differ by 1, then with 47% probability in my sample, which was a fairly large sample, I think 10 million fortresses or something. With 47%, the upper part. Sorry, with 47% probability, you should go to the lower part. So it's like a 50-50 if they differ by 1. But if they differ by 2, then you should go to the lower bridge piece. If they differ by 3, then you should slightly prefer the upper piece. It's like a 60-40. If they differ by 5, then you should really prefer the upper piece. And then, sorry, if they differ by 4, you should really prefer the upper piece. I'm so sorry.
And we'll check it out when we get to the 4.
Yeah. Oh man. But yeah, so but there is this thing. There's this distribution. It's just hard to make certain offsets. So there's certain patterns of rooms that are way more common to get an offset of 2 versus -2. And so it means that when you differ by 2, 5, or 8, the non-balcony part is more likely to be the lower of the 2. And yeah. And 2 and 8 are the real ones in there. And then yeah, you definitely have to consider the chance of an overlapping second fort. This is definitely true. However, 93% of is 93% right? No, sorry, misremembering the probability. 90%. Around 90% of fortresses are what I call tall forts. So they have hitboxes higher than 22 blocks. And tall forts always have the lowest part of their bounding box at Y48. So usually that means the lowest floor in the bad part is Y53, I think. And then it's about how many staircases you have in the bad part. Anyway, but there's a distribution on Y heights of stuff in the fortress that is not uniform. If you press F3 in the good part of a fortress, you're usually gonna be at specifically the height of the lava room. So if you press F3 in the good part of the fortress at specifically the height of the lava room, you're usually going to be in this, like, you're usually going to be at Y 53, 60, 67, or 74. So with like one of those. Those are much more likely to be the Y height of the lava room than anything else. So like you could still kind of say stuff. But yeah, you definitely need to consider this second fort as a possibility. This is like absolutely true. So that's a good shout from chat. Anyway, I'm like now trying to like describe in words like some like fairly nasty stuff. Okay. So have I said everything about strongholds? So I think at this point I've explained how stronghold generation works. So expand rooms and don't expand rooms that are depth 50. Don't expand rooms that are more than 7 chunks away. Stop generating once either every room has been expanded or all the interesting pieces have been placed. Each time we try and expand a room, we do 5 attempts to choose a room to place there. Stuff can get in our way. But and then there's this stuff about the small quarter, when it can and can't generate, and what that lets us infer. The specific attempts, you can't match the last piece placed, and you know, and the rules for when you can't be placed is if just like there's force and laws things, and whether or not you intersect stuff, or this technical thing where you can't go too low. But that's so rare that it's not even worth mentioning. The Y height of the stronghold, I should mention. Strongholds, it's mostly, there's almost nothing that you can infer from the actual Y height of the stronghold, but they pre-generate, and then they measure how tall their bounding box is. And then once they measure how tall their bounding box is, they generate a random number, and then they move themselves down by that random number. But if their total height is bigger than 53, then they don't do that, and the bottom of their hitbox is always at Y2.
And because Kuraway mentions this for his surface exposed strongholds, so that's one of his things that he just loves. And people send him surface exposed strongholds and stuff because they check his seeds, and someone has, you know, some script or whatever to check. Oh yeah, your 121st stronghold on this seed that you just played has a surface exposed, and he always he says that it's a rule that the surface exposed strongholds always have a room at bedrock.
Yep. So that's correct. In particular, because of this parity and variant of the floors, you can know if you're in you can know for certain that you're not in a surface exposed. So like I could save Kuraway a bit of time. If you press F3 and you're not in a surface exposed stronghold, there should be an even or odd parity and variant, and one of those two will tell you, no, you're not in a surface exposed stronghold. So there you go. There's some year 3000 tech.
That's helpful
for you guys.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think something like
it is true that
believe in this like clean stone tech of wormholing, because with preemptive, to some extent you just have to trust the spike and just go that way to a certain extent.
Yeah.
I think
so
a really good idea is like if this was like the clean stone bricks, it would mean there's something back there. So if my spike is this way, because this is actually a really good example, my spike is straight, and for whatever reason I chose top right. If this was clean stone here, it would mean, hey, there's something over there, probably. Try wormhole.
So
you would wormhole into this.
So if there's clean stone there, it has to connect up to another piece. Like you will see another piece and its floor on the other end of the clean stone. There's some rooms where it won't look like that, I think. Like these small corridors always eat one into the outer wall, and some rooms eating one into the outer wall, you still see like a solid brick in there, I think. But if you see clean stone, you also get to step one block onto the floor of the room it's connecting to. Now, I agree that you probably should take this wormhole. So there's a question about when we should wormhole or not. And the idea is like, okay, we want to get to a part of the stronghold that was generated first. So when you're doing a clean stone wormhole, you always have that guarantee because the fact that there's clean stone there, like, tells you that, like, okay, that other room was there and present. That's why it generated clean stone here.
Yeah.
And so when you go through the clean stone, you're doing a few great things, right? Because your other option in that scenario is to, like, backtrack. So if you backtrack, you're seeing just stuff that you've seen before, and you know, and it's stuff that you know was, like, generated after the place where you could have gone that was new to you. So, like, wormholing is almost always a good idea when you know it's from, like, when, like, when you're pretty sure that you've checked everything on the branch you're on for sure, and you know that where you're wormholing to is older, was placed first compared to what you are in right now. But if you just have a spot where the stronghold failed to place something, this can still be meaningful, but you have to be able to tell the difference between, like, this maybe wasn't placed because there's a piece in the way, and this maybe wasn't placed because the small corridor conditions aren't met. Like, I know that there's a staircase over there. And yeah, like, so, but wormholing to an older part of the stronghold is almost always good. It's, like, my opinion. Like, you're just getting to a fresh part of the stronghold that was placed before the part of the stronghold that you're in, so it's more likely to have the portal room. It's just great all around. So, whereas, like, if you're doing a wormhole where you run through a cave for a bit, and then you find, like, another part of the stronghold, that is a much riskier thing to do. Especially, like, if it's, like, at a different Y height or something, so, like, you know it's down a few stairs, like, how to get over there. Like, you just went from, like, depth 3 to depth 23 or something. So, like, it's really dangerous to, like, fall to the bottom of a ravine and start exploring there. Like, that's stupid. Anyway. So, and then maybe just briefly, let's take a look at the room tier list in the Stronghold trainer mod, because people need a reminder of this. But it's not a big, yeah. I mean, obviously we have preemptive, but.
Well, the way that I look at preemptive, someone mentioned it.
It gives you a probability,
yeah.
It updates your prior on where the portal room is.
Right.
Okay, so now, yeah, so load basic, so /model load basic classifier, no backtracking. Yeah, we're not going to do any of the RNNs. So this is an ancient project that was done. So this is a neural net trained by GeoSquare. And this is just trying to answer the question of, like, I'm in a room in the stronghold. Here are the rooms. Here are, like, the room types that come off of my room. Which direction should I pick? So all this model knows is the room type that it's in, the room type that it came from, the room types that it's going to, and I think it also knows the depth. So it knows that we're depth 1 in the 5-way. So here, what it's telling you is that it can't. So a few interesting things are happening here. It knows with 100% probability, basically, that whatever that room is in the bottom right, not the portal room. So it's really confident that that thing is not the portal room. So is that a left turn that's just smacking into the other room?
Yeah, it's just going into the wall there.
Yeah. So this is one thing that this when we trained these, right? Because, okay, I just explained to you the stronghold generation algorithm, which we kind of knew in 2020. We didn't know about preemptive in 2020. So we were interested in, like, you know, here's all these things, like the no doubled rooms effect, the like these effects with like when rooms can be blocked by other stuff. Like what can you do? Like, does branchiness matter? Does does getting really far away from starter matter? Like, should you prefer longer paths or something? It's difficult to tell. So here the model is interesting because it's telling us that, okay, the chest corridor and the prison hall, upper left, bottom mid, about the same. So it doesn't have a strong preference here. The portal room can't be on the bottom right because that's a left turn and the top right has a room. So that left turn in the bottom right always rams directly into the thing that's coming off the top right. So there's like a few of these patterns like this that if you learn them, like you just know that like the portal room's never there. It does save you like a second or two. Like I actually watched some streamer, I forget who, but I watched someone fairly good like go into a left turn off a prison hall or something that like can never ever have the portal room because it always rams into the prison hall. Yeah. Like so like if you like really practice with this mod, you learn those patterns. There's not that many of them. But like I forget what it was.
I think people just get fatigued and then they just like just start checking.
Yeah. You have to. No, that's fair. What's in the top right? I'm curious. So here it can't tell the difference between bottom left and top right. It's got to be a left. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I think our old thinking was like that spiral's bad because it's just going to be fighting more with the stuff near to the starter.
Yeah, it doesn't give you
and
distance.
Then the other two things like get far away enough that like they're not going to really interfere with each other that much. Whereas this spiral on the right doesn't get that far away. Going down one staircase is not good enough to spare the portal room from hitting stuff above it. You need to go down 2 floors for the portal room to start fitting underneath other rooms. And even when it's coming off the top right like that, you might even, I don't know if it's because the 5-way goes up too, so it's even higher.
Yeah.
I don't know what the gap would be, but so.
No, Liam actually knows most of this. Liam is good.
Yeah, and so you can just start navving down to the stronghold. So the blue is what's correct, and the green is what's incorrect. And let's just like take a look at like what's here or not. I don't want to like rehash this because this mod is public. No, the blue is correct, and the green is what its preference is. So here it loses by like a 0.1%. So
it's saying those are like not good enough.
Yeah, I mean, it still says the upper right is 25%. Like it's still not. It's not very confident on this one at all because like all these rooms are like straight corridors. There's no branching. Like one thing that you're going to see about this spot, so like what we basically learned from this spot is like there's a few patterns where like if you see this pattern, the portal room is almost certainly not that way. Like we got to like run around a bit to like try and see them. But the other thing we learned is that there's like a vague room tier list, and the room tier list goes like, okay, S tier is like square rooms. The model like almost always wants to go to a square room. Like if it's got like a bunch of different options and one of them's the square room, it goes to the square room. And why does it go to the square room? Well, because the square room gives you 3 branches that you get to explore. You can explore those 3 branches faster. Yeah. And the branches are fairly separated. So square rooms are great. So like it loves square rooms. Like it'll tell you like go down a square. If you just go into every square room you see, I mean, okay, its favorite are portal rooms, but square rooms are its next favorite. 5 ways it also likes, but honestly, I forget if it prefers 5 ways or quarters. Like 5 ways, they're just more cramped. And they're not always 5 ways. Sometimes 5 ways are 1 ways, you know? I think it would prefer 5 ways more if we told it how many branches the 5 ways have. And then likewise, corridors can have 1 to 4 branches. So you'll see that it prefers like the standard corridors slightly more than the chest and the prison halls. And I think that's just because like the corridors can have branching. But when it's in a corridor, you'll see all else things being equal, it prefers mid in corridors. because they get you further away, and like the other exits from corridors are like too close to the room you just came from. They block a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff can't fit there.
Something I didn't ask is, how does a corridor decide whether or not it wants to have a left and a right turn? Is it just a roll?
It's a 50-50. Yeah.
Well, each side is a 50-50?
Each side's a 50-50. Yeah.
Okay.
And then so yeah, but you can fly around whatever. Just don't go too high depth, because again, I think this model gets depth as an input, and maybe it hasn't seen many high depth portal rooms in its training. Maybe you can go down the blue. It'll tell you probabilities there.
Yeah, because here I would prefer the prison hall, but the logic I could see is that this has like anything up has some potential consequences later in the stronghold. Like if we got double staircase, maybe that wouldn't be deep enough to put a portal room like underneath starter. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and kind of the effects of like stuff getting in the way of the portal room is, in my opinion, I mean, okay, this is now something where like I would really prefer if like I had just gotten back to like my old level of Stronghold now and like done 100 runs, which I haven't done yet. But like my memory of what my thinking was values a little bit less this idea of room for the portal room than other things, because the Stronghold doesn't like it generates like the Stronghold tends to just generate outward. It tends to just grow outward. And if you're growing outward, you tend to have room. Like you could have immediate local problems, but if you're going like in some direction to like avoid problems like 4 rooms down the line, you don't know what's like gonna happen. Like if you're avoiding like lower right because you're worried that like what if I have a right turn and then a right turn and I hit the trial staircase. You're like playing against a very specific scenario there. It's kind of just most of the Stronghold isn't there yet when the portal room generates. I mean, I could get actual statistics here. That would probably be more worthwhile. But like, so like and so what the model telling you is right now is like it can't really choose 0.38 versus 0.37. Those are both good enough. They get us far away enough. Whatever. Like even the prison hall, which is all this junk off to the left that tends to block like left turn into left turn or something. Like even it doesn't even care that much about this. Like it is so yeah. So but if you can kind of run around a bit, you can see like what effects like actually matter. You know, yeah. Well, there was no decisions to make along this path, so it wasn't very interesting. But yeah, you can go down the. So go down the blue, or yeah. Did it make a choice? Okay, so here it's got another choice. So here's something really interesting, actually. So here, it's wrong because like again, 25% is not nothing, but here it has a strong preference. So here it's telling you I really prefer going into a corridor than going into a turn off of 4-way. And this is like a general theme, is that actually it quite hates turns off of 4-ways. But it even prefers this. Yeah.
Like my interpretation here is it's trying to get away. Like this guarantees that we're totally getting away right now because
my interpretation here
of like
my interpretation here
as left as possible.
Yeah. I disagree. So first of all, the model doesn't have memory like that. So this particular model doesn't remember anything more than the room we just came from. So it remembers it like we just came out of whatever we just came out of, but it doesn't remember. So all it remembers is that we came out of a turn. So that's not going to be affecting it that much. Maybe it can infer like vaguely from what turn, like maybe it can guess a little bit about where the starter is. But I think it's just a matter of branchiness. I think that that corridor is weighted twice as much as the other two for the very simple reason that corridors have on average 2 exits and the others have on average 1 exit. Like there's a slight preference against the left turn or whatever, but like it prefers the branchier path. Like this model liking branching paths is like the number one thing that we learned from it. It loves branchiness over all else. Like, so this is like a deadly pattern. Oh, that's a small corridor behind you. And then the staircase it prefers here to the... Actually, I'm curious, like, what's behind that small corridor? Because if you've got a solid wall back there, right? Is a small corridor? Yeah, what's back there? What caused it to look like that? Oh, that's just a corridor. Oh, so specifically when small corridors are 3 long, they don't need to eat into a wall. That makes sense. Okay. Okay.
Are they the
and
same? So this is a corridor, because this is something, because I know like these are placed as a last resort, these like corridors.
I mean, so this is all like...
So there's corridor and small corridor, okay.
Yeah. So small corridor is this like default piece that's all smooth brick and just... Yeah. So like what this tells you is that you see it as a small corridor, you know that like behind this wall is some room that has the same floor height as you and is younger than you. So like whatever's on this other... So like this is like another thing is like depth is a little bit made up, right? So like this room here is depth 5 or whatever. So like we're going to start to be able to see portals soon. But even if like what's behind that wall is like depth 9 or something, it's still older than the part we're currently in. So it would be better to be there. So it's more likely that the portal room hadn't been placed yet when it got generating to whatever's behind that wall.
That's the thing
so
I
like
think of, is that this is placed later. This is placed earlier, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that makes... No, it doesn't necessarily make sense. But so with this wormhole, you have some
this
level
wormhole
of guarantee that you're going into a younger part of the stronghold. Or
older. Yeah. Place first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Placed earlier.
Yeah.
So
So
this would be
like
a really good wormhole.
Yes.
In a way.
And here it pays off. Yeah. So depth only matters for Forson's law in a sense. Like depth, there's just this rule in code. You can't put the portal room at low depth.
Yeah.
So that's why depth matters to us. But
more
important, really,
the age.
Right. Because like
implies age.
Like 95% of strongholds like have the portal room in one of the first 20 spots where the portal room could have been placed. More than that, actually. Sorry. Because of this no doubled room effect that makes it more likely. Like, so like a very high percentage of strongholds like have the portal room as like one of the first rooms placed past depth 6.
Yeah.
So you really want to be, and it is the case that like just the way that probability works is that one branch is going to tend to grow faster than the other branches. Like as you get branchier, it's more likely that the generation algorithm chooses a room on this branch, and so on, and it compounds. So you tend to get like one branch that like really gets big, and you know, and so you prefer to be on that branch and depth 10 than in this branch and depth 7. Like so it's
yeah,
like ultimately
if this mod had age or not, but I saw the other mod does have age.
Oh yeah, the other mod displays age, yes.
Yeah.
So that could be fun to show.
Yeah.
I don't know, and you could do /new stronghold if you want to just quickly look at a few more, but like I think we can move on shortly.
Yeah, like the preemptive thing.
Okay, this is interesting because this hates down mid.
Oh yeah, is it just a turn? Yeah, it's just a turn.
Yeah, so
that's a generally like respected rule as well. As if mid is a turn, then don't go there.
Yeah, turns are F tier on the tier list.
Yeah.
You
with preemptive, like obviously bottom left here is preferred. But like the idea of preemptive and the idea of any of these rules is what I try and get people to learn in general, is like preemptive is an addition onto classical stronghold nav where you have to imagine this number in your head and increase it if you have a spike that way. Or like this number is kind of low, but if you have a spike that way, then you imagine it's a lot higher, like 0.5 or 6 or something, right? Like, and this room would increase in number as well, whereas you would heavily disincentivize these. As I think that's much better of a way of thinking about Stronghold Nav and thinking about preemptive in general, is that you're not just like removing all previous Stronghold rules, you're adding it onto it, saying, well, because I have a spike this way, I really want to go this way, but it's still only down to probabilities, because it's very common in preemptive where you might have a spike right, and both of these ways die, so you end up going somewhere else.
I'm sorry, I couldn't get around to like writing a culling simulator, but like there's got to be something with like for example, like some of those culling rules are like based on where you are in the subchunk, and because you're always changing your heights by like 2 and 6 and whatnot, pressing F3 and like doing like chunk borders like here like tells you where the blue line is in the 5-way. This tells you facts about where the blue line can possibly be in future rooms. So like there's going to be tech like that. Like there's going to be like okay, I'm in starter, I'm not getting a spike. I'm on this Y level. If I'm not getting a spike for a blue line, then I'm more likely to be culled off of top right than bottom right. Something like this.
Right.
Like you something like that will exist. But it's the same kind of thing where like, you know, the fact that preemptive is not working also updates your probability distribution.
Yeah.
But we need like good culling simulation to do that, and I couldn't do that. So here it loves 4 ways. So that's a thing we know. 2 turns, so take the stairs. It's gonna, yep. It's not so much the effect that I was referring to was.
What even is this? Oh, this is a right turn. Wow. Prefers the chest.
So it really prefers the chest over the right turn there.
It wants to go this way. I don't know.
Anyway, but like you know, so there's a few things and like a few like common. Whoa, 0.1% down mid. Is that a turn? So the 0.1% down mid has to be a turn that like
clashing with the square
hits the square room. So it knows that because there's a square room in the upper right, it must take it must need to like be able to find the left turn to get immediately out of there or something. And then even then after you find that left turn, like you still need to like do something to get yourself out of that jam. So like but because it's 0.1, it does mean that it should be possible. Like this model, I think, is well trained enough for like the 0.1% differences to technically matter.
What about square rooms with a dead direction? So this happens. How does that happen?
Yeah. How does that happen? Well, what this means is that the stronghold could not find a room to fit off that direction, and it also couldn't place a small corridor off that direction. So there's a difference between like one dead direction and like all dead directions. Like if there's all dead directions, you're maybe like at depth 50 or something. Like
it happens.
But if there's just one
frequently,
if there's just one dead direction, the other reason why you could have a square room with like all 3 dead directions is if you've placed all the interesting rooms. So you're in this like 93% case where like the stronghold just grows and grows and grows until it places all the interesting rooms, and then so that square room just never got expanded because the stronghold got to placing all the interesting stuff, and then it's done.
So you don't think there's any like if this was something, you wouldn't make anything of it? There wouldn't be any ideas.
Well, if I saw a square room like this, if I saw a square room like this early, with like a wall like that, I would just conclude that like there's something like it's more likely than it's again, it's possible, but somewhat rare. That you could hit that doubling rule 5 times in a row and fail to find a piece to place there. But more likely is that there's something behind there that's blocking us, and whatever it is is either like 5 blocks away or something, or or has a different floor height than us, because otherwise we would have seen a small corridor.
Yeah.
So basically, in practice, what I think I used to do is I would just update my idea of like, okay, whatever the branches over there was actually placed earlier. So when earlier we had like that 50-50 between the two places where one saw it saw it 38 and the other side it saw it 37. If I then had to go back to starter and make a choice like that, I would try and remember, hey, I saw that the branch I was just on got blocked by something there. So I kind of know that thing was placed earlier. So let's go there. Yeah.
So maybe.
Okay. So, yeah. And so with the Wizard, yeah, loves the 5-way, but it doesn't love the 5-way that much more than the corridor. I don't think it knows about that.
Yeah.
So it probably would really prefer the 5-way if it saw this.
Yeah.
If it knew that. But
Turn.
You should still read into that some amount, I think, because while it did prefer the 5-way, it actually didn't prefer the 5-way to that incredible of a degree. I don't know. Like, it was sort of
yeah.
It was like
5-ways
are not. Yeah. I mean, and you're a little bit wrong to prefer this way, because 10% is a difference, and especially because it wasn't branching. So you should, in principle, prefer the 5-way there. But, you know, 5-ways are not always 5-way branching. They are, you know, on average, it's 50-50 for all 4 of the exits. So
they
like,
feel very unreliable in practice. 5-ways, like a late 5-way compared to an early 5-way, are completely different rooms.
Yeah.
Like, this is not late at all. This is pretty early. It's definitely early enough to consider it, but because there's something about, like this. These 2 ways are dead, and these 2 ways are dead. Well, I guess they're not dead, but there's a feeling of this room going that way. This 5-way only has a straight that's considerable to me. To me, the top left 2 are kind of dead because of this room I thought was going right. I guess it's not. But that's how I was like perceiving the Stronghold, is that these 2 sides were battling with the left. These are 2 battling with this. And beelining rule, which you've said isn't a thing, but maybe it is. But beelining, you would want to go here because it's going away from. You're getting more branchy the further you get away. So this would be, now we're somewhere like very uncompetitive. Like, and you can see that. Like, this part of the Stronghold is completely uncompetitive with anything else.
I mean, okay, like beelining, I don't want to say that beelining is not a thing. Like I kind of feel like if you take like 2 left turns, you're kind of dumb. like it's sort of hard. But it's like different from like, yeah. But like with 2 branches that are battling like that, just sometimes one of them wins the battle. Like sometimes just one of them grows and grows. Like one. Like it's, you sometimes don't get the situation where like you have 2 branches and like they're like both are like equal size. Sometimes like when you go down like those battling things, sometimes like one just like, oh well, I killed that one off and now it's done and now there's nothing competing for my space. Like, so it's definitely a thing. It's definitely a thing. Like it's definitely bad to take 2 left turns in a row. It's not all these things are probabilistic, but yeah. So I think this is it for strongholds. We maybe should briefly talk about fortresses.
I want to see that other mod though, because that other mod is cool. So let me get that up.
Yeah. Okay. I do like stuff like this where like I don't know. My experience in academia makes me want like an MCSR seminar where you get a speaker and they're just like,
that's the point of this.
We're gonna learn everything we know about, some stupid part of the game.
Yeah.
And then
no, that's what the point of the stream was.
Yeah. And then oh yeah, there's back nav for mine shafts.
Oh yeah, this.
The mod isn't quite working for you.
Is it not? Is it meant to have the names rather than the classes?
Yeah, it's because it's obfuscated.
Yeah. I did have to change some mods, so that could explain it.
Yeah. By the way, if the shapes are too much, you can press. You can open the pie chart because I'm stupid and bad. Don't ask why that turns it off. But yeah, so this just shows this just shows like the same information where like this would tell you the piece names. Hey, you know what? Actually, I can show on I have the working version. This is probably easy. Sorry, I'm running Minecraft in an IDE. Nope, take a moment. Oh, I'm running the build action instead of run client. I'm stupid. Because I had to build you the mod. Okay. So gotta wait. Okay, here we go. And I guess this would also be a good way to like talk about fortresses too, because the Vizard mod I think has some trouble with fortresses that we can try.
Yeah, I want to make sure that we've like totally crossed off as much as we can of strongholds.
Yeah.
Because otherwise it'll be. Because I want to be the section 1 strongholds, section 2 fortresses to some extent.
Yeah. Oh, I gotta relog. I'm so stupid.
Yeah.
This mod was not meant to see the light of day.
I just unloaded and then reloaded. Oh, they're meant to have colors as well. Damn. It's a shame.
Yeah. Oh my god, these fucking mine shafts. Okay. So this is just so this displays the name of the room. It tells you which direction it's oriented. It tells you the depth is this first number, and the second number is the age. So this is the 17th room placed when the stronghold
temporarily
was made. Yeah, 17th temporarily. So we can go back to starter.
Like actual seeds as well versus Stronghold Trainer, which could not do that. I think, right?
No, Stronghold Trainer has a feature where you can enter in your seed, and even like there's like whole like. Yeah, there's a whole like UI for it that's actually really beautiful. You can like enter in your own seed, and then it gives you like a little screen, and you can click on what stronghold you want. Yeah, that was F#7 who wrote that in. We were really the Stronghold Trainer stuff was like only ever like 95% done because preemptive sort of came out on the tail end of all this machine learning stuff. I kind of think there's still like some unexplored ground around there. Like we never really got like a good neural network at backtracking. Like if you load like those RNNs or whatever, they can try and backtrack, but you'll see they're kind of stupid.
Yeah.
Although they are pretty impressive sometimes.
there's a tool being made right now that uses a data pack and like feeds stuff to a file, and then it's basically an end game trainer. So it's partial. It's mostly for Zero, but it's got a Stronghold thing that's getting developed. I'll actually send you the screenshot, so it'll make more sense rather than just trying to.
So here, by the way, we
describe
can
it.
see that I was wrong about my left and right thing. So I gotta reread the code, or there's a bug.
Do you want to get that picture up? You put it on stream so I don't have to. So it's actually like mapping out the stronghold, and the idea is that you can F3C to indicate where you got your preemptive spike. So it's like it's meant to be like the next step of stronghold trainer in a way of stronghold trainer,
Yeah.
but including preemptive.
Yeah, I mean that's really nice. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I mean that's really nice. Yeah, I kind of feel like I don't know. I'm bullish on culling being like understandable. I really want to do that, or someone else to do that. That would be
Yeah,
preferable.
there's a lot of culling
retired.
documents and like tidbits and videos and stuff. People are definitely
Yeah,
interested in culling.
Okay, so by the way, here we can see already, it's good that we load up this one because it tells you that my left and right thing was wrong. Like maybe I was even misremembering. So here we have a west-facing five-way, and this does the square room on the top right first before it does these two.
Yeah.
I think it does do like right then left. Like I think it does do like one side and then the other side. I don't know if it's right then left or positive then. Well, it's not positive then negative, which is good, actually. But yeah, you can see this portal room's only room 17. There were not many rooms placed of depth high enough. So this is depth 0. The portal room is depth 6. 6 is the smallest it can be. When like yeah.
That's including.
So yeah, I don't know.
Including 0.
So like 0, right. So your five ways 1,
Yeah.
2, 3, 4, 5, and now this it shows up at the first depth it could have been.
Right.
Libraries also have Forson's Law, but it's 1 fewer.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Am I showing anything specific with this? But just like, okay, here's why I was sort of discouraging you, because like you were talking about some of this stuff in Feinberg's chat, and I was kind of like, I'm not sure if that's a thing.
Yeah,
like
it
kind
was
of because
just like what wasn't understood is how the order of rooms are placed. Because I think that's what like makes and breaks the idea of double room meaning anything.
Yeah, I mean double room again. It's definitely for back nav, but like here, you know, like if this were a double room, right? Like, I don't know. Like if I see a double room and like this room is room 8, is it really going to make that much of a difference if this is room like 9 or room 10? You know, that doesn't matter so much. Like once you're even a little bit into the stronghold, like straight off starter, like I'm looking down mid and I see 2 chest corridors, and I look down the left and I see like chest corridor and a normal corridor. I might prefer down left, like all else things being equal, just because I know that like whatever this thing
it was placed in one room earlier, potentially, or even multiple rooms.
Yeah, and like yeah, and like off the starter that can matter. Off the starter that can matter. Okay. So are we done?
Yeah, it is that like age is the real signal. Depth implies some
Yes.
level of age, but depth is not a concept for like it's not
Yeah.
it's not a very relevant concept. It's that depth is giving you information on the age of the stronghold.
Yeah, precisely. Like the ideal order to explore the stronghold would be like if you could teleport around room to room. The ideal order to explore the stronghold would be like, okay, first room of appropriate depth that was placed. Second room of appropriate depth that was placed. Third room of appropriate depth. I mean, okay, there's some question about like if you're like turned around and then it's something like pointing towards you. But like for the most part, that's what you would want to do. And and so if you've got a depth 6 room and you've got another depth 6 room and like another depth 6 room, but like one of those depth 6 rooms was expanded like twice and you got depth 7, depth 8, those are preferable to explore than the ones that are like the other ones. So like age is definitely the more relevant mechanic. Depth matters for Forson's Law, because which again is explicitly coded in.
But then doesn't.
I did want to show something. Yeah, exactly. I did want to show one other thing, which is that there's a very weird. There was something that really confused me about small corridors somewhere, and maybe I can't find an example of this. Oh, okay. There's this very weird situation that can occur, and it's fairly common, where like two turns like face into each other, and one of the small corridors kind of overwrites the other, and it just looks all weird as hell. But it's because
I
like
might know what you mean. Yeah, you get like really strange like rooms where you don't know what's going on.
Yeah, and so it turns out that like it's just one thing that's going on. It's just like you have two small quarters that are actually occupying the same space, and you only see some of the blocks from one of them and some of the ones from the other. But I'm not finding it. Oh, maybe here.
Right.
This is kind of what I was talking about.
Pillars.
And so what's happening here is that this is a small corridor going this way from this right turn. Yeah, it's a good call. Oh, I did all my. Okay. Yeah, thank. So, yeah. By the way, because this is to do with opening the pie chart, and like this is how I've done rendering from like since like forever. Like I'm just jacking into the rendering code that does the pie chart. So maybe Stronghold Trainer is not a good thing to practice preemptive on, because I don't really trust myself to have jacked into the pie chart in a preemptive safe way.
Right. Well, also, like I would expect that all of the wireframes and everything would interfere with the numbers as well. The unspecified would probably go up a lot, I would imagine.
Yeah. Anyway, so what's going on here is that there's a small corridor this way and there's a small corridor this way, and they look kind of weird when they're like which one takes precedence. But like that's all that's happening here. Like there's nothing like too special going on. And again, it's kind of because small corridors are the only room in the stronghold that can overlap other rooms. So when you have two small corridors pointing into another, they're weird.
Yeah, like a perfect overlap. Because it can overlap other rooms like portal rooms and spiral and stuff if the floor is the same. But that's not the kind of overlap that you're describing.
Yeah. I mean, even so small rooms like, portal rooms never have that hole in the side. That's always like the small room overlapping by one, and like anyway. But yeah. So that's what's going on there.
So
that's maybe
for age are depth, small corridors. Because a small corridor implies that the room behind it is placed earlier, right?
Yeah. There's a small even just like a room not being placed is like a signal for like maybe you have a different floor height behind there. It's less of a sure signal than like the small corridors, because like maybe it didn't get placed there for some other reason, but yeah.
So the straight at a 5-way and a 4-way square room is placed first, but does that matter at all? Because I don't think it matters, right? Because once all of the rooms are placed at a square room or a 5-way, they're all up for grabs, and it's chosen.
Yeah, like if you have the blindness effect
randomly, because it chooses the room, and then the room has roles. So like a hallway has a role where, hey, the first room has to be placed middle, but then we can check the left and right afterwards.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, was that a question for me?
It's just like, is that like, that's how it works, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, this is a 4-way.
Oh yeah.
What other age signals are there? Yeah, so I guess the library thing, like if you have a short library, there's something older above you. like the only way that you have a short library.
Wait, could
the only way you have a
short library? That would work, right?
You could dig up a short library, yes. I mean, libraries are fairly big that like maybe
that sounds cool.
But like okay, the door. Yeah. That's kind of fun. By the way, just because I won't shut up about this 4-way, you in principle know starter from this 4-way.
Really?
Yeah. So it turns out that this 4-way was placed coming from this direction. And the reason why we know that is that I think yeah. So we can't have placed it coming from this direction because that would have placed 2 corridors in a row. We can't have placed it coming from this direction because that would have placed 2 corridors in a row. And I think you can rule out, and it depends a little bit on directionality. So I'm not 100% here, but I think you can rule out this direction because I think it would have placed this one and this one in this case.
The part I don't get is how you're deducing what the order is placed in, because you just don't know without a start, right? Would you have to like? How do you approach the decision-making process?
Okay, so we're doing like a proof by contradiction. So suppose for sake of contradiction that like this, this is the way in from starter. So like starter's this way. I mean, obviously starter's not that way, but if we suppose it is, then how could this have gotten placed? Well, it had to place this corridor opposite us first. Then it has to place these other 2 corridors. But those are both corridors. So that would violate the no doubling rule. Can't do. So this is not the direction to starter. Likewise, over here, same thing. Because there's 2 opposing rooms of the same type, this cannot be the direction back to starter. Because if this were the direction back to starter, the stronghold generation algorithm would have placed a corridor and then a corridor.
Right.
Which dies.
So 2 hallways
so
the same side, well, the same access. Obviously cannot be placed in a row.
Yeah. So it's going to depend on the orientation of the square room, but like and it always like starts with the one opposite starter, but like once you know the direction, it is just directional. Like so it's always the same order for like all east facing square rooms. So we should maybe find a west facing square room because that would be the other case, right? And so if we find a west facing square room, north. Well, the square rooms, remember, once you pick a piece to expand, it always adds all the children of that piece at once. This is why the no doubled room, maybe while it's not so useful for like age, besides like a very minor thing, it is a thing for backnav because you're placing all 3 of those in once. So it's like the only situation where you can look at 2 rooms and know that like, okay, that room was placed, then that one was placed.
Yeah. Also, there's a square room with a dead end off starter.
Yeah, so it's a square room with a dead end, and that's probably just this being older than it. No.
No, 'cause
Okay,
it's
so
off
that's
starter.
probably
The square room is off starter there.
yeah. Okay. So okay, but by the way, look at this. Look at this, right? This is room number 113. Like no one would turn back from that, right? Like you're only like 8 rooms deep or so. Okay. Like this is this is room 80 already. There's
Yeah.
no way that it's a portal room if you know that that's a room 80. So like if you could tell that you're in room 80, like it's really good to know that. It's just hard to say if you actually can know that. But okay, I don't know why this failed to generate. Let's see. So we came out of 5 way.
This is placed.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree.
It's like placed immediate. Well, I guess it's just. Was it chosen late? Yeah. Well, it was chosen a little late. See, the corridor north is the 8th room.
Yeah.
So it was placed a little late. So I guess it just tried to go
and there's
that way and just
there's this
lost.
prison. When was this prison hall placed?
Well, what number do we expect it to be? So 8 is the corridor north. So we expect it to be 9 or 10. What is the
Well, that's not a
if you
prison
go to
hall.
the
That's
square room
2 right
again,
turns.
and then the room behind you, which is spiral east, and that is room number 9. So we expected the dead end to be either 9 or 10. So
Yeah.
what did it fight with? It was something before 9
so
or
it could
10.
have it could only really fight with this corridor.
But it's
Because
very
over here
low.
this corridor is so it must have been the no doubling, honestly. Like this is corridor, that's weight 40.
Well, so what happens is it tried to place a room on the left, it chose spiral, and then said, oh wait, I can't place a spiral. Is that how it goes?
No. So it tries to place a room on the left, it does 5 attempts here.
5
and if
attempts
none of the 5
what?
attempts work,
It
goes into the
rooms?
list. Yeah, so there's this big weighted list of all the rooms. So there's like a total weight of 140. And it goes into this list, and it might try and place. So here are things that can go wrong here. It could try and select a library. That's weight 10. Libraries can't spawn at depth 4.
Yeah.
So it would fail if it selects a library. So that's
so it
depth.
can actually
so
choose
that's
library there, even though it can't.
yes.
Okay.
It can choose portal room here. That is weight 20. It can choose, and now over here this is corridor. It can choose corridor. That's weight 40. So you have a total weight of 70 for rooms that can't get placed here. And not only do you have a total weight of 70 for rooms that can't get placed here, but maybe I don't see any room like not being able to fit here. So my guess is like that 70 is like all there is. So because this thing was a corridor, my guess is that this was supposed to be room number 9. But if it was supposed to be room number 10, then spiral staircase instead of corridor is forbidden. And that's like, spiral staircase is really low weight. It's like weight 5. So this is weight 70 out of 145 to get selected here. So now it's going to do 5 attempts to put something here. And so you need to hit essentially a 50-50 5 times in a row. So it's 1 in 32 that it doesn't find anything here. But then if you hit that 1 in 32, you get this wall. And nothing happens. And then, maybe... I think a 5-way would fit. Because like 5-way is just like 2 off to the left.
Yeah.
Like
I was thinking maybe like a left pushed 5-way. Because there's left 5-ways and right 5-ways.
Yeah. So it fails 5 times in a row, and then it tries to place a small corridor, but there's nothing over here generated at that time, so it doesn't even place a small corridor. And so there's just nothing over here. So like the absence of the small corridor is like a small indicator that like this thing failed for the 1 in 32 reason, and not the. But I think it's just that 1 in 32 failing. I would like to.
This does happen a lot, honestly. Like not like a great amount, but it is pretty common where off star you'll have a 4-way that just looks kind of dead, and the interpretations are mixed.
Well,
but like one of the interpretations is like, this feels strange because why is there a dead 4-way here?
let's take a look real quick and let's see if so square room. We choose. By the way, the portal room is the only one with a non-random entrance. Oh, and the starter staircase doesn't have an entrance, but we knew this.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just goes method 14874 to place the first one, 14870 to place the next one, 14873 to place the next one. Yeah.
What was I just thinking? Were you saying Stronghold Trainer does have an age thing or no?
The bot there does not know age. If that's
does
what you
the
mean.
mod
Like it doesn't
have the on display?
It doesn't display age. I think, although there's a command called like door labels that might show that. I forget what door labels does.
Because otherwise, like, this mod is really interesting. Because if we can come up with some way of having some feeling of age, it would be really good, right? Like,
yeah. But yeah, I mean, I think we just got unlucky here. I mean, I can just think, because like it's not the depth, it's not the chunk distance, it's not that we're out of pieces to place. There's no way we could have used up any of the pieces by this point. It's not that.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Yeah. So it's.
I mean, the
so yeah, it must.
Like I told you about 5-ways. Like starter 5-way can have a dead direction, and late 5-ways also have dead directions, but they're interpreted differently in the community for sure. Like a dead direction at or dead hidden is what I should have been saying. At starter is like, what the fuck? Whereas a dead direction, a dead hidden late is like, yeah, expected kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, okay. So there's always this chance that you try and place the portal room or library like 5 times in a row off starter, and that's a weight 30 out of 140.
Oh, right.
So
you can choose the same piece multiple times in the list?
Yep. Wow. It just picks a random number from like 0 to the total weight, and then it just goes to that index in the list, basically, more or less.
Right.
And so you can roll something that like tries to place a portal room 5 times in a row,
and then it
and so weight 30 out of 140. You know, it's rare that you'd miss that like 5 times in a row, but like on top of like this potential for like a corridor, like a 1 in 32 is not nothing. Like if you place a corridor down mid, then there's a 1 in 32 that you have a dead hidden room for like the next one. So it's that's maybe enough to explain your impression of it being a lot. I mean, it is kind of unlucky that we see a 1 in 32 here if it really is a 1 in 32-ish, but like
the way that I think I would previously.
But my guess is
that there must be something blocking that, but clearly there's just nothing blocking that.
Right, there's nothing blocking this here. I still think that's unlucky. I think usually you should infer that there's something, at least like partially blocking it. Like it doesn't take that much to push this. I mean, like you could kind of tell, like maybe this is overcooking a little bit, but you enter in here and you see there's a corridor over there. So now this becomes a 1 in 32. Whereas if this was like a stair, stairs have weight 5. So because stairs have weight 5, now instead of like 70 out of 145, you have 35 out of 145, which is a lot harder to miss, a lot harder to hit 5 times in a row. So like the fact that there's a corridor here makes me more confident in my code analysis, you know. So like given that there's a blocked door here, like corridor is like the most likely room to expect there, because like the worst room to exclude. because it has the highest weight. It's a weight of 40.
Mm-hmm.
And then yeah, 5 ways towards the end. My guess is that like when the stronghold is trying to place all its shit, right? Like it's supposed to place 2 libraries, 6 square rooms, 5 prison halls, 5 stairs, 5 spiral staircases, 5 ways, 4 5 ways. I guess again there's this discrepancy about the starter, and 4 chest corridors. Like it's supposed to place all that shit. And like some of those are easier to place. Like it's easier to find room for prison halls than 4 ways, I guess. And some of those had bigger numbers, right? So you got to place 6 square rooms. You got to place 5 ways. So like out in like the terrible like depth 50 part of the stronghold, you're gonna see a lot of random 5 ways, just because like that's what it's left to do. Like it placed all 4 chest corridors already. It's happy, but it's just got to get through hitting all 6 square rooms.
Yeah.
Yeah. So again, square rooms. Let's maybe reject this left to right thing. Let's maybe say that I'm trolling on the left to right thing, and let's look at what the actual numbers are here. So like, this is an east square room, and it placed this one opposite. Yeah. So we came from here. It's east facing. So it placed east, then it placed north, then it placed south. So now we want to find a west square room, because once we find a west square room, let's find 2 in like opposing directions, because that'll tell us how Mojang messed up the rotations. Okay, great. Here's a south-facing square room, and the south-facing square room. Oh, we can't tell off of that one because it's the stupid one. God damn it.
You know how, like, what I suspect here, you know how you can't infer a direction to starter looking at halls, prison halls and chests, because they can be either on the left side or the right side of the wall?
Yes.
I assume maybe rooms are placed that way as well. Like, maybe invisibly, square rooms have a left or right bias as well. Maybe.
Right. It would be like, it would usually be towards the positive side. We'll actually get to that in the Nether fortresses. Like, I did not know this fact, but like the stairs in the outside part of the Nether fortresses always point positive, which is crazy.
Yeah, what is this one? So, oh, is that the same one?
That one. Yeah, I think it was the same one. But we just want to find 2 that are like in opposite directions, because like kind of the way that they do it, once we find that are 2 that are in opposite directions, we will we can be pretty confident anyway. Because it's just about whether they got left versus right correct, or whether they got positive versus negative correct. Let's find a new stronghold. Yeah, the blocks per room is generated by the decorator seed in that chunk. So that's not even something which I didn't even mention.
So it seems like there's no benefit to, if we knew the order in a 5-way. So we know in a 5-way that straight always is tried first, and then whether it's like top left or top right or bottom left or bottom right, you don't know off the top of your head. But it doesn't seem like important information necessarily, regardless, right? Like, if we find out that top left is generated before bottom left, it just doesn't seem like it could be.
Okay. With the sole exception that you would then know what room type is generated last. And so, like, if now you know, like, okay, chest corridor is generated last, and down mid you can see, okay, the next room after the thing down mid is a chest corridor. You would then know that is not the next room ground. So I don't think that's a very meaningful thing, but that would matter. Like in principle, like the perfect runner knows that. But the perfect runner knows that, and then they're like, I will only explore 19 rooms instead of 20 on this triple zombie spawner stronghold. Like,
People are getting there, man. Don't count them out.
Yeah. So okay, so here we have a west-facing square room, and the west-facing square room went north, so that's on our right. So north and right first was what was first. And now what about an east-facing square room? So can I spot a square room that looks like it's facing east? Probably should go to the east side of the stronghold. No, don't do it. Okay, the east-facing part of the stronghold kind of died everywhere. I still can't believe, like, my number one takeaway from today, like reading through all this code again and like trying to remember like all this stuff we did, like the library thing is crazy to me. I don't know how I didn't know the library thing, but like, like I just thought it was like a 50-50.
It's like, wow, it's so interesting. I could have told
But
you
like,
it's not 50-50 because like it's just never placed, but for some reason they seem more common in old strongholds. Now I've been told that there's not really much in the way of stronghold gen changing. I know for 113 they got their shit together and finally like the ocean stops dying in oceans. That's where like the monolithic ocean exposed strongholds came from, is in 113. So there must have been some change that they made. But it feels like small libraries generate a lot more like pre-113. It feels that way. But I can't think of any reason why that would be the case.
I'd have to read the code.
Because like 1.8, you're familiar with the 1.8 trading route?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like they get small strongholds like nobody's business. Like sure, they're seeing more strongholds than other players by far. Like because their route is based around libraries. But still, it seems like they get them a lot, especially like, I mean, an AA runner goes to libraries every single run, and it's pretty rare that you get the small libraries in that.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they changed it. Because like I'll tell you, like when I read the Stronghold code last, like really read it, that was when I was like finding 12 eyes for when I found the first 12 eyes. So maybe it places the negative direction first. Let's see if we can disprove that. So I've now checked a west and a north facing square room. We're looking for other square rooms. This stronghold may have exhausted its use to us. Yeah, the small corridors have to be 1 to 3 blocks long, and they need to touch a hitbox of something else in the stronghold, and they need to match floor height. Player 33. Oh, east. New direction just dropped. Yeah, we can step through gem, but that's just a different mod. We can also look at the numbers. Okay, so this is an east-facing room, and this one placed the negative direction first. So I think I said earlier the west one also placed the negative direction first. So
and this would be
by the way, let me mention something else. Yeah. It's just what was I gonna say? By the way, there's definitely something with where you are within a chunk. I'm not sure how useful it is. We're going to talk about this in the fort section.
Yeah.
But you definitely can. This, by the way, is a 4-way that was like never expanded, almost certainly. Like it was the 160th room placed. The stronghold was like, I placed all my rooms, never got expanded. So like you see this and you're like, get the hell out, because like you saw this. Anyway. Oh, more four-ways? North? I think I checked north already. Is this also north? Okay, this stronghold's probably exhausted its use. Sorry, this is so boring.
I have this command. It's a good way to just flick through strongholds in the same siege. So you don't have to recreate all the time. Well, I can learn nothing from that guy. Nothing from that guy, because that guy never got expanded. Here's a guy who got expanded. This one faces north. Indeed, it made the -1 first. This one also places north, and it will have made the -1 first. Yep, because 116 versus 117. Let's take your magic command. Hmm. Oh, got it. I should probably just you just like loaded and unloaded chunks. Okay. Yeah, I flew
Thank
away,
God for the
though.
pie chart feature. What brilliant design from me. Oh my God.
Isn't
Okay,
this
west.
how hiddens exist in
Yeah,
5 ways as well? As facing negative is the only way that hiddens can be apparent.
yeah. Mojang messes up in several spots, like the difference between left and right and north and south. So there's things like chest corridors always have the chest on like positive or the negative side. I forget which one. Same thing with like prison halls, where like prison halls, the prison is always directionally biased. And we're going to see a particularly egregious example with fortresses, which maybe I'll go to in a moment. Okay, this looks like it's just. So this one was 87. That's negative. So I think this is just always placing the negative room first. So this is a west one, and this places the -1 first. And then this is an east one. And this one placed the negative face. No, sorry. Yeah, this one placed the negative facing one first.
Yeah.
Because it placed. Okay. So does that let us conclude? So what that tells you is that if I have 3 rooms of the same type coming off a square way, if I have a square room with 3 rooms of the same type, and I guess it's going to depend on like whether the unpaired corridor points positive or negative. Oh my God. But if the unpaired room points negative. No, the unpaired room literally can't. Oh man, so it's useless, right? So if the unpaired room, yeah, it's useless. God damn it. Okay. So that you can't conclude anything when you have 3 rooms versus it would let you conclude something if you have just 2 rooms, but they're not opposite each other. So if you have 2 duplicate rooms coming up a square room, but they aren't opposite each other, then you can still conclude something. Because the one opposite what you would have gotten placed first, and then if it's negative facing, then if the other one's negative facing, then you lose. So it would rule out some directions, but I don't want to think about that right now. Like that's niche though, right? Like we can already do it like with the great trick.
I feel like I don't see the great trick talked about because like it is interesting that it works in chest corridors. Like you can look at these greats and and that's not hard to do at a glance. And like it just makes it so that your back nav trick works on 3/5 of doors instead of 2/5 of doors.
So
it really
if that
does
was
work
pushed
on
back, it would be going away.
other way. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, that's known, but definitely not like communicated. It's
Yeah.
not something people talk about.
Yeah.
But because that's tech for not for chests, but for 4 ways that is used. The flush flush bars, but it's not talked about for chests or prison halls.
It's a thing for literally every room.
Yeah.
Like this is a thing for like because each room is only in charge of placing its entrance, and its entrance has to be inside its hitbox. So if you can look at the room and understand what its hitbox is, then you can understand where its entrance is because it's the only doorway that's in its hitbox.
Yeah.
So if you're in the 3/5 of the time when like you had an entrance place, I guess if you're in the 1/5 of the time where you have a grate, that door has to be in your hitbox. And so the point is that because it's here and not one over, this is the entrance. Like rooms can't, you can't place a door not in your hitbox. So like, and here, if this corridor it's 7 long, like if this were a grate, you would know, okay, that's a grate in my hitbox. That's the way back to starter. Like this prison hall right here, this is the way back to starter because you can tell, right? Like over here we have a gap of 2 away from the door, and over here we have a gap of 1. So that's the way back to starter.
Each room is responsible for its entrance.
Yes.
But and not its exits, because its exits are handled by the next room, which are where its entrance is. Yeah.
Correct. And so here with this left turn, we know this left turn because if it were going this way, it would have a door here. But we know from this grate, because this grate is like flush with the turn in a sense. Because this grate is flush with the turn, that's the entrance. So that's in the hitbox. So like this rule, I kind of feel like it helps a lot, honestly. But yeah. So the only So with back nav rules, let's just recap that. Stairs and this particular 5-way and 5 ways. So this particular square room, stairs and 5 ways have easy back nav rules because they're just chiral rooms. There's just only one direction to go.
It's the side which you can tell the ladder is because the ladder can
like
be on the
second
left
closest
or the right.
too. Right, but the ladder is always
it's not the closest
that's another
direction,
thing
but the second closest, because I have that in my XCC Stronghold video. I don't know if you've seen that. It'd probably entertain you.
Oh, is that the one that has the title "Please Don't Judge Me, Matthew Bolan"?
No, that's ancient. That's 2020. That's like super 2020.
Oh, is that Seth
as
Bling?
well.
That's Seth Bling. Okay.
Oh, it's either Seth Bling or Tfue.
I think I would have watched the Seth Bling video, but not the Tfue video.
Would you watch an XCC video?
No.
I see people mention that in Java Code and everything. They're like, this video's got XCC in it, but it's still got good information. Yeah. Like, they have to make a disclaimer, like, whoa, just because it has XCC in it doesn't mean that it's a bad video, so just trust the process.
Yeah. So the ladder can be here or it can be here. So it's this way. It's also always the direction, like, opposite the chest. So like this chest.
And
this chest is close to this wall.
Opposite corner of the ladder.
Yeah. So I think that's it for chiral rooms. And then there's this door trick and the great trick, which will just work in every room, with maybe very specific cases with corridors where like you can't tell. So like you see how there's this grate here, right? Like there's this grate here, and you can imagine it like we also had this grate What am I
Yeah,
looking at?
because
Sorry.
these, what are you calling them? Corridors, because I was calling them passages or hallways, but they're called corridors. So corridors are a bit wide. They're a bit chunky because they have their
Yeah.
left and right turns have a bit of a chunk.
Yeah.
Lead.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say there's like so one thing that I want to mention that's like a pretty common pattern that I actually see people get wrong. So like if you have like a I don't know, but if you have like a corridor and you have a right turn and you have something to the right here, um, the thing to the right here is usually preferable. I mean, here I'm saying, yeah. So if you have like if this was a right turn and this is like a thing to the right here, they got placed at the same time and like sort of in this direction. I mean, okay, there could be a lot of there could maybe if like you know that there's like a lot of stuff over here that was already that like you just came from, so you know it's older.
Well, the right,
Maybe
the way
anyway.
on the right, not the right turn, but the way on the right has more room to do stuff as well.
Yeah, it's kind of just winning the race. Like
Yeah.
these two are in competition for this space, and this one's like out a few more blocks. And anyway, but it's something that like the machine learning likes.
Yeah.
Um,
It's
not
more
by like
just
a huge
thing of,
margin, but like that's an effect.
turns
Yeah.
just suck in general. It's like the easier rule.
Yeah. But I feel like there's like a non-turn version of that. Like I don't know. But yeah.
Right.
But yeah,
So,
the
are
one
we
thing that
missing any other age signals at all? We thought about four ways.
yeah, I mean, there just is this stuff about like inferring that like if you see blocked stuff, you can kind of like make a mental note that like the thing like physically locate like you don't even necessarily need to dig there. But when you're next exploring and like you're asking your brain RNG like where should I go next? Maybe go to the spot where you now have like knowledge that like I was pretty early in the stronghold and yet something got blocked in that vague area. So maybe that direction won the race here. Like you can this is maybe true. But
Because being able to pick up on it would just, like, it's a winner.
yeah. Yeah. I wonder if you could
it's
pick up
that,
on
like,
this being
because I think the more important thing with age is that we're redescribing how everything actually works. Like, depth is something that's understood, but not for the reason that it should be understood for. And branchiness is understood, but not for the reason that branchiness should be understood for. Like, the reason why depth is good is because it implies age, and the reason that branchiness is good because it is more likely to be chosen when a room is going to be placed, which in itself implies some level of age. Like at a four-way, if a four-way is chosen, that's 3 rooms that are placed sooner than somewhere else.
right. And now like you have 3 branches like off that whole branch of the stronghold because like you're going to be exploring that branch of the stronghold first. Like you're going to be when like you exhaust one of the directions off this square room, you're going to go to the next direction off the square room.
Yeah, it's important for everything to be redefined like this so that proper analyses are made on like, because people, I don't know if you've seen people analyze strongholds. I mean, you were there for like when Fine was like checking the blue line on that bottle room and that one seed. But people will analyze one stronghold for a good like 20 minutes trying to understand like how they could have done it differently. So having this like having age recentered or just centered, like you consider it not new tech because you knew about it, but no one else picked up on it. So I consider it new tech for the community just because no one picked up on it back then. But having it part of the central like idea of nav is important.
Yeah. So like I think that's right. I might yeah.
Because like something that people get really confused about is like, what? I had a 14 room Portal Worm, like this makes no sense. Like I
Yeah.
must be the unluckiest player. But there's the other way of looking at it is, well, it's 14 rooms because nothing else was placed.
Oh my
and
god,
age
a
of it.
depth
Oh,
51 portal room.
51.
Hold on,
Let's
hold on,
go.
hold on. Hold on. Hold on, hold on. Oh, I gotta open Blizzard.
This is important.
I forgot that we started that running off the start. Hold on.
Because you said 50
Wait, 51.
was the latest.
Yeah,
so I guess,
I might have it off by 1 error or something.
yeah.
Or maybe it's just that like this is like you can't expand something at depth 51, but you can at depth 50. We can check that code while we're booting up. Let's check this. I think if they just say L greater than 50. Yeah, if L greater than 50, we return null. So if you try and expand something that's at depth greater than 50, you return null. But if you expand something at depth exactly 50, you would actually go ahead and do all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So 51 is the max depth.
Yeah.
Okay. Super flat, customize. And so I actually expect to see we expect to see like, okay, 50 is like very unlucky, so we expect to see like a lot of like, okay, let me try and guess what this is gonna look like. It's gonna look like some big floor under a top floor. Like the top floor is gonna die to libraries, and then there's gonna be some big floor under there. That's my guess. Okay, so should I just rip it? So that's gen time, let's do 50. Gen start. Oh, here we go.
Whoa.
Oh my god. Oh, it makes sense it's very linear.
Wow.
Holy shit.
So just everything is dying? Like every turn is just turning in on itself. I think that's what I'm seeing. Because see, it's like
yeah, it's
some of
just
the things are breaking
extremely
out and just
linear.
dying instantly.
It's just extremely linear. Like we had
Mid is
like we
double
had
left
the classic
turn.
left turn into left turn death, and now we've got one branch. This guy died,
Yeah,
this
is
guy
perfect.
died.
This is how you would create a stronghold to demonstrate what a theoretical 51 portal room would be. So yeah, if just everything died
No,
on
it makes
itself,
sense.
then it would happen. And this is just exactly what it is.
Here is a short library. So our oh, is it? No, it's not even short. It's not even short.
Yeah,
It's low enough. It's low enough. I just assumed because it was under, but I'm stupid.
Right.
No.
So, can you send me the seed? And do you have the coordinates for it, or is this like a technical seed and not a real one? Is this like first
I mean,
stronghold?
like this is like in Blizzard. To find this like in an actual stronghold, I'd need to find a seed that spawns with this.
Yeah, it'd be the like population or whatever the number.
Yeah, I need to get like this to be the Carver seed in the appropriate chunk.
Yeah.
Which also this might be a 7 chunk. Like maybe this 4-way can't expand this far because it'd be 7 chunks. Let's see if we can't. Like I don't get why. I don't get why there's not a piece there. Oh no, I think it is 7 chunks. Look at that. Like so this is chunk because it's not quite 7 chunks. It's actually like if like the minimum coordinate of the starter is more than 112 blocks away from like the relevant coordinate on the door. So like here that's 2, 2. And so is this more than 112 blocks away? No way, right? Not quite. Oh no. That's 114. The Z coordinate is the relevant one. So this is maybe the 7 chunk limit in action. All right. Well, yeah. So I could find.
Spike. Whoa. Oh wait, is preemptive bugs in this version? It is. Okay, awesome. Luckily.
Well, also like this stronghold is like completely client side. Like if you're doing it in this mod, like
this
you can right click.
Portal room doesn't even give a Oh, I can like put a spawner there. Oh, it's big
Yeah, but I'm
enough.
not even sure.
Yeah, it's big
Yeah,
enough.
yeah. I mean, it's client side. This is like the rendering's client side. But I'm just this mod is really messed up. This mod was made, like I said, like I helped this cracked magnet guy find the first 12 eyes on Bedrock Edition. Actually, that's a very interesting problem. 12 eyes on Bedrock Edition don't exist in a sense. Well, okay, they exist, but like the portal room does a certain number of calls to the random number generator, and because there's so few seeds on the particular version of Bedrock that we were doing, if like there's just the portal room in the chunk, you never get a 12 eye. So what we had to do is we had to figure out like a very specific combination of rooms, that if this combination of rooms is earlier in the chunk than the portal room, and then it offsets the RNG by an appropriate amount and gives you a 12 eye. And then we had to look for seeds there, and they are cracked magnet. Like really impressed me because I can't use Ghidra at all.
I'm getting a spike. I'm trying this far. I'm getting a spike.
You're getting a spike?
Yeah, this is a stronghold I get, and then the opponent home portals and gets a different stronghold.
Oh my god.
Is this like? Is there any level of like? I'm gonna wormhole this, like other than just remembering, like maybe a goldfish memory.
Yeah, I mean,
You'd be like,
when
you
I
know
was
what?
doing
Fuck
this
it.
stuff, I mean, like, you know, I'm not that good of a runner anyway, and it was 2020, so take this with a grain of salt. I mean, on the other hand, I do think I was better than Nav than anyone in 2020, and that's with worse movement than people. Like, I don't know.
You've always
Like,
loved
I
movement as
remember.
part of Stronghold Nav. Like you had the Feinberg timer in there, because it's just something that like no one else thinks about. Is it maybe because of set seed experience you've like thought about Stronghold like movement more than others?
Well, people do all this cool movement. Like people do that cool block placement in 5 ways. People do that cool block placement in spiral staircases, or at least they used to on like the set seed. Like um and like in particular, I didn't want people. I put that timer into the mod because I didn't want people like really overcooking this. Like you're stupid if you're thinking about any of this stuff while like standing still.
Yeah.
Like you gotta just like a volume of rooms explored matters a lot more than picking the perfect room.
This is insane
Like
to me. This one section here is completely. This is unbelievable. So
yeah, I mean
right turn, and then it's a full. Well, do I have two staircases? No, I have a second staircase here. I guess that's where it starts being normal again. But the correct way is left here. But it's going back into this. But because there's been two staircases, it's fine. No, there's
well,
just
I
no
don't
way
know
a
if because
follower
of
could
no 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 no
generate
no no.
here.
Yeah, no, that would not be fine because there hasn't been two staircases relative to that floor yet. But it's the portal room's still down a few more staircases,
Yeah, there's
and like
a,
that,
there's a
the fact that that's under, the fact that that thing is where you just were was like underneath the staircases could mean that like it would block some portal attempts, which is like kind of what you need. Like you need this kind of crazy linear stronghold, and you also need like portal rooms getting blocked in a few locations because it is a really high weight room. Like it's nuts to. Yeah. Um,
Because I remember you had a screenshot of a really far portal room, but I don't remember how far it was, and I didn't find the.
I mean, I probably would have. This is not very sophisticated code that I've just run. Like my old stronghold seed running code would have been way faster. Like, so like there's screenshots on my Twitter of like height 74 strongholds or something, which is more than this code found me in a few minutes. So I was doing something right. I just this code is little better than just jacking into stronghold gen.
Yeah, what is the 7?
The what?
The floor. It goes from 43 to 7. It's just unbelievable.
It so the stronghold will the how do I put this? The stronghold just tries again if it doesn't make a portal room. Like it literally like does a bunch of trials. It can miss. It can just fail to generate a portal room. Like you can have only one branch off starter and then it turns into a library. And then the game just tries again. There's like an extra effect that sometimes matters. So there's something really weird. I wish I had the other mod here. But in fortresses, you can get rooms that are more than 7 chunks away. And like the game thinks they're placed there, but the way that okay, so it's one thing to like generate the structure. So like you generate the structure and then like all the chunks get told, okay, chunk, you have a 5-way facing this way inside you. Right? Like I don't know. But like when I'm generating this chunk, this chunk like needs to figure out like are there any stronghold pieces I'm supposed to place? And it says it looks around itself like in the large radius. I think it's like 7 chunks. And if it finds a stronghold start, then it generates that then it checks like, okay, stronghold, do you have any pieces that I'm in charge of? And then it places. And so sometimes you can have rooms that the generator thinks are placed, but are not actually placed. I kind of wonder if you might be able to not get a portal room spawn because of that. It's a thing in nether fortresses. Like nether fortresses can have a room that is supposed to spawn, but does not. But I don't know if that happens in Stronghold, and I don't know if it can happen with the portal room.
Some of these blocks are real. The ones that starter are ghosts, but these ones are real. It's very strange.
Oh, you know what? I wonder if he jacked it. There's like various methods used for placing blocks. I wonder if he jacked into the ones. Like there's just different like things internally, and maybe he has a bug that places only one of them guys. Like forgot to change the server side one for one of them. Okay, let's go to forts, right? I think we've exhausted strongholds.
Yeah, let me run. There'll probably be more things, but
if people are asking about like corrupted 12 eyes, yeah. So like this 12 eye intersects 2. I should be a little bit careful because maybe it's offset by 8 in this version. But there's 16 by 16 regions anyway. They're either chunks or like offset by 8. Probably offset by 8, honestly. And each of those regions that intersects a portal, each of them that intersects a portal room. So like here we have like an intersection of 4 of them, like here, I think. So like there would be one over here and one over here. They each intersect this portal room. And each of them generate the entire portal room. And then they only place the one that they're in charge of. They only chase the parts that like actually is inside them, if that makes sense. But they do the whole generation. So like for 12 eyes, you have one region over here that generates the whole portal room in memory. And it's like, okay, I'm a 12 eye. I better light my portal. And then the other one does the same thing, but like it's probably not a 12 eye here. And then so one of them is in charge of like placing all the blocks here, and the other's in charge of placing all the blocks here. And if you have a border down the middle, you get portals on one side but not the other. Yeah. Let's go to the nether, right, K4?
yeah.
Okay. So I think this mod is like a good thing to like look at the nether with. Oh no! This is the wrong mod. This is the wrong mod. This is actually. Oh! Wait. Oh, let's quickly check. I remember this mug being buggy for non-strongholds, but let's try quickly this Fortress Madness preset and see if like we're in the Nether, like we are in the Nether waste biome here.
So, is there a fortress? There is a fortress. Slash gen step. Hey! Oh yeah. So that's like, yeah. So what that is that like these so like I said, I can quickly explain this. So decoration is done then. If that happens in this version, then decoration in this version is done on this offset by 8 chunk grid. So to actually like place decorations like stronghold pieces or vegetation, stuff like that, you need to have an 8 by 8. You need to have all 2 chunks around the decoration region loaded. And what that means is that the order in which the decoration regions themselves place their stuff depends on the order in which like the 2 by 2 around the decoration regions were loaded. So like if the first 2 by 2 you loaded was this 2 by 2, then you generate this decoration region first. Then if this was the first 2 by 2 you loaded. So this can make it like, so what direction you approach this from changes this. And in particular, like for any like location, there's I guess there's 24 ways that you could or load the 4 decoration regions around something. I don't know. So okay, so this is starter. It's at 11:11. That's great.
What?
What?
It's a lava room.
Yeah. Lava room has, let me pull up the weights actually.
Isn't it like, it's not super high, I don't think.
Okay,
it's
so
relatively
here
low.
are the weights. So we know, okay, so the Nether Fortress, unlike the Stronghold, has 2 lists of pieces. There's bridge pieces and there's corridor pieces. So among the bridge pieces, you have a weight 30 on bridge, a weight 10 on bridge crossing. Here, let me show. You have a weight 30 on bridge, a weight 10 on bridge crossing, a weight 10 on bridge small crossing, a weight 10 on the bridge stairs, and then 5 each on the blaze spawners and the corridor exits. You get to have 4 bridge crossings. So the bridge crossings are the big ones, the ones with the big hitbox. The small crossings are the ones that are like enclosed. They have like the little arches around them, and you get 4 of those as well. So 4 each of both the crossings, and then you get the stairs. And then the platform. And so all the bridge pieces have as children, they pick from this list. So all the bridge pieces pick from this list. And then all the bad part pick from the corridor list. And corridor is the same thing. There's a small corridor. There's a corridor crossing, which is weight 15, and so on. Right turns, left turns are 5 and 5. These right turns and left turns are misnames. One of them is a positive turn and the other one's a negative turn. So one of them always turns positive and the other always turns negative. Corridors have weight 10, balconies have weight 7, and the netherwart room has weight 5. Okay. And balconies, here's how balcony children work. Balconies just have a 1 in 8 chance of choosing their next piece from the bridge pieces as compared to the corridor pieces. So every exit off a balcony, 1 in 8 chance that you go to another good part, or at least the generator tries to. In practice, the probability is way lower because reasons.
And is that intended?
Yeah, 100%. It's right in the code.
It's just like, it just decides that it feels like placing the wrong stuff there.
Yeah, yeah. So right here, this call to method 14812, you pass this boolean, which is whether you're a corridor or a good part. And so if random.nextInt 8 is greater than 0, give us more corridors. Otherwise, give us bridges.
So that's completely intended. But in practice, the bridge pieces are bigger. They kind of get so a lot of them just can't spawn. That's kind of so it's actually kind of annoying because blaze spawners are kind of the smallest one. So it's very easy for well, like when there is a balcony part, it really likes being just a single blaze spawner.
Yeah.
Because it's the only thing that'll fit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So here is a turn. And so what I was talking about earlier. So Mojang messes these up completely. There's not like a left and a right version of this. And because they mess up directions, this is always towards positive. So, yeah, just so like this is a thing. Like, so if you come out here, you're in positive, and conversely, like if you're pretty high up, you want to go down a staircase. Actually, there's better ways to tell if you want to go down a staircase than just if you're high up. Like certain Y levels, you're much more likely to need to go down a staircase to find a blaze spawner than others. It's like, yeah, but
if you were at a high part of a fort, you wanted to go downstairs, would you try and go negative? Is that
like
how...
all else being equal, yes.
Yeah, like you have a bunch of hallways and you've looked at all of them, and now you have no guess on which way to go. You would want to go negative to try and go down.
Yeah. So I'll quickly say that forts definitely have some crazy tech. Like there's definitely there's like some year 3000 strats with because so this thing's at 1111, right? And but it's not like a chunk wide. It's 19 wide, and the other one is these guys are like 7. And all the pieces in the outer parts are like 7. So it kind of does leak a ton of information that like this guy is at 11.8, and so you can kind of tell because this is 11.8 if you're trying to go back to the starter four way. You can know from this 11.8 that like there's certain room patterns that are likely to get you back to starter. And so like 11.8 is a really common one because you're on 11, you want to hold 11, you want to keep the easiest thing is to just keep the 11 coordinate, but there's other like patterns that would preserve 11. And you want to keep the 11, and from the 8 you can actually read off that you should head positive Z from the fact it's 8.
Yeah.
And so like there is
same with 14.
Yeah. So 14 would be going the other way. And like there's like tons of stuff like this. So there's definitely like something you can say here. Like Xer Solver has done some work on this actually. I think Xer like basically says if you're at one of these 5 coordinates, you should try and take these paths negative and these paths positive.
Right.
And these types of rooms are good to cross in a positive direction, and this type of room is good to cross in a negative direction. And like you sort of have an idea that like 8 is close to 11, and like 14 is close to 11, and like 5 is kind of close to 8. So like it's good to cross. So like I think like if you're at 5, it's good to cross the smaller pieces. Anyway, so I won't go ahead and like I'll stop shy of like saying the actual rules, but there is tech there. Right. So let's maybe watch this. Let's watch it kind of slowly. But it's a lot of the same thing that's copied from the Stronghold. There's a few important differences, I'd say. I guess you have this mod, so you can look at forts.
Mm-hmm.
Look at how small these.
Oh, I think it was just coincidence.
No. Okay, so quick comment. Another thing you can do to, I'm sure everyone knows this, but this is clearly the starter because it would have placed one of these like bridge ends here.
I believe it
If
to be
this,
false. You can
okay.
find the flat.
Yeah, okay,
thing
okay,
where this
okay,
is.
okay, okay, okay. There's a similar thing with like 7 chunks being out.
Yeah, like that one.
So if you're
You're
7
above
chunks,
one. Yeah.
this is a bridge.
Right.
But this is a bridge, and this got blocked by this guy.
Mm-hmm.
I think like these guys are. I should measure how large they are, but so like there's similar rules, and like I think this guy is like 7 chunks out.
Mm-hmm.
So okay, okay. So let me instead state the converse. If this has hair, it is not the starter.
Yeah.
Um.
So maybe I'll say the current like understanding is to go downstairs as much as you can.
Yep.
To find one of your coordinates to be 11 is usually a good indicator if you're in the right place. Where if neither are 11, then you should feel a little uncertain about your current location.
Yeah. And so you can take that one step further. Like you could say like, okay, if one of them is whatever the number is, then I can be, like
if you're running on 14, then
if you're running on
you're
14, then
one. Or if you're running on 8,
Yeah.
you're off by 1. If you're running on 5 or is it
yeah,
2
be
or
a little
1?
bit careful. Well, like you can. There's also this thing where like you can turn on these, right? So like here,
Yeah.
here I'm if like here I'm at 5. If I so you change by 19 if you go to like a parallel bridge. So like I'm here on this bridge, and then I go to a parallel bridge, and now I've changed by 3. And so that took me from 5 to 8.
Yeah.
And then but and then here so there is like there's an annoying fact, which is that 19 plus 19 plus 19 plus 7 should be a multiple of 16, which is really annoying. like there's 2 very small relationships. There's also like half that because of the turns.
It should probably feel strange though. Like if you're in that situation, the fortress will probably appear as strange. Right?
You could just tell. There's like 2 very common patterns. There's like because like it is possible to have 11/11s that are not starter. That's very possible. But usually when you have one of those and you know it's not starter, then you can like look at the fort and see like, okay, that's one of the 2 patterns that preserves my chunk coordinates, and then you can go back to starter. That's definitely a thing. But yeah, there's this. Yeah, it's just this annoying fact that like 19 plus 19 plus 19 plus 7 is 64. So, and then there's also like a turned version of that where you go 19 where like you travel like from like the center of one of these guys to it's not where you go from like this guy. So here I'm at 8 to the center of this guy. Here I'm also at 8, right? So or was that a different coordinate? Sorry. I forgot the numbers. I'm so sorry. I should have. So Z is 8 here. Yeah, Z is 8 here. So this is really annoying. This is really, really annoying. That like if I go from this parallel path here, so I'm running there in. No. This is fine. But the problem is that this was also 3. That's the problem. So like earlier we had like an offset that was 3, which is like this is like from 3 to 3, from like 11 to 8. So that changing by 3, and then this was also 3, from like 8 here to 11 here. So there's like there's like a few. Anyway, there's not so many ways you can change your cut. Anyway, there is tech here. So like you can do better than like running along 11 is good. You can now say that like, okay, if I'm running along 14, here are ways to get to parallel bridges that would make me closer in a certain sense to 11 versus further in a certain sense from 11. Like so this is possible. But I will refrain from like announcing any like specifics. So it's the same deal as a stronghold. One thing that's different about forts. So one thing that is different about forts compared to strongholds is did I just leak my stuff? It's probably fine. What am I thinking about? I was thinking about nether fortresses. For nether fortresses, I would like the nether fortress generator code. For nether fortress generator, I would like to scroll up and see the fields. Okay. So what was I saying? Yeah, so this bridge, so the no two of the same type of piece in a row thing, it has exceptions for nether fortresses. So bridge pieces, so this is just like the straight bridge, no crossing, these can generate twice in a row in nether fortresses. And then small corridors and corridor stairs, these also can generate twice in a row. That's what this Boolean at the end is. All the others can't generate twice in a row. And I think, again, it's like I've like similar opinions on this compared to the stronghold. Where like it doesn't matter that much, but like in principle, there's some backnav stuff you can do. And I think it kind of explains why sometimes you see like a lot of these like small crossings next to a blaze spawner. Like there's like a vague reason why you should expect to see that kind of pattern, because sometimes there's not room for any of the big pieces, and the doubled pieces means that blaze spawners, which are usually like a kind of lower weight piece compared to the others, like as opposed to the portal rooms, blaze spawners are just like 5 and 70 or something. So it's a less, you know.
So it's similar where if it chooses one of those, well, 4 ways, square rooms, what would you call them?
A small crossing.
Small crossing.
I kind of.
The decorated
I mean,
one
I have
with the like, yeah. What would you call those? Those two.
I would call these small crossings, but maybe a better word would be covered crossings, which might be what the wiki calls them.
Yeah. So if it chooses that, does it try and generate all 3 extra directions?
Yep. Yeah. So same thing as strongholds, where like when it picks a crossing, picks a small crossing, it tries and generate all the exits.
What about wormhole potential? So see that is dead there. If you go to the double small crossing, the double one behind you, yeah. Would you ever consider a wormhole down there? Well, straight through there, I mean. So, yeah, that way.
Yeah, I mean
from there to there.
I mean, yes, in principle, this thing was placed first.
Yeah.
Like, so.
But that's possible, right? Because nothing generated there. Yeah. It should at least generate the hair. You called it hair. It should do something, right?
Yeah. Because in particular, it did this. It did this, and it didn't do anything over here. So like the fact that it did this means that it's not like, okay, the fort ran out of interesting stuff to do.
It just couldn't place it.
Yeah.
So that is a potential wormhole, right? Because if that wasn't a staircase over there, it would have placed something, right? It would have placed something at all. So that is a wormhole. Yeah.
There's maybe, honestly, there's maybe potential with like, if this is like built in, this is like all netherrack.
Yeah, that's what I'm imagining.
Like you have a gold pick or something.
Yeah, that's exactly
like the one thing is, the really annoying thing though is that these bridge ends don't clear the air above them. But maybe
you can just mine 1 block.
Yeah. And it might even be like possible to tell anyway.
Well, it's not even gold pick because you can just pearl or
Yeah.
crawl as well. So mine through the wall, throw a pearl and crawl, and then you would wormhole to there.
Yeah. Yeah, there's potential there. I mean, yeah. Especially like if you have preemptive like telling you, oh, it's in this direction.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like it's plausible. It's plausible. It's a specific thing, but it is a thing. You can.
I mean, have you seen fort meltdowns where people are like running around the hallways with just no direction at all? Like things like wormholing would be crazy. I don't think there's such thing as wormholing in forts at the moment. Like other than wormholing in the sense of mining through a wall to get somewhere that was undiscovered.
Yeah. So okay. So what else do I want to talk about? So in strongholds, I made a bit of a deal out of like whether or not the stronghold is like, very tall. And part of the reason for this is that with fortresses, the situation is flipped. So if a fortress has a hitbox that's taller than 22 blocks, and now I don't obviously this fortress like has all this crap down here. This isn't part of the hitbox. This is like generated after. It's not like part of the rooms. There's a distinction between like the actual rooms of the fortress and then like the pillars that it generates under it. But if the fort is taller than 22 blocks, like for its total hitbox, so from like the tallest spot on this I think this blaze spawner, these are actually not part of the hitbox of the blaze spawner, but like up here, this is 73. And the bottom level of the hitbox down here is actually at it's the bottom part of like this bridge end, which is at 48. So this is a tall fort. And actually 90% of fortresses are taller than 22 blocks. And often you can kind of tell, and it's easy to nav the forts that are shorter. So when you're in a tall fort, there's not randomness to the height at all. In this 90% case, it's always going to put the bottom part of its hitbox at Y48. And usually, this bottom part of the hitbox is a bridge end coming off of the bottom part of the bridge. There are other cases, so there's like lower probability stuff. So it's a bit messy. So usually, though, the bottom floor in your bridge corridor is 53. And if your bottom floor corridor in your bridge is 53, then whenever you go up the staircase, it adds 60. It adds 7. It adds 7. So now we're at 60. And balcony part, go away from this. Now we're at 67. And so up here, I'm at 67. So like by pressing F3 on this thing, I know, okay, I'm at Y67. Most likely the bad part has 2 staircases. And if I'm up here and I'm at 73, I know that 73 is, the funny number. It's so good. Shut up. No. I appreciate 66.7. I understand it. I understand why it's funny.
You appreciate it. This is the only way
I had to do a lot of thinking about it. Like I didn't understand it at first, but now that I've really thought about it in depth, I understand why it's funny.
It does take a lot of thinking. It is a very intellectual, cognitive joke.
Yeah. Okay. So what is you have the 6-7 rule, right? So I'm at 73.
Okay.
That's 6 away from 6-7. So because 73 is 6 away from 6-7, you want to go down a staircase.
And if you're
You
12
don't
away
have to
from
call it
6,
that.
7, you want to go down 2 staircases. But yeah, so anyway, but like there's more complicated patterns because you have like a netherwart room in here, which changes your height by 8, but it takes you like down, and like there's like other rooms that you could be resting upon. But the upshot is that certain Y heights are way more likely, and certain Y heights are so much more likely if you're up like if you're up one stair in the good part. So like if you're at 73, it is actually pretty overwhelmingly likely that you are up one stair in the good part. And so you should try a little bit harder to go down a stair than if you were up at even like 74. Because if you were up at 74 is 6, 7 plus 7. So that just means you had an extra stair in the bad part, most likely. So
You said 90%.
So 90% are in this. So like this is all predicated on the fortress not being taller than 22 blocks. Like, so it's not hard for the fortress to get to 22 blocks in height, but there is this distinction. And when you are not in this case, so when you're in the small fort case, what it does is it puts your Y height of the lowest part of the hitbox at some random height, such that the entire like hitbox of the fort is between 48 and 70. So like the top part of the fort has to be less than 70, and the bottom part of the fort has to be greater than 48, greater than or equal to, like this kind of thing. So like actually, if you see that, like, well, I'll show the hitbox in a moment, but like you can tell from like, I'm already up above 70, right? Like, so, like, anyway. But we shouldn't say, like obviously this is like a very niche thing. Like you're never gonna be able to, but yeah, there's just a huge difference between the fort being at 74 and 73 for how much you want to go down a staircase. So I made a spreadsheet actually. Let me stop sharing briefly because there's some spreadsheets that I wouldn't want to show stream. But unless stream wants to know how my taxes are going.
You're not using the scam American tax. What is it?
Oh, I'm Canadian.
Oh, you get to dodge that
then. Well, actually, in principle, I should pay American tax as well. We'll find out when I get arrested. Never mind, though. Never mind. Okay, I don't have the spreadsheet. Sad. Wait. Maybe I have the code that generated the spreadsheet. Y height heuristics. That sounds good. We're printing out an array called conditional probabilities that is full of something that's called must-use stairs over observed Y heights. That sounds great. Let's generate 1 million fortresses and see what numbers this spits out. Okay.
So the 90%, can you just say that again? 90% of forts, whatever.
90% of forts are taller than 22 blocks, and so have their lowest Y of their hitbox at 48.
Mm-hmm.
So like,
but that doesn't make too many promises about the rest. It just asserts that the bottom is 48. So from there,
right,
there are common Y levels, and you're saying 6, 7 is one of the more common Y levels.
Yes. So what tends to influence the height is how many staircases, and so what influences the height is what room you're resting on, which usually I think I computed it's actually quite a lot, but we can check this. Usually you're resting on one of these bridge end pieces, and if you're resting on one of these bridge end pieces, then your lowest floor is at 53. And now if you're up just these normal staircases,
each of those change your height by 7. So if you're on a bridge part and it's at height 53, 60, 67, 74, this kind of thing, that is most commonly reached with you're just upstairs from that lower part in the bad part. Like that's why you'd see those sorts of Y levels. And then the other things that can influence height are the nether warp rooms, which take you down 8 blocks. So these take you from, I'm on here. So like I'm up at 68 here, and I'm coming from 60, right? And so 60 is like one of these heights where like there's no stairs. So I know that there's probably, like if I'm going down to the lowest part, I probably most got to 60 here by taking 2 of the height 7 stairs. But these nether warp rooms are height 8, and they go the other direction. And then the stairs in the outer part are height 6. So the point is that, so you have -8, you have +7, and you have +6. And there just aren't many ways of adding those up to get the same number. So usually by looking at your Y height, if you make the reasonable guess that, okay, I mean, in this case, you know for sure, because you're at height 73. So that already means that, like, you're too high. You would be below Y70. Like, even like these blocks would be below Y70 if you're in the small case, I think. So like you're fairly high up, so it's a tall fortress, so you're in that 90% case. And how did you get to the 73? The most plausible explanation is it's 48. It's 53 plus 7 plus 7 plus 6. And let's take a look. Okay, so let's get this in a spreadsheet. And again, let us not leak my research. Okay. Okay. So I wish I had printed data labels. What am I doing? Okay, let's give that conditional formatting. Okay, so now green are, so these are probabilities that so let me make sure that I understand what this code is printing. This code is printing the probabilities that you must use stairs in the bad part to get to starter. So we're just somewhere in the fort. We're trying to get back to starter. Do we need to use stairs? Is this a useful question to answer? I don't know, but it's in principle answerable, like with some probability from just the Y height. So I equals 0 looks like it corresponds to the Y height. Okay, but the Y height is the min Y of a random bridge crossing. I understand. So I choose a random bridge crossing. I get its minimum Y. I subtract that from 48. And in principle, you could be resting on a bridge crossing. So that's why we had this sort of spike. So
Have
we can
you
also
got
look
it
at like
now?
the relative. I do. Let me.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay. Sorry. Let's. Okay. And now let's 48, 49. Let's see. So is that correct? What are the second numbers? Sorry.
The second number is no. I understand. Okay. So this is how many I observed. So the second row is the relative probability of each y height. More well, like as after I color it. Okay, great. And things are offset by something. Yeah, it looks to me like this should be 49 because I'm printing the min y of hitboxes and not their floor height. So my guess is that this is what it is.
Yeah, this is mostly about buried fortress stuff. So it's basically entirely about buried fortresses.
No. Okay. So I think this is the correct y heights, but I should obviously double check this. Okay. So, and am I throwing out the
Yeah, I feel like wormholing is going to be crazy. Like that's something I'm going to look into. Because you could probably wormhole from the bad part to the good part as well. I'm guessing.
Ooh.
I'm guessing you could see something from the bad part where something just looks kind of cut off or it didn't generate the hair or whatever. And you can go, okay. There's
Yeah, and I guess if you're
wormholing.
wormholing from the bad part, like I called it small with an O. I'm so funny. So if it's not small, we'll get a more pronounced effect. But yeah, so you can just sort of see that like this bottom thing is like the experimental probability that we have to take a staircase downward to get to starter. And the surprising thing about this is that like there are some low probabilities like even out here. So like if you're at Y74 in a fort with probability like only 8% of the time do you need to go down a staircase in the outer part to get to starter. Whereas if you're at 73, 100% of the forts in the sample, you had to take a staircase to get
The
back
other
to
way,
the
meaning
origin.
74 means you're probably in starter, right? Well, the same level as starter. Does that mean it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So
but it has 6-7.
So 6-7.
The other block rather than the player block.
Yeah. I could be. Oh, did I screw up my? I think I maybe just said that exactly backwards. Let's check. So I'm printing out the probability that I must use the stairs given the observed y heights. And so at 74, there's a very low probability that I must use the stairs. And sorry. So so at 74, there's a high probability that I'm at the same level as starter. And same thing at like 53, 60, 67, and 74. So like there's that pattern. There's this high probability that you are at the same level as spawner. Whereas if you're at 73, you must use the stairs 100% of the time. So at 70, if you're at Y73 and you're in this big fort, so I just said 100% of the time, but 100% of the time in big forts. I mean, actually, I guess in 73, it still is 100% of the time. Because if you're at 73, you're then in a big fort. So like the big forts, the small forts don't get that high. So if you're at 73, 100%.
There.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because this is like the old this is the old code where I didn't filter out the small things. If I show the distribution where I filter out the small things, we're going to see a more pronounced effect. Yeah. So it likes being, so like it's this pattern, like 53, 60, 6, 7, and 70 and 74. These are all just adding 7 each time. And it likes this because those staircases in the stronghold are +7. And then yeah. And then I can kind of explain the other effects, but so there's something here, right? Like it's surprising that like 71 and 74 behave so differently than these. Like
there's magic numbers.
Yeah. There are magic numbers. And you can even say like okay, how did you get to 66? Well, you probably went up a staircase in the good part from, something of height 60. Because 60 is like the likely height of the lava room, in a sense. Like the lava room is in these big forts is usually going to be at these heights. And then there's like extra rare effects where if like you're behind another fort, if there's like nether rooms and whatever. So like you can know from the Y height like a lot about the fortress. Now, how useful is it? I don't know, but here's a fact. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, wormholing is definitely a thing. So the same age thing applies. Unlike the strongholds, blaze spawners are relatively low probability.
Yeah.
So the age, I mean, it still matters, but you should be less like completely crushed if you find a depth, whatever. Forts are capped at depth 30, by the way, whereas strongholds were 50. But it's also 7 chunks. Let me quickly talk about the balcony part thing. So because these staircases are always +6, if I have this over here, this did not, you can't get +2 in the good part of the fortress. So it is possible that this is another fortress, right? In which case you should pay attention to your region and go towards like the closer region, I guess. Like, I don't know.
Right.
So it's possible that this is not your fort. So like you should pay a little bit of attention. That's maybe even more likely because balcony part is so rare. But it could be a balcony part. And if it's a balcony part,
common? I feel like it'd be the opposite. I think balcony bridges are. I feel like that would be a lot more common than a second fortress.
Yeah, I mean, maybe my intuition is bad, but like what the buffer on the side of the chunks is 4 chunks. Forts are frequently wider than 7 chunks. So what you need 2 forts to like spawn like kind of in the same area and 1 to be fairly large, but forts love being fairly large.
Yeah.
But like you'd also need to be like a balcony part, and
the balcony part has to spread towards the good part as well. So I guess it's a bit. It's very edge casey.
Yeah. Anyway, but it's a fun edge case, so I like it. So yeah. So but if you see this, you're like, you now know I have a balcony part. So at the very least, like you're alert to this. Like I think this was known. Like I think people check like if it's odd or even. Like I think people know that like I'm in an odd height fort. And like up here, 6 is even. So you're
I'm
still
not
on.
sure.
But you could do like
Maybe
multiples
like
of 6.
rare people.
Yeah.
Wait,
I
so
have
what's
weird
odd or even?
friends.
So is that just based on 48?
I mean, like, I think the people who do odd or even are comparing, like always comparing two things. You sort of can't, kind of because it's very reasonable to have a balcony part at the same height as the lava room.
Yeah.
So it's hard to tell from Y height alone if you have a balcony part. There is like an edge case where like there's some really low Y height that if you have something there, you actually know you're not on a balcony part. Like there is still some effect from like Y heights. If you just press F3, you can update your prior about like whether or not you're in a balcony part. There's even like a Y height that's like fairly low, which is like the way that it works out that like, okay, the fort has to sit here, blah 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 blah. You can kind of know from that Y height that you're not in a balcony part with like near certainty. But or that you are one of the two. This is something like this. But it's never like balcony parts are always like the unexpected thing anyway. Like I think like something like 2% of all bridge pieces are in a balcony part or something. I'd have to rerun that, but like there's not that many. There's not that many balcony parts. They're so annoying when you get them.
Yeah,
'Cause they
Extra
suck.
Solver has a like info dump text of like everything.
Yeah,
like, all these, like,
I saw
statistics
that.
on forts.
Yeah, I saw that, and I can generate that again. But like, I didn't like. Anyway, I sort of thought the probabilities in there, well, while they're true and Extra Salva does great work, they're kind of like a lot of them looked to me to be conditioned on the wrong thing. I don't know.
Mhm.
It's still like a good text file to look at, but like when you read the text file, read what the conditional probabilities are, and like just think about what that actually means. I don't know. I'm not necessarily saying that what I'm doing here is any better. So what else was I yapping about? Yeah. So you can. So when you have the situation, okay, we have a balcony part. The second thing you can ask is which of these is more likely to be the balcony part. And it turns out that because these nether wart rooms are like the only way to get. Is there another wart room? This is where I need the other mod.
There were two.
Here we go. So this nether wart room, it changes my height from like 60 to 68, so it's +8. If this like turned into this is a valid wormhole, I think. No, it's not. Sorry. Why didn't?
What do you mean?
Oh. It is a valid wormhole in the sense that like this bottom part was generated before whatever would have gone on top. But it's just anyway.
Yeah, you would wormhole to that second one.
I understand. But like you just go back this way anyway. Now these have this rule. Doesn't make much sense to wormhole with yourself. By the way, I couldn't think of any new nav rules for Nether Forts besides the doubled room thing again. But it's much less useful in Nether Forts because of those exceptions to like the most common pieces. It's just useless.
Yeah.
Anyway, so the upshot is that if you have two bridge parts and their floor heights differ by a non-multiple of 6, which one is the balcony part? Usually it's the lower one, but if they differ by 2, 5, or 8, and really 2 or 8,
Like it's like 5 is like almost 50-50. But if they differ by 2 or 8, it's actually more likely to be the lower of the two, because the one that's like 2 above you or 8 above you probably came from going up a nether wart room in the bad part. And so it works out to something like with 85% probability, if you see this, with 85% probability, this is the non-balcony part. And then for all other differences, for ones that are not 2 or 8, you should prefer the higher one. So there we go. But yeah, anyway, so I think it was known that like you could tell if like you have a balcony part by like weird offsets like this. But obviously extremely niche, but come on, it's got to be fun to use this, right? Like you get a run, you get a 1 in 1,000 run, and then you go to this part and they go to this part, and then someone's like complaining like, oh, it's my brain RNG. No fair, you found the spawner first, and you're like, oh no. I know that but I'm not saying like, no losing any time to this. I'm just saying that like if you see this, like you're running along, you see this, and you're like, oh shit. Okay. Yeah. So, and then there's definitely like crazy stuff with the X and Z with these things. It's just hard. But like the rule will boil down to like certain X and Z, certain moves are good. And probably in practice you now just know, instead of just holding 11, you also kind of know that like 8 and 14 are pretty good. And you kind of know what you can do to fix, or what you can do to fix a 14 into 11. But so, okay. And then there's also things like I saw Feinberg mention this, but it's good to note. There's maybe it's time to get out the other mod. Let's get out the other mod. Where is the other mod? This will be good for us because we'll get to see nether fortresses. No, we're not going to a stronghold anymore. I'm remembering why I quit this game. Because I can yap for 5 hours about stuff that's never going to be practical.
There's some things, but other things are
No,
very
you just
useful.
You just
also
can't
never
know beforehand.
Yeah. You just never know.
If like stuff is interesting, it's worth like just exploring completely. Like this is something that like T-Wags does really well. Like T-Wags is really good at like when he sees how to do something, he just does it. It's something with I don't know. Like a lot of Oh, we're not playing in. We're running in the IDE. I want my pretty colors. I want my pretty colors. How have you been, K4?
Oh man, I haven't streamed in like a month, but I've been teaching Liam. It's like my full-time student.
Wow. Do they pay you?
Everything. No.
Or is this volunteer work?
Yeah, he's my experiment. I experiment on him.
I see.
Because I'm very interested in how the game is learned and how the game is taught. So I experiment on that a lot, of like trying to figure out what is the best way to teach someone and what is the order of things that should be taught. Like when do you learn Blazebed? When do you learn Zero, right? So
Yeah.
I get a lot out of learning that, of trying to be like, okay, that was not something useful to teach him. Whereas this other thing, that was very useful to teach him. And then there's other things like in a stronghold, like do you teach preemptive first or nav first? And you experiment with that. So I get a lot out of it.
I was showing something. What was I going to show? I don't know.
What is
These are
that
the
down
hitbox
there?
sizes.
The purple box.
I think it's a
and-
fossil.
Oh. Those will never be useful.
Quick K4. Where's the origin?
Yeah, it's the left one. No, it's the second block. It's the second block.
Yep.
Yep.
I think that's right.
Yeah.
I went in here for some reason.
Bolan
But like these are the
You
so
know,
like
you
one
really
thing to
fucked up by
note.
saying that, because now people are gonna say Bolan 6'7".
Yeah, and like 6'7" is like the wrong number too. It's like just
Well, I don't know.
like
I don't think it's the wrong number. I think it is the typical base number for when you're in the good part of the
yeah. Look. No. 6'7" is literally the most likely, isn't it?
Yeah,
I had
pretty sure it's
222,000 in the sample.
Yeah.
Like, did Mojang know?
They knew. They knew that there would be 2 speedrunners to an audience of maybe 30 other people who will learn it, and they had to plan for that.
Maybe it's worth commenting that like so these like big crossing pieces have like a huge hitbox, right? Like it's not just like where there's stuff; they're a rectangle. So like this guy doesn't just block, this corner of this box blocks stuff.
Right.
Whereas the covered crossings are not like that. Like the covered crossings are like just the square. So like this piece is huge. So this is a 19 by 19 box, and this bridge segment, this is 19 long. Whereas the other ones I think are all 7 by 7. Oh, and we talked about how the stairs always point positive, which I think is crazy and a bit interesting.
And that's relevant for if you're upstairs and you're blind to your Y level, you want to go negative.
Yep.
Generally, to go downstairs.
So like here, I'm at 73. 73 is 6 plus 6, 7. So I want to go down 1 stairs. And now I'm probably at the same height as the lava room. So.
Yeah, I think it happens a lot where you have hallways on your left, hallways on your right, and you don't know how to go downstairs. I mean, it's a micro time save in general to check negative first. I mean, it will only, well, I guess not only, because it could do some weird turn.
I mean, I think it's very niche, but I kind of think it could save you a good deal of time in the right circumstances. Oh yeah. Going downstairs is like you're going towards the origin, right? Like with fortresses, there's an interesting way to like how do we find the spawner? Oh yeah. So this is like maybe what I wanted to mention, which is that yeah. So the blaze spawner like juts out a bit, right? So in particular here, it juts out a bit. Oh, where does it carve the air though? Anyway, okay, better runners than me will know this pattern. But like in certain buried fortresses, you sometimes get a blaze spawner cutting you off, and better runners can look at the floor and know
that it's a blaze spawner.
Yeah, there's patterns.
Like there's a certain, yeah. It just has to do with this, but there might be like other patterns for like wormholing. That's like a good point. There might be like, so like that's approaching the blaze spawner from one direction, but I don't know about the other directions.
Yeah.
Like but probably people are experts on that by this point, because that's the kind of thing that you learn naturally while you're running. Like you slowly pick that up. I guess. Oh man, I forget how spawning works in forts. Is it that you can only mobs spawn inside the room hitboxes on any block, and inside the Nether Fortress massive hitbox on Nether Brick? Is that how that works?
What was that?
How does mob spawning? How do fort mobs spawn in Nether forts?
It's
There's like one rule for when
box, I think. So I've seen
yeah,
a
but
lot of videos on it.
But okay, but I remember a video by a Spanish tech Minecraft YouTuber from 2012 that I bookmarked and is in my watch later playlist even to this day. And like in like 1.8 or something, there's some mechanic where like they can spawn anywhere, but only on Nether Brick, and it's only like inside the room hitboxes. That
I don't think it's a Nether Brick thing, but
yeah, I mean,
I
could be completely wrong.
Maybe it is. No,
let's search the code for all usages of Nether Brick.
There's a. Have you heard of Blaze Ritual?
Yeah, it's where you light fire here and here.
Yeah, that is one implementation. Yeah, but the idea is to be beneath it so that things spawn above. And yeah, people were placing blocks. Placing fire is something that's not necessarily ever done, but the idea of like camping at the bottom of the legs of the floor and having a bunch of strays above you is something that's been done.
Yeah. If only we could do tower strats,
Yeah, you just need to break bedrock.
You can go up. I guess going up is dumb. There's spawnable space up here or something.
Breaking bedrock is rarely done. I know Kuroe does it sometimes. If he has a really far stronghold and the terrain is really bad, he just goes on the roof.
Oh, to get down again.
Yeah, it's because he builds a portal up there.
You guys don't have an easy down warp? There's not like that boat down warp thing that Emma does?
I mean, we're just building a portal up there.
I see.
But anything to go down. Oh, there's something. Oh, no, I'm thinking of. I found some clips through the bedrock for 1.0, 1.1, and they were using.
Yeah. Down warps are rare, but I remember there being something with a boat.
Yeah.
Aren't tower strats used in AA in modern versions? For the chatter who says let tower strats die. I thought I saw like a tower being built for drowns in some run.
Oh, yeah, that's done for rivers, but I don't know if about a tower. I know there's a tower for. There's a limit we have to.
Well, like this is like the broad concept of like go up.
Something.
Anyway, so yes, so for finding spawners, I mean, it's just you broadly want to find origin because the spawners are most likely close to the origin. I don't know of a great way to tell if you have a spawner in a balcony besides I've exhausted all the other possibilities. It's not like forts are guaranteed to have 2 spawners. Oh, maybe there's a reason why there's a conception that forts are guaranteed to have 2 spawners. It's wrong, but this starting crossing has 3 outgoing paths, and the only Nether Fortress piece that doesn't try to spawn children is the blaze spawner. So like you've got 3 paths, and you've got 2 blaze spawners and a lava room are the only things that can turn you into. into like non-bridge parts.
Yeah, I mean,
And so
people say spawners are guaranteed until they see it, and then they're like, "Oh,
yeah,
it was
but
wrong all along."
but to have the bridge parts, because like you have 3 branching off parts, to have all 3 of these die without a spawner, you need one of the directions to run into the other. Then it's plausible. It suddenly becomes like if you see a branch die, it suddenly becomes very plausible that there's only one spawner. It's just hard for a branch to die. Like you need the branch to like hit stuff all around it or like go 7 chunks. And if you're going 7 chunks, you're a pretty big fort already.
Something I found really interesting from Exo's saying is that it's actually very common to have a 1 spawner fort. Like 2 spawners aside, but a 1 spawner fort is actually quite common. I don't remember the number. It was definitely below
It was like
1 in
1%.
200. Yeah, it was like quite common. And equally, it was quite common that you would have only one spawner outside, and the other spawner would actually be inside. So, like, by effect, it's a 1 spawner fort, because you're never going to look inside for a second spawner if you've already got one.
Yes. That makes sense to me. It's actually interesting that this percentage of forts don't have balconies, but I think I know why that is. I don't want to go into that, but
1.17 for a descent out of a balcony. Yeah, so that's 1.17 chance that. Oh no, that's
so 1 in 200 fortresses have 1 spawner.
Mm-hmm.
And
but then you have to factor in the ones that are 1 descendant, or 1 spawner is descendant of a balcony, because by effect that is a 1 spawner fort.
Yeah.
Even
so
though it's technically not.
So there's if a fortress has 2 spawners, so we're in this 99.5% chance case, then there's a 98.7% chance that neither spawner is a descendant of a balcony. So it's still gonna be a little bit. I mean, it's still gonna be. Yeah. So okay. So we have 0.03% chance to have 0 spawners, 0.5% chance to have 1 spawner. So that's really like 0.55 chance. And then yeah, so like a 1.6% chance that you have one spawner in the main good part. And then to have 0 spawners in the good part. To have 0 spawners in the good part is there's this very low chance that you have 0 spawners. It's almost negligible. How do you not have stats for what percentage of fortresses have no spawners in the good part? Why is this not a stat we just have?
I think that's inferred from something else.
Yeah, but I gotta do all this thinking.
Yeah, that's how I used it as well.
Okay. So 0.03% chance that we have 0 spawners, and then 0.57% chance of 0.5% chance that we have 1 spawner, but it's a descendant of the balcony. So that's like a 0.3% chance too, ish. Yeah. No, I'm stupid. It's like a point. Yeah. Okay. So it's a 0.03 versus 0.3. Okay, so 0.3% chance that we have one spawner, and it's to the center of the balcony, and then like 0.08 chance. So it's pretty small. It's still like less than 1 in 200 of all forts have only spawners in the balcony part.
Yeah.
What is there?
Okay. Well, thank you, Exersolver. Okay. So we could like there's other ways in which fortresses are different from strongholds. The main one is just like these two piece types. Like I don't know. And these certain rooms that are accepted, they're allowed to be duplicates. Otherwise, these are the shapes. There's much fewer of them. There's fewer back nav rolls. I mean, but because there's fewer pieces, it's more likely that this tech with the X and Z and the chunk coordinates is going to work to help. Similarly, that kind of tech is maybe a thing in the Stronghold, but it's a lot harder because there's like 70 room types and they're all different shapes. So it's not going to be so useful. And the back nav in Stronghold is so prevalent and easy. There's also like stuff with like what you can look at down here, like just to be exhaustive about stuff. Like these go down to the lowest like non-liquid block, I think. And then like there's different widths. Like some of these are 5 wide, some of them are 6 wide. But it's kind of worthless. But because these pillars go down only through air and liquid, if you can see them, then you can look up and you can see what piece they're coming from. But you can like
often the top part is buried.
Yeah.
Like a lot of games are won and lost on the basis of like one player spotted a single block that indicated that it was a spawner, whereas the other person pearled at a different leg and they failed to find the spawner and lost a minute.
Yeah, so I think you would know that this pillar is not from the spawner because it's 6 wide in this direction. So when it's 6 wide, it's 2 bridge pieces meeting in the middle. Yeah, something like that is always true. I mean, I'm sure you can cook up a lot, but like, so I think the spawners shoot down a 5x5 or something. This kind of info is on the wiki, actually. Like, but it's not like you can only know spawners. There's other things that like have the same footprint, but maybe they don't attach in the same way to bridges. I don't know. I didn't think too hard. So yeah. It's plausible that there's stuff there, but I didn't find anything amazing. And I'd hesitate to like tell people stuff because you can and just have it be cut off and look wrong.
Yeah, that happens a lot.
So like this spawner right here is cut off actually, I think. Yeah, I was about to yap on about it, but it's completely ruined. Look at that actually. This slaps. What the hell?
See, why did they build it like that? It's not a game with strong lore. Who do you think built the fortresses? Like, from a lore perspective?
Probably I mean, they're sort of in disrepair, right? They're all broken.
The fortresses?
Yeah. Like there's all these like broken bridges, right? Like these are meant to be like shattered, and fallen off.
I think it's
like
under construction.
I think it once stretched across the entire Nether, like the same civilization that left behind the ancient debris, the bastions, and like we got a bunch. They tampered with evils.
You think ancient debris was left behind?
Yeah, what do you think ancient debris means?
Well,
these are 2 words.
No, but is it left behind or is it
Yeah.
Is it
There was
so
once a
old that it fell? Like, if you think
My
of
under-
the Earth, in a million
Yeah.
years, there will be like CPUs buried in the crust of the Earth because it would end up there by, you know,
Okay,
volcanic
but
events.
we do not observe piglins with netherite technology. We do not observe piglins with
Yeah, because
like
they
any
haven't
other
dug
sort of
into
like
the
advanced.
ground yet. But I think
Yeah, they haven't dug into
it's
the ground, but they haven't. But the computer chips, like if the computer chips were like a remnant of Piglin society, we would expect Piglin society to have technology equal to or greater to the technology of whatever civilization left behind the ancient debris. So like I
yeah, I
think the
think it's an
conceit of the
ancient
ancient debris is
civilization, but
like
I don't think they put it
right.
there.
No, I don't. I'm sorry. I didn't mean put it there. I don't think it was left there intentionally. No, I understand. I understand. No, I was thinking that like it is the remains of an ancient civilization.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
it's there to try.
No, they didn't try and hide it
I think
there.
it's yeah. No. I agree there. Um. So then we see eye to eye. I understand. Um. But I think the Nether Forts. I think the Nether Forts. This is kind of like this is kind of like going back to the first novel and like retconning stuff. But I think Nether Fortress have been retconned to be remnants of that same civilization, just as the Bastions were. I think that civilization delved too deep, and they unleashed. They found the Ender Dragon, and the Enderman flooded out, and took over the world, and slowly other dark things began to spawn.
So I think
Um,
Endermen are corrupted species, so they ended up there and they insisted on chorus fruit, and then it took over. They like overdosed on chorus
well, I
fruit, and it
guess
turned them into Endermen. But they used to be more like normal. That's my headcanon.
mm, I just remembered something. Like if you um I think if you like read Notch's Tumblr, I did this a long time ago before he was problematic. Don't at me. Um, but like if you read Notch's old Tumblr, um, when he first uh, added the Nether, his inspiration was the Ways from the Wheel of Time, which I don't know if you've read that.
No.
Don't bother reading it; it's not that good. But it the ways are a traveling system like the Nether. Like the purpose of the ways is to be, um, this is like 8 blocks in the Nether is 8 blocks in the overworld is 1 block in the Nether. It's the same thing with the ways in the Wheel of Time. But the ways, there's like a dark spirit in the ways that preys on Traveler, so no one uses it anymore. But our band of heroes uses the ways anyway to get where they want to go, and they have to like fight off whatever its name was, Machine Shin. I've not read it since middle school, but like, yeah. Um, but but this was the Nether's like original inspiration. Is that the 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 like the bridges, the Nether fortresses in that book were built by a civilization that used to use the Nether like as transport. Used to use the ways as transport. But then they delved too deep or whatever, and this dark spirit took over the ways, and now they forgot about it because it was so dangerous to use. And so I think some of that survives to this day. So the antagonist is called the Dark One, Shaitan, I guess, which is I think just Arabic for devil. I don't know.
Yeah, I know that from
Um,
Force and Stream.
how? Forsen is teaching us so much today.
Yeah.
Thank you, Forsen. But yeah.
Yeah, the numbers are
So
cool
yeah,
if we have them.
yeah. Do we want numbers? What numbers?
The Y level numbers,
Yeah. Oh
6,
yeah. Let me
7, and the
get.
like.
let's get you some 6-7 K4. So 89.
I think you came at it from the other way, where you saw 6, 7, and a 4, and then thought, how can I make tick out of this? Rather than trying to optimize a fortress in the first place.
That absolutely is something that I would do, but I promise no. So 89.8% of forts are tall. And then so now let's get this in here with proper formatting. So I'm in particular, what am I computing precisely? I choose a random bridge crossing. And I get its min y. It's a random bridge crossing, which is either it's stupid to call it a random bridge crossing. It's a random bridge. Let's rename that. This has the look of like code that I was messing with, and then okay, so random bridge. So bridge and nether fortresses. Let's just triple check that, like, if I get, so I'm standing at 67 here, and then but down here I'm standing at 62. So that's -5. So I should add 5 to get my y heights, and 53 is 5 more than 48. So I did do it correctly. So we are in a sample. So in a sample of bridge pieces.
I think there existed a average height of fortress, just like a Y level to aim for when traveling to the fort, when going from the bastion. I don't remember what it was, but it's just basically around the 60s.
Yeah. I mean, my understanding is that, like, you just want to be high because then you get more options. Like,
yeah,
it's easy to go down 20 blocks. It's a little bit harder to go up 20 blocks. Forts. A random bridge piece was selected from each. Okay, so that's what I did. Bridge or large bridge crossing. So I maybe should choose like a random, but this is fine for getting the points across. People don't care about like the actual probabilities here, and I think the effect will, like, which ones of these are colored green versus which ones are colored yellow will not be grossly affected by. Let's use the text import wizard. We're delimited by commas. Thank you, Microsoft, for your text import wizard.
noticing a lack of Copilot, you're not contributing to Microsoft's agentic future.
I think I went into like my settings to kill it.
But what about the shareholders?
I don't know. These two rows are in a stupid order. So I want yellow to be small. Let's keep that consistent. Where's my yellow small? Okay. Okay, great. These two rows.
You have every animation on there. You took Copilot out, but you left all the animations in.
I'm a very lazy person. Like I have like you will if you like took like a documentary crew and like filmed my routine every day, you would discover me doing many things out of habit that are completely inefficient and moronic and stupid to do because like I figured out that this is a way to do this thing like when I was 5 and I'm like, okay, great, we solved that problem. Let's never devote an ounce of thought to like this again. And then I'm a creature of extreme habit.
I have phases where I'll stick to a habit for years, and then it's time to do all my habits again, and I'll basically change my entire like daily workflow from scratch, and then stick to it for another X years. Like something like when I switched to Linux, that's when I switched to everything. Like I de-googled, I Linuxed, I like changed the way that I to like organize my days and everything. And then I'm probably gonna stick to it for another like year or two.
So I'm definitely nearing that point.
Switch toothpaste literally though. I literally use different toothpaste now. I'm not joking. Like you say that as a joke, but that's the extent of it. But like I changed my diet at the same time. So like I ate like beans less and like a bunch of other diet is a wholly separate discussion. The diet took me months to work it out. PewDiePie, no, not fully. But PewDiePie did copy a lot of the things that I did. Ubuntu, I'm not using Ubuntu. I actually want to get on Void. I want to get as far from Ubuntu as I can.
And where we're not on the same level as the starter. It's this. In principle, these should just be formulas for the above two rows. But whatever, I printed it anyway.
So top line is how great the sample is. Well, kind of. Second line is we're not on same level as starter. So something wrong.
No, so like in this sample, there were like 388. So like in this sample, of the ones which were at Y57 for the floor, 388 out of 40,000, we were not on the same level as the starter. So that's a point. Oh, this isn't a percentage. This is just this is like a proportion. Is a probability.
Do you know you can double click those rather than dragging them? There's a workflow benefit. Yeah, double click that. What? Oh, that did super far. Well, it still worked. Anyway.
Well, it worked. It worked because of this guy.
Yeah, no, exactly.
But I like this guy being. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah. I just don't do this a lot. Like I don't like a lot of my spreadsheets are just like completely like auto-generated. Or they're chessboards. So they have to all be squares, and then I set the column width to 2. Speaking of me doing, oh, maybe I shouldn't. So I think this is right. My one concern is that it's occurring to me, am I checking this or am I checking, so I'm just checking if it's not equal to the starter. So I'm checking that it's the probability that we're not on the same level as starter. And so usually this means you need to go down a staircase, but it's also plausible that that you're in a balcony part and you need to use some staircase. But I guess then you have a different problem.
So the bottom line is,
so given the y height,
yellow means
given the y height,
you
are likely to be
chill. You're in the right place if it's yellow.
Yes, because 6, 7 is yellow.
Then you're in the wrong place.
Right.
Yeah, I think it is confusing how it's like
green go down.
Yeah, the color should
we
maybe be changed.
Okay.
Green looks like good, but green actually means bad. It means fix this.
Okay. We can. This is a trivial fix. Conditional formatting, color scales. So now 6, 7 looks. I mean, now you got me confused. So we want green to be good. So we want 6, 7 to be green. Okay.
There's a lot of green now. So the yellow numbers, you need to fix something. It means I'm in a yellow number. I need to change my level, right?
Yeah.
So 59 is like the lowest number there of like you should change something. But everything else is like even at 53, that's likely starter.
Yes.
So if you were to implement this, you would memorize the yellow numbers to some extent. And if you see a yellow number, you'd be like, oh, I need to change.
Yep.
So at 59, 63, and then above a certain number, you just don't even think about it. Like, you just need to change. So what number is that? 75 and above, you don't even think about it. And there's a couple of edge cases in the 70s as well. There's 71, 74, oddly, can sometimes be starter. A lot of games are like won and lost on this kind of thing. Like Buried Forts, I see so many people just win or lose.
Yeah, and so it's kind of an awkward thing where like there's a bunch of stuff that like, okay, maybe this applies to 0.05% of forts, but maybe if you learn 5 things that apply to 0.05% of forts, then you see an actual difference. It's kind of like that in like math, where like I know a lot more math than the average person who's just like graduated on undergrad. And like they in turn know a lot more than someone who's just graduated high school. And like people like Terry Tao know a lot more than me. But like, can Terry Tao solve, he knows 10 times, 100 times the amount of math that I do. Can he solve 100 times the problems? No, he can't. But like in like the 1%, more than 1%, but like in like that like edge case. Anyway, it makes a big difference to like.
There are very niche things that micro speedrunners do that are very situational. So this isn't unfathomable for people to adopt at all. Because the extent that you lose is extreme. Like it's not just some time loss. Like, if you are just completely oblivious in a buried fort, you can just lose. Like, you can just lose like a minute or more. Because, like, often what happens is actually you entered in a buried fort, and the opponent took some shit terrain, and they ended up just seeing exposed spawner by pure luck. So then it's like, how much are you losing by, right? Like, sometimes it's not even that you're just straight losing because they happen to beeline spawner and you didn't, but sometimes you're already losing.
Yeah.
How are you going to lose less here? So it does matter a lot. I do see people learning this kind of thing for sure.
Yeah, it's just so now I don't say green go down, I say yellow go down.
Yeah. Well, is it go down? Or is it change? Because isn't it balcony as well? Yellow goes change? Or is it mostly go down? Sometimes
it's mostly go down.
Yeah.
Or go through. Or in balcony part.
Yeah.
Like, if you're in a balcony part, you have other problems and there's maybe other signs. Balcony parts at least. Anyway.
I mean, definitely.
I was just looking for like
what is that number? So 70, 75? So, yeah, 75 and above. Like, that is easy to learn. Like, that is just 75 and above, you need to go downstairs. That is easy for anyone to learn. You could even say 72, kind of, and in the edge case that it's 74, like whatever, or even 69 and above. And if it's 71 or 74,
74 is not quite an edge case. Like
what's up, Silver Raiders?
Because if we look at the total number observed, right? In this sample, 74 was like the third or fourth most common height. Like, we observed 90,000 forts at a height of 74 out of a million. So, like, you're talking like 10%. You're talking over 10% because it wasn't quite. So,
yeah.
Like 74 is not an edge case. 74 is
it's a pretty common occurrence.
Yeah.
How would you recap what we've talked about, Matthew, for Silver and his Raiders?
6-7.
You didn't have to say that. But there is a 6-7 that's red on the screen, and
yes, no, it's the biggest number.
Most sports are 6-7.
Yeah. Okay.
But what was this? I mean, Stronghold, we just went over heaps of stuff. It was more like the point of the stream mostly was Matthew's recollections, more so than grand discoveries. It was more so, here is the bulk of knowledge. It's now in the public space, and now we can put him in a cryo freezer and unfreeze him when we need him again.
Yeah. Unfreeze me when someone finally discovers 2 duplicated strongholds in an all portals run. Like.
Well, so you can like chuckle at it and then go back on the freezer.
Yeah, exactly. No, that'd rock. I really, because like I think it's happened. Like
Oh yeah, almost definitely. And there's probably a chatter who is like, "I swear you've had this strong before," and everyone else is like, "No, you idiot, that's impossible." They probably even got timed out for it.
Okay, so what we're looking at right now is that let's maybe add some more text to the spreadsheet so it's a self-contained document. Let's maybe delete this earlier thing. Probably don't need that. And I can regenerate it if we decide that we did need that. God. Okay.
So they're tall, meaning is it greater than or greater than or equal to? Oh no. If k is greater than 1, where k is 70 minus 48, that's 22, plus 23. So 23 minus the block count of my bounding box has to be greater than 1. So I need 22 or more blocks in my bounding box. So that's greater or equal to 22 blocks. Doesn't make that much of a difference. A fort is tall if it has any blocks above y70. Any blocks is a bit of a lie because there's those fences at the top of the blaze spawner which don't count for whatever reason. Above y71.
It's fine.
So in a sample of this many tall forts, I selected a random bridge or large bridge crossing from each. So y height of floor, then the total observed with each y height, the number where they were not at the same level as the starter, and then the translated probability, and then if yellow go down. Okay, and then what we get to conclude is this kind of behavior. And so it's interesting that like 74 is tiny, 73 is huge, 75 is, so 73 and 75, there's a really strong incentive to go down. But 74, this means you had 4 staircases in the bad part. Yeah. Oh, excellent point about the fences in the blaze spawner not mattering. So
Well, isn't the fact still true? Okay, whether or not the spawner is found or not, it's still the fort is tall.
Yeah. Well, there's also like an off by 1 in the sense that like if it's like exactly 21, I think this random if the difference is exactly 1, so if it's 22. No, okay. There's no effect like that. Never mind. Because I do greater than okay. So yeah, but the main effect, so like we can explain this. It makes a ton of sense like given the code. Like 53 is just like there's no staircases between the bottommost bit of the bad part and my nether wart room. And then 60 is like there's one of these staircases of height 7. 7 is that there's 2 of these staircases between me, and then 7-4 is there's 3 of these staircases. And so you have these multiples of 7. So you have this pattern of like every 7, and these are all green. And then when you go 6 more than these, you get something where you really want to go down. And then I guess -2 from these should be, I guess not -2 from this. Oh, that makes sense. But never mind. Yeah, what's this doing here? This must be another wart. No, okay. This is like you're standing on a different block different like piece than usual. But these 7, like you notice, like these 7 that I'm highlighting, these are like high probability. So for whatever reason, why is 64 high probability? It must be something to do with another warp room. Like -3 from this is like kind of high probability, and it tends to be green. Like that's true, that's true, that's true. But I don't know why. And then this would be like -3 twice, which I think that must be just like you're standing on a different piece of the Nether Fortress. Like your lowest bounding box is something else, but I'm not sure what. So I can explain like this 6-7. Like I can explain why it's 6-7 because 6-7 is 5 plus 48 plus 7 plus 7. Yeah. Okay. Don't save to OneDrive. God damn it. I hate Microsoft. Why the fuck am I not on Linux K4?
What are you gonna use?
What?
What are you gonna use when you switch?
You know, I don't know. I mean, probably just whatever's like lowest effort. Like again, I'm like I've stuck with Windows all this time because like I'm annoyed, but uh, uh
Probably just Fedora.
yeah. Is that what you use? What do you use?
No, well, microspinning, most people use Arch because we want to do Archy things.
Why is this? I should say this is a CSV.
There's some people use Fedora, but Fedora is just plug and play, and it's like it cares about your computer, like having performance and like being good, whereas other things are more invested in other things. I don't know. I think Fedora is like the default. Well, is my like my take on it. Although I tried
People are
to
talking
set my
about
girlfriend up on Fedora and it just did not work with her monitors. So we switched to Arch and it just worked. So Fedora is not silver bullet, but it's meant to just plug and play and just be good and not be dumb. So it's like Ubuntu is like dumb. Like if you're using Ubuntu, I think you're missing the point. Debian, I don't know, and a bunch of other things I don't really know, but I think Fedora is like very sensible. Especially like from someone who, I mean, I don't expect you to play a lot of games, but you're gonna play some games. Like,
I mean, honestly,
launch Minecraft occasionally.
I would launch Minecraft occasionally is the thing. But
Yeah.
besides Minecraft, I don't play video games. Like I've been pretty good. Like my
Yeah.
parents like let me have one game as a child, and it was Minecraft. And so
and look where
and
that
then
got
we
you.
all learned something about my personality together. And I've shied away from playing any other video games since. Because I will yeah. Yes.
There's some
What
like
else were we talking?
niche things like other distros, but you don't want to go into niche distros because then you're getting less support. You may as well stay with high support.
I think we've said everything I can think of about strongholds and fortresses, and I've sent you an Excel file that has that data. I guess if I don't send it as an Excel file, it'll lose the pretty colors, which is stupid. But maybe I can import it to Google Sheets, actually. That'd be nice. Yoink. Blank.
Bolan67.xlsx.
I didn't know what to name it, so I named it what chat called it. There's it in Google Doc form.
anyone with the link can access. Hopefully that's not anyone with the link can edit.
If it's public, put it in chat.
Yeah. Oh, the double clicking works on Google Docs too. Who knew? So there we go. Oh, can I share my other spreadsheet? The Treasure Bastion one.
Oh.
I should do that for stables. It feels actually useful for stables because, like, I've been watching people. There's like these 2 random backup blocks that like people go to in stables, and I think like 1% of stables won't have either backup block. So why are you going up there when you could be doing something else? And I think you could just learn, even if like you don't want any other tool. I think you could just memorize like the 20 or so close locations. Like,
yeah.
But also probably someone would just make a tool. But like it's another like strategy for 2030, you know.
The other way of thinking
Where,
of
like-
it is those 2 last blocks in stables are overlapped and basically time neutral. Like if you get them or not, you're still waiting on trades. Whereas with the
point is like
treasure
you could
gold
overlap
blocks,
something else.
you're in a bit of a
If you-
race. Oh, you run
Yeah,
out of
okay,
stuff
okay.
to overlap in stables, I can tell you that.
Okay. So then I don't know what I'm talking about, but if in treasure it's a race, I have the treasure chart.
Yeah, treasure
So-
I see more likely to be useful.
All right. So here is. Have you guys ever been like, no, my treasure bastion has gold or no gold where I wanted there to be gold? Well, it's coordinate dependent. It doesn't depend on any randomness. It's just like it's just you could just know. You could just press F3 in a treasure bastion like while you're on the bridge, and you can know where all the gold blocks are. You can just know this. And so this is a spreadsheet of like all the gold blocks. So like the 0 versus the 1 dash is which rampart you're in, and then what coordinates you'd find the gold block. I'm sorry I didn't give the gold blocks better names, but you could, in principle, remake this table to like just say like you can name all the gold blocks like A, B, C, D, E, F, or whatever, and you could just store in the table like the optimal order to mine them or something. And I have on the second sheet, there's like the really shitty locations where there's less than 4 gold. So like if you have a treasure at like 12, -22, and it faces east.
I like the other thing you said though of the higher gold blocks are less likely to jam, right?
Yes, this is true. So everyone says that treasure gold blocks are 70%.
Oh, don't say it. Oh god, I forgot about this.
But in reality, it's closer to 6. In reality, it's closer to 67% for a treasure block to generate, because there's like this second filter on the blocks where as you go up in treasure, blocks are slightly more likely to be air, and so there's a 70% chance that a gold is replaced by cracked stone brick or something, and then there's a 3-ish% chance that it is replaced by air, and that second chance like goes up as you go. 3 is wrong. It's like.
Do you think
But, like,
it's
2,
so it
3,
looks
something like
like more complete structure at the bottom and looks more rough at the top?
I think that's the idea. It's like a filter that's used in like a few different spots, but frankly, in treasure, it's not that big of an effect. It's like an effect of like, it just goes down. It's they're interpolating probabilities from like 0 to 100, like depending on your Y level. Like at like Y100, it would have like a 5% chance to not be there. and at Y0 it would have like a 0% chance to not be there, something like this. Like it's
Right.
32 to 100, something like that. And so, but they only look at a very narrow slice in the top of that rampart. There's like other structure blocks that have the same sort of filter, but those they're interpolating over a much smaller distance. Whereas like in Treasure, it's just like the top rampart, and like the actual interpolation is like much taller than the rampart for some reason.
Well, it must be pretty minor then. Like the chance of a top god block and a bottom god block of not genning, it must be like
Yeah.
basically
The difference there
indistinguishable.
is very small.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like it's the sort of thing where like technically the order would matter,
Right.
but it would be more valuable to just like know like where all the gold blocks are, which is possible. You can do this. I know someone already made like an F3C tool from this thing, but probably
Yeah, I was gonna
that's
say
cheap.
in 2021 it would have been a tool already.
Yeah, it would have been a Ninja Brain bot.
Or a
But-
chat bot. Do you remember Perfect Travel bot?
No.
You would put in your chunk
I
coordinates.
don't
and angle.
remember anything about perfect travel because like you have to remember that I'm a petty person and like when someone replaces my strats, I don't learn it.
Replaces?
Like-
What was your strat?
Divine travel. Come
Oh,
on.
no, well, see, I never liked when people would compare them at all because they're just completely different. Like, they're not, like, 20 obsidian and 10 obsidian. Like, the fact that they work together also proves that they're not competing, to me at least. Like,
Yeah.
you would use divine and perfect or things like that because you would want to get closer because it's more accurate closer, stuff like that.
Well, like
So
still
I
it was
never
like
liked
I
that.
didn't think of it. I
Yeah,
didn't make the bot. Like
perfect travel bot was a time.
because yeah, you have to remember that I was never really a runner. Like I wouldn't learn things to be a runner. So like I never invested time to like learn other people's strats if like I wasn't intending to like build off those strats. So I have some like really stunning gaps in my knowledge. Um uh but yeah, I can make that table for the staples gold. That's not hard. Um Is there anything else? Oh, I should explain how lava dousing works. Because, like, there's. Like, I was watching Aquacore the other day, and he was like, let's dig down under this north facing structure. And I was so happy. I was like, holy shit. Someone remembers north facing structures.
Yeah, north facing is good. Ral is a big one on that. I talked to him recently about north facing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think it was other stuff because it's like IDing. Because there used to be a north-facing map. You probably never saw it, but there was a north-facing map where it had like all the roam portals, all the ships, all the everything. You could see what north-facing looked like.
That slaps. I guess that matters more for like, especially like we were doing divine off structures too. Like if you have like a desert temple at 0, 0 or something, you'd want to know. By the way, I
Yeah,
didn't notice. I don't think I ever noticed that like the interior of desert temples is asymmetric, and but like now I can't unsee it. Like,
the
oh no,
interior is asymmetric.
yeah, one of the walls has like pillars like right next to the wall, and the other has like a gap between the pillars and the wall,
Do you remember the old temple, like 1.8, where it
which
would
had the
just
random block on the
yeah,
edge.
one block on the outside? I love that block. It's like that's because I think that's before a certain point, was it 113 or something? Before they added
Yeah.
like Jigsaw or something, they used to just manually hard code every structure into the game rather than
Yep.
building it first and then exporting it to a file.
I think even still, like the end fountain in is like in the code. The end fountain is ASCII art, where like they have like pound signs wherever there should be a bedrock, and the
Right.
ASCII art gets converted. um, let's search the code for the string hat pound sign pound sign pound sign pound sign. It's in carved pumpkin block for some reason. What? Oh, for iron golems. So iron golems
Oh,
are are there's like there's ASCII art with like pound signs and tildes. Where do you subscribe to get a notification for Stables backup spreadsheet
you have
update?
one player on your team, Matthew.
What?
Raoul wants to.
Yeah, I
Raoul
will.
believes in the
Teach Raoul,
stables.
and then when Raoul hits 2,800, everyone else will be forced to learn it.
Well,
So Raoul,
Aquacord is an RSG player, and Raoul is a no reset player, as is Kuraway. So they're a bit more invested in the silly seed stuff. Because in ranked, you just shut your brain off and let the filter play for you.
true. Okay, I will. I will let you know, Raoul. Uh, I will remember this day. I'm just saying though, like the perfect runner does this. The perfect runner knows this stuff. It's so sad that we're like not in the era when like we decided to do all the calculator rules and then everyone has to memorize the entire output of Perfect Travel Bot. Like they have to just know, like this angle
Well, you know
corresponds to
about
this
Buried
fraction.
Treasure Divine? Because I like that. I like that there's like 5 to 7 like good BTs, like 12 minus 1.
Yeah.
And you should
Well,
just
I think the
memorize
stable.
those.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's the same thing here, where like you pick like the worst. You pick like the worst 10 stables, and you just kind of know them.
Yeah.
Like, and you pick like the worst few treasure. Because, like, there's this treasure, this east facing treasure at 12 negative 22. It has no gold. It has none of the random gold. Like, so if you're a no reset player and you hit the 12 negative 22 east treasure, you even like don't even like need to pay attention to it. You just need to go like, well, I didn't get any gold from that first rampart. Like then you just tap F3 and you're like, oh shit, I'm in negative 2212 east treasure. Or whatever it is. And then you don't go for the other random blocks and then you just get out of there.
Yeah, where's
Like
the ID? Is it the chunk you're standing in, or are you like have you interpolated that, or are you doing it from starter of the bastion?
yeah, I think it's starter. And like I'm not
Yeah.
even sure if like the east, north, south like correspond to like what people understand. I think that's
Right.
like the direction. Like if you're standing on the bridge and you face the ramparts, I think that's what the direction is. And
Yeah,
then
it
I
would
think
need to be interpolated from where you're standing.
yeah, people need to like add this to be like yeah, like I was sort of expecting people to like name the gold blocks if this ever became a thing. Like you have to name the gold blocks, and you have to interpolate these things. But like I don't run enough to like know when to do this, you know. But uh that's how that goes. But like I think that stables thing is a thing because like I don't know. Like I
Yeah,
kind of
it's
think like
possible.
you can just know that like okay if there's like one stables that's like close enough to the origin to like matter in ranked and it has neither of those two backups, which is 1 in 100 to not have either of them. Um, so like you would expect like only like one or two exceptions near the origin. You just slowly become friends with that stables, and then if you're friends with that stables, and the other runner isn't, you know, plus 0.5 seconds. Um, uh, but yeah, so in principle, if we were like doing this as like a Minecraft speedrunning seminar, I'd like want to do like a lava dousing thing because like there's like a ton of nonsense with the lava dousing. Um, that like is just random because like lava is like one of these things like okay, every decorator is correlated to every other decorator, so you can yap on about lava dousing for like hours and and the no reset runners will care a little bit.
Yeah, that's such cool.
And then um oh, and then in principle, I should talk about the dragon fight. Although my guess is that there are people nowadays who know way more about the dragon fight than I ever did. But I've read every line of code of the dragon fight, and like,
We need episode 2 with lava dowsing and dragon.
yeah, I mean,
Is that
both
what
of
you're
those will
saying?
be. I mean, in principle, yes. I also, yeah, yeah. I mean, like, it's the trouble because like I'm not gonna be able to make a great like I can sit here and yap, but like, am I gonna make this into a document? No.
No, and that's the
I can
thing,
make
and
a
it's as like if this is all we can get, then that's what we'll take, kind of thing. Like
yeah.
that's how everything goes. Like a lot of guide
But yeah,
videos
because like
suck out there, but at least they
yeah,
exist, you know?
because like here's what I'll say about like with the dragon fight and like learning stuff. Like I have been watching a good deal of like worse ranked players, like in mid-offs and stuff, and I kind of like my immediate instinct, like based on what I remember, which again it's been many years, so like maybe there's modern understanding that overwrites this, and I should read the code again. But like my immediate instinct is that like people don't know when the dragon is in a strafe phase, and they don't know when they're in a ghost strafe phase, and they are losing minutes to it. Like I don't know.
Yeah.
Like I think the top runners know this like kind of instinctively, like they stand in spots where it's not possible. But like to me, this is like a thing you teach beginners about the end fight.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
Yeah, when I was talking to you about it the other day, it's like the strat of shooting the dragon seems to make it
Yeah, I don't know
knock
about
out of
shooting
it.
the dragon, but like I don't remember.
But yeah, it just seems to work. It just seems to make the dragon lock in and firewall.
Yeah,
It's
it
quite
could be
cool.
like the dragon has like some like angle, like it's
Yeah,
like a line of sight. It needs to, and
and
so we
it's
know that like shooting
terrible
the
at getting
dragon
lit.
makes it turn and stuff.
Yeah.
So maybe shooting the dragon affects its angle in some way that makes it more likely to point towards the player.
Well, that's the example of a
But
strat where like no amount of code analysis is gonna give you that idea. It's just someone's gonna be bored and shoot the dragon, it'll fireball, and then you go from there, kind of thing.
yeah, but no, I swear I watched during mid offs. I swear I watched some runner, um, like shoot a crystal, not get a fireball, and then wait between two towers.
Yeah.
And like I swear I saw this, and that is a terrible thing to do.
Well, 2020, I don't know if you remember, people would intentionally hide from the dragon. So it wasn't even an accident.
Yeah.
People would go into F5 and circle the one of the pillars, intentionally trying to avoid line of sight with the dragon. And they've been, man, why is it not perching? Why is it charging me?
Yeah. There's like footage of like there's like footage like out there of like worst. I remember there being like footage of like worst end fight luck ever, and it's like 11-minute end fight or something, but it's just in a strafe phase for 8 minutes and it can't shoot. like yes, the dragon fight can get very unlucky, but like I don't know. No, I mean honestly, I probably did it. Like I didn't read the dragon fight code until like way later. Like I think the time when like I started seriously reading the dragon fight code is like when I came up with like the zero cycle idea. Like I think like around when I was making the visualizer mod. It's like the same time. I don't know.
What was your precursor to zero cycle? Was it just it seems to sit in this phase for a while?
I think
I mean, I think that like I got 2 beds off on a 0 cycle, and then I told you guys about it in SAR, and then T-Wags took off with it. Like T-Wags did all the stuff with like the actual towers, but like 0 cycle itself was definitely like just let's kill it in the holding pattern at this node.
Yeah.
That was my idea.
Because
I had some idea that it was
if you remember that guy, he was around
yeah
2020. He was doing
yeah
a lot of zero-like stuff, usually incorporating
yeah, but he was
water.
the strafe phase. Yeah, he tried to do stuff in like the strafe phase and using water.
Yeah.
And then I came along to like work on this, and I made the visualizer mod. And then once you had the visualizer mod, like you could see what was going on. You're really just thinking about the dragon fight, and you're reading all the code, and it's just like, oh, let's kill it there.
Yeah.
I don't
And
know.
honestly,
but like
like
you
the
could,
ideas were there. Like we knew about a lot of this stuff, like through JoJo, just like identifying the concept of nodes and stuff. It honestly took us a really long time to like come up with it.
yeah. I think there's like there's like earlier messages around here. Yeah. Here's the first 0 cycle video, and it's with T-Wax's comments, and he says just doing literally what Matthew Bolan says to do. So, can I copy message link? Let me claim my credit. But no, but like 0 cycle's like not 0 cycle something where like the idea matters, and like it's a little bit hard to have the idea, but like the strat itself is like so many like branches, and like how do you deal with this situation? How do you deal with this situation? That like I don't know. So like I think this is the first like true one. So like I think that's actually unlisted. Maybe T-Wags doesn't want that public. But that's the first one that was like done. And like if you scroll a little bit up, you can see whatever I was thinking at the time.
No F3.
Yeah, so
Whoa. Bad timing, bro. This guy should have used the practice map. He should have used a 0 cycle practice map before making this video.
Yeah. So like my recollection is that like
not Boeing. Yeah, why didn't you guys think of Boeing and doing 2+2? Like that must have been pretty simple, right?
yeah. I think 2+2 was I think 2+2 was, if not my idea, like independently my idea. Like I think the task community has been doing 2+2 for ages, but we didn't know about it. And I think I was the one who like brought it up at the right time. Like I don't know. But like anyone who reads like the damage code knows 2+2. But yeah. So like this is the first 0 cycle that like actually worked. And then like earlier that day, I think like what happened? I think like I had some idea that it would be good for SSG. Like I think I like had some idea that like because like we didn't know about the death animation being a problem. I sort of thought like this saves 20 seconds. And so an SSG saving 20 seconds would be a huge deal. You'd seed find for that, you know, even if like you need to get a few more pearls or something, or a few more blocks. Like so we didn't know about like this death animation. So I assumed, and so I remember trying to do it on the SSG seed at the time, which I think was a back dragon. And I remember like getting a few bed hits off and being like, oh my god, this is a thing. But I've never done a 0 cycle successfully. So like I don't know.
It's pretty easy.
That took T-Wags.
You can get one in like 5 minutes.
I'm actually quite sure that that's true. Like I just haven't bothered learning it yet. But I kind of feel like I can't claim any credit for this strat. I mean, like also to be clear, like for like what I value, like T-Wags did most of the work here, obviously. Like, I don't know. I'm not trying to like steal any of his thunder because like again, like it's kind of obvious to like you list all the spots where you might kill the dragon. There's finitely many. it's sort of
Zero was one of the only strats in SAR where I was completely not involved. Like legit nothing. Like I think almost everything in SAR was me being everywhere and all over it, and like half of the messages were like me like trying to stoke the fire. But Zero was like, this is you guys. And I was just not involved at all. And I also was a little bit of a doubter. I wasn't a heavy doubter, but I was like, because we were trying to figure out how to kill the dragon with 4 beds every time. And then you guys were like, guys, we need 9 beds. And I was like, well, you can have fun with that. I don't think that's going anywhere. But it just needed optimization. Because we were trying to work out, because like if you think of treasure, modern treasure, you get both sides. We were abandoning one of the sides. We were just trading one side and then hoping that we hit. And like housing, we were like getting less blocks. Bridge, remember bridge meta was only getting 11 gold blocks rather than 16, or even 10, or even 9.
yeah.
And then stables, we were just doing single triple, which is not even a concept anymore. There's like 2 people who would still do single triple even in RSG nowadays. So it was a different time back then. Zero was like before its time, and it was literally before its time as well, because it took 6 to 12 months, if not more, for Zero to actually be implemented. Like it was invented, it was completely invented, but no one was doing it. There were even events, like there were tournaments where it was like, if you hit a 0, we'll give you $100, and no one got it, stuff like that. So it wasn't even like a niche strat, it was just not an implemented strat at all. And then I think it was Crooks who like mostly popularized it. Like a lot of people were doing it. Like there were a lot of people who were doing it at a certain point, but I think Crooks made everyone start actually doing it. But it took a long time. I think it was more than a year after it being like done.
And Camo, like at this point, I was like sort of retired, but didn't Camo like do a lot for that?
Yeah. No, there were heaps of people, heaps of big names for Zero.
Yeah.
But it's just it was not a meta strat. Whereas nowadays it is like the meta. Like you can't even imagine micro speedrunning without Zero nowadays. Whereas there was a good like a year period where it was existent and slightly optimized and not used by like any. Like also Zero in world record, wasn't it? When was the first Zero world record? 7:23 no fear, which is so late. Yeah, like 7:23. That's only 2 world records ago. Like, in the grand scheme of things, Zero is like very non-existent.
Well, it rocks. Yeah. That worked out really well, honestly. But yeah, maybe we should talk about the end fight because people need to be reminded of like just all the nonsense that works.
Yeah,
I was actually wondering, in like
rush.
in the modern understanding of Zero Cycle, do people like pay attention to the Y height of the end stone under the nodes?
No.
Is that like okay?
It's known. I don't think it's like it's not like the front and back thing.
It's not like you
like
can
people
adjust.
Like don't even know that front tower means like it's going to be back and stuff like that. I think people
I was wondering,
generally understand that is why the dragon flies or not, but it's not something that is considered. It's not like, oh, my O level is 63, so I'm gonna push this or something.
Yeah. Oh, I had a question. So if that like front versus back tower thing was not known, or like not thought about too much, so then I'm guessing that there's nothing known about how it affects the dragon's flight, because there might be some effect there. I'm really
Uh,
not sure.
a flight thing, you know how it spawns and then it has a random angle and then it has to fly?
Yep.
So that is
Right.
considered a little bit. You can have like a +1 block to your setup. So the normal heights are 86, 90, 95, 99, 104.
Mm-hmm.
You can add one to those numbers if you notice that the dragon beelined the like node. Whereas if it had a strange angle and it had to adjust a bit to fly to the node, then you go to the normal setup, just a bit lower.
Yeah, because like it has to fly to the node above the pillar before it does anything else, and just because if you're above one of the very tall towers versus if you're above one of the medium towers or like the
I
small
don't think it
towers.
does.
Yeah, it does.
No,
Maybe it's just always within range, but no, it has to. It chooses a target
it
above that
doesn't.
node.
It doesn't go straight back. It goes straight to the node,
Okay.
and then
So
it does
maybe it's
stuff
just
afterwards.
because the starting node. Right. Sorry. So it does
Even when
need
it
to
does
fly
stuff
there, but it's
afterwards,
just
though, because like a back
yeah,
diagonal
yeah.
dragon, it goes back left
Yeah.
and then it
I
goes
misremembered.
left.
I misremembered. So it just picks that as the starter. So okay. So then maybe it won't affect the flight at all then.
No.
Okay. 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 I was just idly wondering, but that idle wondering just came out of misremembering how that code works.
Do you know off the
So
top of your head how is it handled if it's a void rather than a ground level for picking the height to fly at? Does it just
the
default
nodes
64 or something?
so the nodes default to 10 above sea level, if I remember correctly.
Okay. So
Sea
yeah.
level's like 63.
Yeah.
So then it'll be 73 like at worst. That's like
Yeah.
well at best, I guess you want the node to be lower. And then it's like the target is, 0 to 20 blocks above that.
Is it 10 or 16? I thought it was 16 off the
Oh,
ground.
maybe it's like
I
okay,
think
you're
it's
asking me to recall
ground
a
plus
number that I read
16.
in code.
No, I'm just wondering. Oh, Varel says 15. I
Yeah.
think 16. You say 10. No, I'm just wondering if you know it off the top
Okay.
of your head.
I kind
I'm
of
not
trust
pushing
Val
you
over
about
anyone
it.
else. No. Okay, like yeah, you're
Well,
asking me to.
Varel
I
said
don't even know why I
15.
was confident enough to say a number.
We'll believe 15. In ranked, the number it chooses above that is 0 to 15 rather than 0 to 20 or whatever as well. That's how
Yeah.
they
So
make it
the target is
flawless.
0 to 20 in
Yeah,
RSG, but
yeah,
that I remember.
yeah.
But I'm actually annoyed. Normally, I'm able to remember random numbers that I read 10 years ago. This is world. Where did they put this code? I should know this off. Oh, not that folder.
The
I
VOD will
see.
be here and it'll be in the VODs channel. But it is a very rambly VOD. It's very difficult to get the important information out of this VOD. But the point
K4,
of
I
the
never say
stream,
anything unimportant. Come on.
the point of the stream it was not to inform; it was to ramble.
We're
The informing
both
can be
like
done by
old
others.
unks. We're both old unks, so we want to talk to someone who still respects the other. We're both washed.
Hey, good. You can say that about yourself. I don't think you get to say that about me.
Mm-hmm. Queue up then. No.
I was thinking of queuing because Liam is teasing me about not being diamond. Because I've only done my placements this season, so I don't play anymore. And my placements is only Emerald 3. So he was teasing me about it, but I think I need to eat and decompress after rambling for 6 hours or whatever it was. Has it been 6? It's almost been 6.
Mm. Find the word C in the dragon fight. What? Math.max world.get sea level plus 10 and world.get top position height map type motion blocking no leaves. Get nearest pass node index. Looks like so it's plus 10 of sea level versus we take the top block. So it's 10 plus sea level versus you take the top block in the height map that blocks motion but is not a leaf, and you get its Y position and you add J to it, and J is going to be 15 for the outer for the relevant node.
Well, there you go.
Okay, so it's 50. Okay, so that's why Raul remembers 15 and I remember 10. So I remember it's 10 plus sea level.
That's
but
if
it's
it's
15
void,
plus
right?
the right. So it's void. It's the max of the two. So it's never going to be lower than 73.
Oh wow.
So like 73 is the default. And then otherwise it's
If the ground is very high, then it can choose something higher.
right.
But it's
And
just
so for
never
certain
going to be higher than 73 ever. I
right.
don't
This
think it
this
exists.
matters more. This matters more that for other nodes, because that plus 15 value is different for other nodes. So if you care about nodes other than the zero cycle node, for some of those
so
it's
like
plus
north
5.
south. I mean,
Yeah,
east-west
maybe.
towers, like the ones that the dragon targets on spawn, the front and the back.
I think the very outermost ring of 12 nodes, like the ones that it's around in holding pattern, for the most part, those outer 12, those look to me like they use J of 5. I think, or maybe that's the inner 12, some batch of 12. So, yeah, whatever. um, Yeah, it looks like the outer ring of 12, or like whatever the ring of 12 is. Well, no, it's gonna fly on Y76. Like we're talking about how there's a safeguard. Like it can never go lower than uh the node can never go lower than 73. So like I don't know when people say it flies, but
And it depends what the dragon's height is. Like, is it measured from the top of the dragon or the bottom of the dragon or the middle of the dragon? And when is it content with its height? Because 73 means that it should fly.
okay, this is a great
93.
question. This is a great question for the second meeting of our seminar.
Can't talk out loud. Think out loud, I mean.
I yeah. But yeah, so this today was everything Matthew Bolan knows about the Stronghold. Is that true? Do I have any random facts?
Oh, there's probably a bunch more. I was trying to think
Probably
about
a bunch
everything,
more,
but I
yeah.
was trying to think about everything new as well.
Yeah.
So there'll
I
probably
could.
be more stuff, but it's like whatever.
There's various random things where like, did Matthew Seed find for this ever? And then it's like yes, and then it's like okay, Matthew can give a 6-hour lecture.
What? Only regular bricks can spawn infested? That seems crazy. That's actually good tech as well for.
That actually sounds
following.
correct. There's 20% chance of them being infested, I know, and I guess it's just one type. So yeah, that's right.
Well, you didn't know that.
I know that there's 761 bricks in the portal room.
We need a RAL seminar.
Or maybe there's 760.
He can tell us about silverfish bricks. And what's another RAL thing? Oh, stables. Outside stables. They're finding the chests. Ryan,
stand under
how
the
many games
dragon.
have you won due to getting gold blocks in the outer stables chest? How many games have you won because of that? At least 10. Those are fraudulent.
No, but that's good. No, 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 no,
Just
no,
gonna
no,
get them
no.
removed. Yeah. No, Flynn's gonna make a ticket. It's gonna have 200 upvotes in the ranked Discord saying remove outer stables chests.
There's 4 torch positions in a corridor, and each torch is 1 in 10. So it's kind of like a mini version of the portal room. So you can like get mad if you see a corridor with many torches. You can be like, that should have been in the portal room. I do want to see a stronghold with all 4 torches. 1 in 10,000. Exactly. It's not that hard to do the seed hunting for.
What does that look like? What are the 4 torches? Like, I can't even. Like, I don't think of torches that way. I don't think of torches as being like having a position. I just sometimes see torches in a stronghold.
They spawn in those corridor pieces, and they're on the. It's actually good because they orient you in those corridor pieces. Like if you see a torch in a corridor, you know if. I think you'll know if a starter is like. You'll be down to 2 directions. Like you'll know if it's the long way or the short way if you see a torch. But they're like on the 2 like side exits from the corridor. There's a 1 in 10 that they line that. There are other places where torches spawn, but that's the random one that I'm talking about. Let me just quickly say what that is exactly. Because actually, there's like a 1 in 100 chance that the torches are symmetric. So like I know people use symmetric light as like a way to look at for the stronghold, but I was sort of amused that these corridors can give off symmetric light as well. So you maybe need to pay attention to like how far up the symmetric light creeps.
Lost to a torch.
Lost to the double torch. You didn't know your double torch lighting patterns. You lost. Oh my god. Let me find it. I'm so stupid. Why can I never find this ever? Well, I know it's called in that code. Yay, here we go. So let's search for all the spots where you can have a torch. So in yeah, so in corridors, there's 4 random torches where they occur with probability 1 in 10. Although maybe Mojang messes up the directionality again. I'm seeing that same bugged code around here, so it might only be in like certain orientations. There's some other piece here. What piece is this? 5-way crossings. Yes, those have a torch. Excellent. News to everyone here, I'm sure. Libraries have torches in them. I still can't believe the library fact. If you're in a small library, there's rooms above you. Crazy stuff.
I really want to see a small librarian dig up and hit the forum or something. Like that'll just.
Oh my god.
That'd be amazing.
So yeah, lots of torches in libraries. They all look. There's torches in that one 4-way. What is this torch? Square rooms. What square room has just 1 torch? Oh, there's one in the one with the chest.
There's a torch in there. I guess I don't remember where that is.
There's only one torch in that room?
Well, maybe there's more.
It's a very bright room.
No, there's. Yeah,
This is great
cobblestone.
trivia. How many torches does the wood square room have? People would say 2, 3. And the one guy would win.
Amazing. But yeah, I'm just shocked that corridors can have like up to 4 torches. That's crazy.
Plains blacksmith. I can only think of like 2. Where would the others be? There's none outside. There's no way there's any outside. Maybe there's 3. I would say 3 because you're saying that there's a lot. But 2, I can only think of 2. Like there's one in the front by the chests. I mean by the logs. And then there's probably one inside. But I can't think of any other torches. There's one on the back. Oh, there is, isn't there? Is it by the window? No, where is it?
You have to break it when you're doing that new wood light setup. That's why I know it's there.
How do you know about a blacksmith wood light and you know about a torch, Matthew?
K4, my memory is incredible. I watched one video. I just remember it.
I don't know about incredible because you mixed up 10 and 15 earlier.
No, I did not. No, that was a misunderstanding. You guys were saying 15 and you went 15 above the ground, and I was 10. I was thinking of 10. But no. This is not semantics because you're accusing me of having a poor memory. And the error there was not one of my memory. The error there was one of like me misunderstanding which number you guys meant. You guys meant 15 above the ground in the non-default case, whereas I meant 10 above sea level in like this default sea level case.
I'm gonna guess that. I think you knew exactly what I meant.
Nope. Good memory, bad at parsing the English language. But yeah, come on, I can remember a wood light setup. Watch a video, you know that shit.
There's one on the roof? The torch on the roof of the blacksmith.
It's 5. One on the back behind the wall.
That one makes sense. One between the windows on the left side. Oh, we're saying the left from the back? Or because there's no way that's on the other left. One between the windows. Okay, that's fine. One on logs we punched, one inside near the table, and one on the roof. Yeah, one on the roof I would just never guess. But I like that there's a cave in the blacksmith. And then there's just occasionally zombies, spiders, skeletons that just spawn on the roof. I really like that. I think it's a shame that Mojang's thing is that they update something and then they just leave it for a very long time. Like they updated villages and just never went back. They added like fortresses, strongholds, never went back. There's so many things they just touch at once, and there's so many little things that they could add like a new. What if they added a cherry village? Imagine they added cherry like biome and they added a rare cherry village or something. Just never gonna happen. It's just not how they work. Yeah,
oh my god, I can't believe the desert. I can't believe the desert temples are asymmetric, and I never noticed. I played this game for like 2 years.
This.
Yeah. Pull it up. Go to
Am
a
I
desert
using a
temple.
structure mod? There's gonna be a bounding box around the desert temple.
There will probably be a bounding box around the desert temple.
Just so we know for certain that this is exactly where it begins and ends. Oh, no. What? What?
Okay.
Wow, that
Is it
is
not here?
unexpected.
It might be Vizard. If you're using Vizard, Vizard might. Yeah, sorry.
It
Vizard
just
might
kills
just ruin
desert
this.
temples?
Yeah, because my understanding is that he multi-threaded it for some reason, which was causing a lot of crashes. So he might just like kill everything that he didn't like explicitly support in the mod.
Oh.
Vizard is such a good mod though. Like,
Oh, is it
I
a
don't know.
public mod?
Yeah. It's like it's in that it's on his GitHub. But it's here. Like it crashes. It's not like a
Oh, it has.
he made it for me. He made it for me so that I could like make one video, and which I never made. Like, but I think he wound up using it in some YouTube videos about seed finding. But like this was supposed to be in my video about like the precise algorithm of like how the Bedrock 12i is found. Which is like I actually have that video made. I've got like 9 minutes of footage on some hard drive. Of like why finding 12 eyes on Bedrock Edition was interesting. Okay, yeah. Go down to like the first floor.
I want to find it. I want to
And
find
then-
it. I want to find it.
Okay.
Well, is it visible or is it just not visible? Ah! Wall. No wall. Wait, I like slightly knew this. Is this? This is crazy.
Yeah, I came back to the game for the first time in like ages. I was like watching like my first ranked games or whatever. It was like a Desert Temple seed, and I looked at the stream and I was like, what the hell? Like, and now I
Is there
can't
anything
unsee
else?
it.
Or is that it?
I think that's it. I mean, in the old versions, there's the random block on the outside of the Desert Temple, which
Yeah,
is really
it's
funny.
great. It's like here. I think that's exactly where it is.
It's so good.
I actually have a version, so it's not gonna have locate, so I'm gonna have to fly around trying to find one. They were added in 1.3. Hopefully this launches. Okay, it launched. Great. Oh wow. My window rule is no longer working.
Is it tech for Desert Temples? Like, oh, I got spun around while down there, which is something that happens to me. It's like I forget to pay attention to like which direction I came down.
If you move there, let's see. Oh, that's
I was just gonna
1.7
open
now.
up-
This is I'm in 1.3, but I guess I should just load 1.7.
1.3 is crazy. I think I have a biome visualizer for 1.3.
Yeah, I'm the old versions guy, man. I've got the. Do I have a version of 1.3? I don't think so. No.
I saw your
You took it back.
video where you do like Poor Man's Tower.
Yeah. You left a comment and I don't remember it exactly, but
Oh, it's just I think I had a similar idea at one point. Like I think
Yeah.
the only version which I ever like actively ran RSG on was 1.7 and 1.8. And like one thing that I tried in there when like messing with in the early days of tower strats is I tried, well, what if I just set a bed and like place 10 wooden swords in a chest next to the bed
and
then run across the
this is
desert
crazy.
and then die.
I see it. It's beautiful. The block.
Oh, so it's offset by 1 from what you said. And on the other side.
Yeah.
You're a knight's move off. I love that block so much.
Well, you might not know this. I have to load the game. There's another block, but it's 2 blocks. Raoul, think of 2 blocks. Raoul, think of 2 blocks and tell me what they are. Quick. I'm relying on you, Raoul. No idea? No, someone else. No, no one else is gonna get it.
What bastion are you going to? Hold on.
These 2
You're going.
blocks. They're just there, and they're just floating. And this was funny in HPG for about 1 day.
Oh my god.
So I think Dylan called someone those 2 blocks on the bridge or something. They're just there. Because, like, when you're going to the chalice, you have to mine through these all the time. It was floating 2 ugly blocks.
And it's just that it's failing to clear the terrain there. That's why I set terrain on.
Yeah. Yeah, if it's exposed, then it's just not there.
So why? What'd they do wrong?
No, it's just, that's like the temple block. But it's like in bridge, you know?
I guess I need my structure visualizer mod up to like tell me
Oh.
what the bastion pieces are.
Yeah, Bastion Gem
Oh, yeah.
ID is very interesting if you haven't like thought about that. Like you can tell between bastions with identical pieces because they have slightly different netherrack patterns.
Oh, like how housing like cuts clear up near the rampart.
Yeah, like I'll show you.
Okay.
Here's a housing, perfect box around the triple. Because it is just a triple. I mean, they actually are different. For some reason, even though they're the same structure, they're different. Nice. Oh, this is double single. Whoops. Oh my god, look at my in-game time.
Oh my god, it's thematic. Today's your...
This is the bridge netherrack, so it's like a bit boxy, but it's not as boxy as housing. And it's the same on both bridge triples. And then stables. It's like very built-in.
claustrophobic.
But there's just no reason why these should have different netherrack patterns, unless you go the conspiracy route of they intended you to be able to tell the difference between them. Did you see Kuraway talk to a Minecraft dev about speedrunning 1.16? And like asked a bunch of questions, and he actually speedrun with them?
I saw... I don't think so.
Yeah, it was a while ago now, a year ago.
Yeah.
He asked.
I'm still so mad.
But...
I'm so mad. I got to talk with a Minecraft dev, or like someone who has been hired to work it. Like at one point I spoke with like Sliced Lime. I think I told Sliced Lime how to patch my diamond trick. And they did it wrong. Something like this happened. Or like I told them
because of Hardcore, because he made the data pack, I think. And I asked him for permission to put it on speedrun Paul.
No, I think I told Mojang about how water lakes and lava lakes are correlated with each other, which is like something that I knew early on. And there's a certain sense in which water lakes on the surface actually ruin lava lakes on the surface. Like if you just read the code and you read how common lava lakes are, like they're supposed to be a little bit more common than they actually are. Right. But like a thing that happens is that lava lakes and water lakes are correlated. And when you get a water lake on the surface, the water lakes get placed first, and then they invalidate a spot for a lava lake. So even though lava lakes are in principle tried like once every 8 chunks.
Oh,
Um,
wow.
yeah.
I mean, that's the kind
I
of
mean,
thing where, like, they never intend on fixing it because it's doing what they probably want anyway. Like, it was probably, they didn't intend for lava to be that common. They accidentally wrote code that made it
right,
uncommon and just kept it. Well, I
right.
don't think it's intentional. I think the intent was there and the execution was wrong. Tasks failed successfully, kind of thing.
Yeah. I mean, the reason in the code is like a collision between two random number generators that are
Right.
supposed to be seated differently, but in fact, because of the particular, yeah. But no, it's not that like, but like I told them that like this is a like something endemic to the code. Like I told them that like, look, you have like I gave them it to them as like an example, and then I told them like here are like 10 other problems. Like here's like something where like ores are the incorrect probability. And like I told them that like if you keep up with the system and you add like more decorators, you're gonna change the salts and you're gonna change how something's correlated, and you might like really break something. Like I think like in 113 there's some ore where its rates are just noticeably deprecated because of the way that the salt offsets work for like that pair of ores. It's like gold and netherite and gold and redstone ores in 113. Like the Bolan diamonds trick or whatever for those two ores in 113 is an offset of 0. And so in practice, what offsets of 0 means is that like your gold ore blocks your redstone ore. And so you just in like 113 or whatever, there's like some pair of ores where one of them with somewhat high probability, like the first of that ore is going to block the first of the second ore. And it causes like a slightly noticeable dip in the rates of that ore. And like this is just a problem that they had all over the code. Um, which is, I think they've, anyway. But like oh man. But I was trying to get one of the devs on my side with the adding blaze rods or blaze powder to nether fort chests. Um, for set seed.
I
Oh my
remember you talking
god,
about
could you
that in like
imagine?
2020. It's like really
Yeah,
wanting a peaceful speedrun.
yeah. But that was just my pretext. Like my pretext was you tell the devs and the casuals, peaceful's not beatable. Please add blaze powder to chess. And in reality, what you want is you want the set seed speedrun to not be RNG. So you want them to add gas tiers and blaze powder to nether fort chests. So you can seed find for it and then do dragon skip. Like this
Yeah.
was the ploy.
No, the
And like
word is manipulation. Okay, you're dressing it up a bit, but
yeah. I'm fine with that. Yeah. And so I had like some form of agreement. Like I got in a call with like with someone who was going to work for Mojang. Like had been hired. He just had to get a visa. And I like sold him this whole story. Like, come on. Like going on about all these different things. Because it was like a Discord for like the tech MC community to like talk with
yeah.
Mojang or something. And so like I told him about like these various things with the RNG thing. I told him about like oh no, peaceful's unbeatable. You just need to edit a loot table. It's fairly reasonable to have like gas tiers. Yeah, think of the goddamn peaceful players. The peaceful players, you know what the peaceful players need to do? They need to do threadstone. They need to do threadstone in 1.9 to like uh do like word tearing and turn an anvil and water into an end portal. Like, come on. Like, someone needs to actually do that run, but we need to like bug Myronerio to explain how.
I think
Um,
Crafter Dog did peaceful with a blaze spawner and like a sharpness 5 sword or whatever to like get the drops
yeah,
for the
but
first tick.
there's certain versions where that's gone too, where like you need to. So
Yeah.
like in 112 you can't do that, but in 112 you can still do threadstone. Um, anyway. Um, um, where's my mind? but then he didn't get his visa, and then he didn't work for Mojang. We got ruined.
That was it.
But
And
I had him in my pocket. I had him, like, we had him convinced. He's like, yeah, we could definitely take a look at Peaceful. We could definitely take a look at adding them. Like, I'm like, come on. And, like, we hit it off too. He was gonna remember that conversation. I'm like, God damn it. International laws. Ugh. Okay. So
We've talked to devs a couple times. We've talked to them at TwitchCon.
yeah.
We've talked to them at always had them on stream and stuff. And I think there was some during the Minecraft Live event, like 12 hours ago or whatever, however long it was. There was a bunch of Minecraft speedrunning stuff in it. I think it had like Infume and hacking noises and nerdy. Like
There was Minecraft speedrunning in the Minecraft Live today.
yeah, that's what I.
Yeah.
But the bastion of peaceful speedrunners, I think, is lost to time. That is a 2020 relic. You don't have many
Yeah.
peaceful
Well, Set Seed
speedrunners in
Glitchless Peaceful.
2026.
Set Seed Glitchless Peaceful used to be like the only good category.
Yeah.
Like there's like a brief period of time when like it's like the only good and natural category. Like, and then it got to the point where like, okay, now it's just Dragonfight RNG.
Because it was. What was it? I mean, obviously it was trading, but were you dealing damage with crystals or no? Not yet, maybe.
No, we I think there was crystals were always a strat. It's just like as we got better, we started using them more. But
Yeah.
I kind of feel like let me.
Were the OG peaceful speedruns like beds or arrows or what?
Okay. So the story with peaceful speedruns is actually kind of funny, which is that the North American community, we had 12 eyes. So someone in the Japanese community, well, we had 11 eyes and 12 eyes. Like we had that seed finding. Yeah. We had, and so some Japanese runner, I think Ryohei, did a set seed glitchless peaceful speed run, but it was 19 minutes. And then so I made a video, I think it might still be up on my channel. It's called like beating Minecraft like backwards. And like I'm just holding S the whole time. And I'm on peaceful and I'm on an 11i with like one like one pearl or something. But that's just to like beat Ryohei's time, like just like get good with seed finding.
Really stick it to them.
Yeah. But it kind of like blew their mind. Like they didn't realize that like seed finding was possible. I remember it like being a big deal for us because like the North American community was smaller than the Japanese community. So like a way that like we kind of got noticed was like we've got 11 eyes and you guys don't. I can't believe that Taro Kichin rolled that 8-eye seed even now. That thing is nuts.
I've heard that story was like corrupted through time. Because there's many stories of how he found it. Some are that he was playing around
My
with
understanding,
which I don't believe.
my understanding,
like actually looking for them.
My understanding and my recollection is that Taro Kichin, for whatever reason, would generate.
No, you're cutting out. Wait, go back 5 seconds.
Like,
what did you say?
My understanding, my recollection, is that Taro Kichin, for whatever reason, this I don't recall, was in the habit of just creating worlds and checking the strongholds. Like, but you know, that seed can be randomly generated. And like, it's not the kind of seed that you'd seed find for. Like, if you have seed finding that can find an 8-eye, you have seed finding that can find an 11-eye.
Yeah.
And, you know, and finding 4 pearls in the chest plus an 8-eye.
Oh, that's crazy.
Like,
and the fortress was there.
Like, you would never, you'd never like seed find for it. Yeah. Like, no, that seed is nuts. And like I don't get into Minecraft speedrunning if that seed doesn't exist. Like I got into Minecraft speedrunning because I saw Seth Bling speedrunning the original Taro Kichin seed, not the snowy one, the original one. So like before, like that's why I got into speedrunning. Is I saw Seth Bling like way back in the day speedran set seed glitchless on the original desert Taro Kichin seed.
I really
like,
should
that's
have been
where
around back then because I liked speedrunning. I liked watching Mario, like SMB1 speedruns. I liked watching like other speedruns like that. And I played a lot of Minecraft. And I remember watching Minecraft speedruns, like GDQ speedruns and stuff. But there was no reason why I didn't get into Minecraft speedrunning back in like as far back as you're talking, because that's all the same stuff I was watching. And I just didn't. I just never tried it. I could have been
okay,
there.
I'm using nothing but crystals in my oldest Set Seed Glitchless Peaceful run. So this is 8
Yeah,
years ago,
that's to be
and I'm doing a
expected.
crystal only fight.
It's just a
So
lot faster.
yeah, you know, I remember. Okay, now I'm remembering like an early cheater. We had an early cheater in Set Seed Glitchless Peaceful. Like end fight was amazing, right? Because it was a popular category, but you need a bunch of short towers and not many other towers. And so his end fight looked glorious, right? Like just a few short towers. Okay. He kills the dragon. Okay. Dragon dies over the final tower. Dragon places the exit portal under it. And oh, you know what? Maybe I even have a screenshot of this. But the exit portal ate away at the tower and it was hollow.
What?
He had hand built all the towers. He'd got into the end beforehand, hand built the perfect end fight, and then but the towers were hollow. He didn't fill them in.
That's
So at the very end,
unbelievable.
when the end portal got placed, oh my god!
So you just couldn't do that anymore.
Yeah.
I was talking to you about it. This pseudo sorcerer guy, I need an expose on him. Not enough people are willing to call him a cheater. Because it's so obviously cheated. It's the most obviously cheated speedrun I've ever watched. And he's getting away with it for years because he has a comment where he says, I didn't cheat. You guys are jealous.
I found this. I found it. I found it. Oh my god! I sent you the.
Oh my god.
Uh,
2020 even. Like that is not even that old. The hollow tower. Because that would have taken so long to build, poor guy. Like building a whole tower, like multiple.
yeah.
Wouldn't you have to clear the old ones first as well? Like that would have
Yeah, something
taken
like
time. Like surely in that time you can just like splice an actual infight.
it's well, like it kind of makes sense to me. Like you're like, oh, I keep on getting bad luck with the towers, but like you still want to like run it kind of legit. Like you like you can even like pre-build the end and then like anyway.
But
I kind of
imagine
get it.
it wasn't, and people just were like, "Oh wow, congrats on the speedrun," and no one knew that the towers were hollow. Like that sounds like a like urban legend. Like someone like looks
Yeah.
at the light on the towers and goes, "Oh, why is the light like that? Like, is that only happens when it's hollow?" And they would just think they're
Yeah.
crazy. Hollow tower theory.
Uh, but it's just really funny. Like I don't know. Um it's anyway, it's one of my favorite cheaters. Yeah. No, things like this do happen still.
Yeah.
Like I'm quite sure, but it's like this guy's memorable because this is like the third cheater we ever banned, right? Like there's like a guy who used like the Hanzuni client to like break wood logs faster in all swords. That was like the first cheater we banned. like
That's smart.
like yeah. And then yeah. Um There were a lot of cheated, like, set seed glitchless peaceful world records. I remember there was a set seed glitchless world. There's like on this seed you have to dig down, and there was one that had like a really weird splice on the dig down, and when we confronted the guy about it, he apologized, and he shared with us the uncut footage, which was just like 2 seconds longer. It didn't even like change if it was a world record or not. Like, oh, there were other cheated parts too, but like this didn't change like whether it's a world record or not. But while he was digging down, he accidentally threw an eye and had to go up and just get it and then go back down. And he just cut that out. He just cut out that little like short like 2 second segment of like, oops, threw an eye. Have to
Oh,
grab
so you
it.
just spliced a time loss? Not even a whole
Yeah.
line?
Because it was just like embarrassing.
Well,
I think he
that's
spliced other stuff
goated.
too.
That's
Like
smart.
we were we were like looking at it kind of closely, like for other reasons, but like
Yeah, that's good. I've never thought of that.
yeah.
That is like so good.
Yeah.
Because people would talk about that with their PB, like, oh my god, I can't believe I did that. Like some like 3 second time loss. But the idea of just it's so embarrassing that you have to splice it out. That was just excellent.
Uh, oh my god. Yeah. And he got a stronghold for the stronghold tech. K4 likes making titles. 6-7. Um I think like it literally like it was like I think like he threw the eye like on the switch, like digging down like dirt versus like anyway. But yeah, I don't know if he thought about durability. Like he wasn't like in the same spot, you know. It was sort of like pretty visible if like you have your brain on during the dig down. Like the guy just teleports. Like it was not a clean splice. But like,
Like, how do you commit to that? Because he would have reviewed the video after the edit. They're like, ah, close enough.
yeah,
Like, this is worth it.
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
it's worth me editing this out. Even though it looks bad, I'm still gonna
Well,
edit it.
I remember this guy like not getting named and shamed because he was kind of young. It's been like 6 years or something, so he's probably over 18 now. But like
It's a transition.
yeah,
The fade.
but yeah.
What time is it here?
It's 3 a.m.
Jeez.
It's way too late. Uh, oh, that's a yeah. You could just like tap tall macro a bunch of times while you're running around. Hmm. No, but I think we have anyway.
Things are a bit deeper than that nowadays.
I know, I know. Actually, that's another thing which like I want to revisit now that I'm back because like I had some idea. Anyway, I'd be interested if I can catch anyone. Um, yeah, but we're done with this episode of I think. So what have we learned? Stronghold libraries want to be 11 blocks tall.
And you can have 4 torches in the hallway. And the
The
rest is
great
just
trick
noise.
works in every single room. That was news to me, but I'm definitely going to be using that immediately.
The what trick?
The thing with the grates and the doors.
Oh.
I'd forgotten about that. I'm going to use that everywhere.
It's in the XQC video. You should have brushed up on the XQC video before this.
Mm.
We learned that there's a torch on top of the blacksmith.
We did. We learned the Fort Y heights have something going on. Did we learn what they have going on? I'm not so sure. We learned that age in the stronghold matters more than depth. That's like the real thing we learned.
Yeah, I just think it replaces depth. Like, I don't think I'll even... Like, when I teach it to people, I'll be saying age is like...
I mean, just the thing is, like, the
'Cause
depth...
The idea
The
is that
depth
you roll
does-
the dice a certain amount of times, and eventually it rolls 6.
Right.
And
But you're
likely to roll 6 on the 20th roll rather than the 40th roll.
Yeah, but the thing is that it doesn't count as a roll of the dice when your depth is low. That's the thing.
Yeah,
Like, depth still matters for that. You don't want to be...
but it doesn't, like, corrupt the whole
Yeah.
heuristic. It's just starting from here.
Well, it does, because you should explore much less deep if the portal room didn't have that caveat.
Yeah,
Like,
but it's still, like... Because currently people think of it as just depth. Of just... Once you've went about 7 rooms, back out. But something... Because a thing that we've always applied is... If there's 5 ways, it's going to be like 5 rooms away. But if there's like 2 ways, you're pretty likely it's either going to be a one-shot stronghold or you're going to be there for a while. And
Right.
the explanation for that after all these years is if there's not many ways, then the age is going to be very low everywhere. So you're less likely to get the stronghold to pop or the portal room to pop. So it's just a better explanation of ideas that we've already had. And then there's some ideas that we can abandon because we found them to not
like
be super helpful.
I think you can abandon... I think you really can abandon this, like, double rooms telling you too much useful about age. Just because, like, being 20...
Sparingly.
Just being 22 rooms... Yeah. There is this random thing with backnav that's, like, super niche. But, like, that's the only thing where, like, I think that's actually useful. And, like, I can only imagine it as, like, an age heuristic working in, like, the case where it's telling you that, like, the other branch got developed earlier than me. Like, when, like... Because if you just know some other branch got developed earlier than me, that's kind of less helpful. You really would like it, but if you have 2 options, then it can, tell you a bit more. But, yeah. I don't think it's that much of a thing, though, for determining age. Cool. Well, see ya, I guess.
Yeah, what are you thinking? Like, it doesn't need to be 2 weeks away or whatever. It could be longer.
Yeah.
It'd be cool to have another.
Well, basically the way that goes is that I'd have to, like, have a meeting of my my committee, like, for my thesis. So that needs to happen before April 15th. So the way that it works is that, like, I'm going to be a lot more free after April 14th, because that's, like, when I've gone through the meat grinder. of
Yeah, I
like,
think about Ben on. So maybe. Well, for me it's the
and then
19th. For you, it's maybe the 18th of April.
yeah. But like I would then want to like spend like, I'd want to
Oh,
spend like a few days like reading the code again.
so
Because
maybe
like,
the next weekend or even later then.
yeah, yeah. But like honestly, you know, I'm not the only person who has ever read the game's code. Like that used to be my role in Minecraft speedrunning. It was like, okay, Matthew has the game's code on hand and he's willing to spend 5 hours reading the dumbest code imaginable than telling you if he thought of anything. Like that
Yeah,
used to be the
there's
point of my
expertise
existence.
like you know how to contextualize it in a certain way that makes it more valuable than someone else who just reads the code. Because I can read the code, but I can't
Yeah.
contextualize it at all. You know what I mean? So it's not useful when I read the code. Whereas it's useful when you
Interesting.
read it. Like
That's
it's
fair.
the experience of like applying it and the way
I'm
that
I'm
it's
I'm
packaged and thought about. And you have things that are like you read something and you know if it's important or not. Whereas if I read something, I have no idea if it's important or not.
um
And that's just a knack that
but
you
yeah.
pick up on. That's why it's important for you to do it.
Yeah. But the point is that like my niche is now shared. Like there's lots of
Yeah.
people doing like really great work. Like I was like looking through like what like modern people are saying about the stronghold. Like I'd seen your preemptive thing, and like that was important.
My
Yeah, I mean
preemptive
like
thing?
no, like you shared like an image of a preemptive thing that someone's working on front cage.
Oh, I don't remember it, but
Uh,
it's on front cage.
this zero practice dashboard thing.
Oh,
That thing. I saw that on front cage, I thought.
reading the sapling code. Speaking of sapling code, do you know about saplings, Matthew? Because I do.
Um, I don't. Not really.
Well, you're about to learn something.
Like I was watching Meeby, and like Meeby brought up that respawn anchors scare away hoglins. So I looked up what blocks scare away hoglins, and I was surprised because Meeby listed 3 blocks, but I found 4 blocks. But the fourth one was just warped fungus in a pot, which okay.
Pyra mentioned that actually, because you can get a pot. You actually get pots as part of the actual, well, not the pot itself, but you get the bush out of a pot in a desert desert village for sticks. So
You got to keep pots so you
yeah,
can
literally.
place a potted mushroom under the
Well,
spawner.
I was looking at warped mushrooms or whatever they're called, warped fungus yesterday. You can only place them on soil-like blocks, so you can't place it on netherrack.
Yeah.
Which actually matters for bastion routing, because if you were doing a bastion route that had a hoglin there, like Sug or DK, you would need to place it on dirt, which is not something that you always have. So it's tech for only if it was Crimson or Warped first. You pick up the mushroom, and if you have dirt, then you can place it in a specific block in a specific bastion route.
You could use soul soil too, right?
Yeah, but then you would have to have a Warped or Crimson plus Soul Soil, and then a
Oh,
different
that's
block to
true.
build
That's true.
with.
That's
And
true.
then it would have to, that would be 2 extra
Yeah.
blocks in your
Okay.
hotbar, which is already battling for
Okay.
space. So
But fine. Dirt then.
yeah, here's some sapling stuff. This is what it checks for. It checks for these blocks.
Oh.
And if there is something there, then no can do. And it has to
Is it
build a
different for
tall tree
large oaks?
instead. Yeah, so
Well, it has to do.
it's a 1 in 10 for a tall tree. But you can
Right.
force a tall tree, but it still has to roll the 1 in 10 every time, which is why it takes so
Right.
much bone meal.
Right. But
But a tall
that's
tree
like
is a
the old
very open,
Minecrafter
broad
trick.
concept. Of tall tree just
Yeah.
means a tree that is generated differently to the stock standard, like 3
Yeah.
cents.
Did you know that the tall tree code is one of the first Minecraft mods.
Yeah,
Like Notch did not write the tall tree code.
I think he was in the credits, right?
He I don't know if like the guy who wrote it is in the credits, but yeah, it was not written by Notch. You can find like an old post. And like the tall tree code is built to build really tall trees.
Yeah.
So I like you can play around with the parameters in the tall tree code and you get these massive, not too bad looking trees that are like hundreds of blocks tall. Like you all you need to do is like tweak a few numbers upwards and like the code still works fine. It's like fairly robust. It like makes you like a big, tall, cool looking tree. Like um and then I remember I did seed finding once for one of those tall trees where it was maximum height and then all the branches were maximum length and all of them point the same way. So you just get a big flag of
have
oak
it?
logs. I can find a Discord message maybe. Let's search if I've ever said the word flag in this. Oh, flag can mean true or false, so there's lots of people yapping. What would I have written in messages about the seed? Large oak. I mean before I found my seed, I found this like the original blog from the guy who made the tall trees. So if you scroll down you can see what the tall trees can actually do. And like this code is just in the Minecraft source code verbatim. They just don't use the big values. So you have to scroll down past the castles.
Yeah, I'll do that infrequently. How's this website as well? This is art. It's a nice castle. For there being like 4 blocks maybe, tops. There's probably like 6 blocks. Let's see his flowers.
It sounds like he's got an automated castle generation too. Like he's not saying like I built this castle. He's saying that like my castle generator can make these castles.
Damn. Ahead of the game.
Like Notch could have copied this. Like,
yeah, imagine.
So like this is one of the first ever Minecraft mods.
PC's got. Yeah, they look great. These are some great trees. Well, this not so much.
But yeah, but that's still in the game's code.
This I think was added, maybe, and then removed, maybe. Not certain. Was paid the promised amount, $500, and got my name in the credits. And a page on the Minecraft wiki. Coral reefs. What? That looks exactly like the applied energistics meteors. It's probably a coincidence, but it looks very similar. What is that tree? It's got a root system going through the island. What is that? What are these pink ores? Oh, they're like soils. Damn, bro. That website was peripheralarbor.com. Paul Stoner? That sounds familiar. Jesus on the front page.
Okay. I found. I've peeled off. This is the only screenshot I have of it, but I peeled off the leaves, and so I think this is from a mod where I just jacked into like the generator to like grow it from saplings. But like this is an oak tree that can spawn. It has a bunch of leaves everywhere in the floor. Oh, maybe I have
Sometimes
it
you
with the
do get some egregious trees with like 3 logs, and it just looks so weird when you're mining it.
I think this is the same tree, but without the leaves. Does that look like the same desert? Maybe that's not the same desert. But yeah.
You wouldn't even tell.
Yeah, it's hard to tell.
Oh, there's 112. No, maybe in a month. Everyone will have to wait a month for finding about how lava generates underneath a ruined portal. What is the most strange lava dowsing thing you could use? Everything seems pretty sensible.
Yeah, I mean, so like there's always this like Bolan Diamonds-esque, like the same bug. There's always this. But the salt difference for non-water lakes is like pretty large and erratic. So only very few things are correlated, but some things are. And I'd like to remember what those are and like what it is. Like
Gravel generates a lot per a chunk, right? So you would just not be able to define like ball in that.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah, I
gravel
mean
is like
like
a
you could
win condition in rigs.
yeah, you can divine the first gravel, but like you can't I don't think you can divine the Y height.
Yeah.
So you can't like you and like you know, the gravel like spams everywhere in the chunk. I want to say 10
Yeah.
or 20 times, but I've never like but it's just you know, it tries to place up in the air, tries to place like you know 60 blocks below you and like no
Oh
one's
right,
digging
it doesn't
down.
have a Y level cap. It'll just go everywhere.
Yeah. Cuz like you see it cuz you do see gravel patches like up on top of mountains, right?
Yeah.
Like I'm not
Yeah.
crazy. Yeah. So no, I
Yeah,
don't mean
some
the
people
gravelly
win
mountains. I
games
mean the
because they blow up a tree on the left and that tree has gravel under it, and someone else blows up a different tree and it doesn't have gravel under it, so the guy on the left just wins by
yeah.
like 10 seconds.
I mean, okay, if we're making the argument, if we are making the argument that like this 0.05% stuff matters, I guess arguably the first tree and the first gravel in a chunk have some like very distant, like not consistent at all correlation.
That'd be cool.
And probably like technically there is a correct side to choose for the TNT, all else equal. But
People will
like
do it, and they'll thank you for it when they get gravel.
yeah, but the thing is though is like you never get like Y height. And it's always like
Yeah.
the like and so yeah, so like but yeah, technically
No, I know it's
yeah,
impossible. It just
yeah.
because
But no, I mean
it's
like
just
it's a good
placed the
it's a
same way as every other ore, right? And the only ores
yeah.
you can do it reliably on are the ores that are. Well, no, you can do it reliably on everything, It's just
Yeah.
there's only some that it matters on.
Right. Like the ores where it matters are like ores that like don't have like a that like they're rare enough that you'd want to do this,
Yeah.
and where the like the Y height distribution is fairly understandable.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I do think that there was like some point in time when like we were considering like some crazy dig down strat in a river where you find a gravel patch in a river and then you do divine for like the first iron ore and you dig
Yeah,
down like
well,
placing a
I
door
guess you have forgotten
next to you.
that, but that is where Bolan Diamonds came from, as far as I know. I asked you, hey, we're trying to optimize overworlds. How can we
No.
get iron? And you said, well, I couldn't find iron, but I found diamonds instead. And then you got a like
Oh,
million view
interesting.
video from it. That's my recollection, at least. Maybe if you don't
Interesting.
remember that, then perhaps there's some
Okay. Yeah.
liberties
I
taken.
mean,
But that is how I recall it.
okay. I don't remember that, but I'm a selfish, self-involved person. So,
Because
um,
that's the history I liked better. Is a lot of what Sarah was doing was trying to optimize every seed, and then people came at it from other direction and said, "Oh, we're just going to load 9 seeds at the same time, and it's not going to matter how rare a seed is because you can just get it 9 times a second." Kind of thing.
well, like this kind of thing, like what we're doing today, this is very important. Like in principle, someone like with my skill set or similar should just one day sit down and say, I am going to read every single line of code in the game that places gravel. Like this is what I did with lava. This is what I did with divine travel. This is what I did with the dragon fight. This is what I did with stronghold gen. This is what I did with nether fortress gen, right? And do you gain that much out of it? Maybe not, but like at least you know that like stuff's not there. So like someone should, if you're like so inclined, you should just check. Like, okay, people have checked. Maybe even I've checked, but like someone needs to like just check everything in gravel and like let their mind wander. Think like, can I divine this? Can I divine that? Like, oh, gravel and dirt generation seems pretty similar. Maybe like the nth dirt is correlated to the nth gravel. Actually, that sounds extraordinarily plausible to me. One second. Like my recollection is actually those big ores. It's like hard to find their center. It's like hard to figure out like where they came from.
Right.
Like with like diamonds and lapis, like it's easy to say like what the center is. But a big old dirt patch. If you're trying to get divine information off, you need to like know where it started, and this is like hard.
But also, gravel is very big. If you just like got
Yeah.
generally the right idea, then you've got a pretty good chance of hitting it.
Yeah.
If you had Y, you
No.
wouldn't even need X and Z
Yeah.
necessarily.
Yeah, but why is so hard from things that aren't actually other things Y? And if it's another thing's Y, it's like, well,
I mean, you have that. You know,
it,
with Desert Temple, where people blow up the bottom, and you see exposed iron, you see exposed coal, you see exposed dirt. So it's possible.
yeah, like if there were somehow some kind of divine, like, hey, if I expose a coal ore on this desert temple, then it is worth digging down 2 blocks because there is gravel there.
Totally.
Because you actually have Y level information off of this, and the Y level offset is reasonable and fairly small. That
you might also
that is
have
plausible.
potentially structure exists info, right? Because you're in a temple.
Yeah, but temples are
different part of the seed.
No, temples just like always exist. Like if you make a desert super flat world, you will find one temple every single.
Or is it
structure region.
directional that matters then? Because the existence of
Oh,
something
yeah,
matters. Or is it the direction that matters?
So the direction would tell you information about the carver seed, which is unrelated to the decorator seed, away from the X and Z axes. At the X and the Z axes, there will be a correlation, but it gets multiplied by 16, so it's fairly useless. Like the chunk in 1-0 for decorator tells you about the chunk 16-0 for carver.
Yeah.
So that's how that works. So so like yeah, this is like one of the bullshit like 0.01% lava dousing things is that like carver seeds and decorator seeds correspond on the axes, but you yeah, but you have to multiply by 16, so it's not really useful. but you can say some stuff about like, oh, if I have such and such present, I can include something about carvers. Anyway. Someone needs to send me the clip of the first runners to nav the same stronghold twice in an all portals run. Like, come on. It will be fairly rare. Like, those rings are pretty wide. Like, you're not just gonna, like, the second ring strongholds are not gonna be at the same chunk, like, all the time. Because it's what? It's a 15 chunk wide strip.
I was gonna say it'd be kind of interesting, but it also would just not be interesting at all. Because it just happens in ranks every day. Through people having the same stronghold. Like it would just be like, oh, that's kind of cool. It's like the same stronghold on the same seed.
Well, like you'd be doing it on the same run. So like you're
Yeah.
doing like 128 strongholds, and like you're like, hey, does Stronghold 67 remind you of Stronghold 5,
No
or is
one
it
would
just
believe
me?
in themselves though. Like they would just think they're crazy. Because
I
I
know.
I had a good week period where I was 1000% convinced that I was playing on the same random seed that I'd played months ago. And you would have not been able to convince me otherwise. I was digging through VODs. I have a VODs channel. I was digging through all of them trying to find the exact seed because I was so certain. But most people the other
Yeah.
way, where if something happens the same thing twice, everyone just knows it's impossible to have the same thing twice. Except for edge
But no,
cases like room portals.
but yeah, caves and mine shafts, you can have the same thing twice. Just it's
That would
mirrored.
be really cool. I really want to see 2 caves the same.
I mean, we can probably. I mean, like it's not uncommon at all. Like, hold on, let me.
What?
It's literally.
When I
I mean, I
played
know 160.
Minecraft casually, basically all I would do, I'd load up a world, I would get stone tools, get full iron armor, go to the nether for XP from quartz, I'd get full enchanted armor and everything, and then like that would take me maybe a few days, and I would stop playing for a day or two, and then do it again. Like that is how I used to play Minecraft. So I played in so many caves. Like all I would ever basically do in Minecraft is just be like caving. Sometimes I would like
Right,
go
but
as far to like mine iron for a beacon, like from caves.
it
So
needs to be two caves, on the same seed. So like it's not across different seeds. It's on the same seed, and one needs to be the negative have a start in the negative coordinates of the other, and then finally you need to hit a small other check. Like you need to hit
yeah,
um, but like it's really easy to see with mine shafts. Like you locate a mine shaft, uh, and then you teleport to its negative coordinates. 1 in 4 chance. Really, it's not even a chance. It depends on like the parity of your seed, and like, well, the parity of certain numbers associated to your seed. But like here, I have a cave at 103, negative 300. What if I teleport to negative 103? Okay, so I missed. But I do know that they changed caves a little bit from like what I remember. So it may be mine shafts are definitely still around, but you know, my recollection of how caves generate has to do with like 1/8 seed finding and not 1/16 seed finding. So like there's like an outside chance for cave specifically. But it's definitely correct for mine shafts, even still 1/16. I showed this on my stream like a few weeks ago, but I remember I just got a little bit unlucky with like hitting the caves. Um, uh,
Oh, because like maybe it needs to be the first cave or something. Because it tries many caves. No, but they would all be the same. No, no, no. I think it's just a real effect, and I'm just getting scared away because I missed on like 2 1 and 4s in a row. But the mine shafts is real. The mine shafts I have observed in 116 and recently, so it's not some false memory. Here's a circle room. Let me pay attention to my chunk coordinates, actually. Oh, it's right on a chunk border, so I don't actually know the correct chunk.
No, there's no screenshot.
Yes. Oh, sorry.
No, I didn't intend on that. Sorry.
Well, I'm apologizing to the chat. But anyway, now that I've told people about the wonder. Oh, wait. This is the same mine shaft, but this one's just really blocked by ocean. Oh, that sucks. But yeah. But now that I've told people about this effect, people will give it like 1% more credence. And eventually it will still be very rare because you need to remember 2 second ring strongholds being the same. And those are, you need to actually hit a chance anyway, and they need to be in the same exact chunk, which is rare. Oh, I guess I can just hit F3C. I'm so stupid. Are these the same? I might have a good example to show. So this is chunk -19, -53. And this is at coordinates. I guess I should do this in my visualizer mod. I'm not just completely distracted. Just Mine shafts are weird to do with this because these are the same mine shaft, I think. So I think I did hit it here, but like one of the mine shafts has like lava pools and stuff in the way that's like killing branches,
Right.
and the other one doesn't. So they're not like it's not as I've seen examples of this that are super clear cut, where it's like, okay, that's just the same mine shaft, like same exact layout and everything. And this one, there's just a whole lot of other shit going on in here, and I'm kind of worried. Like, anyway. But yeah. Anyway, I promise it's a thing. um, but
Well, based on your
yeah,
track
I'm gonna go
record,
to bed.
I think I'll believe you.
Yeah. But just to finish my thought from earlier, you know, you kind of need someone who says like, I'm gonna look at every single spot in the game's code which mentions gravel, and then you look at every single spot in the game's code that mentions gravel, and then you're like, okay, here is like the sum total of everything that we can ever say about gravel,
Yeah.
and then that's it. And then like, okay, it's just gravel, right? You're not gonna learn anything. Although like, I'm actually strangely bullish on that idea you just mentioned, like because like those ores that get placed a lot, if like it's just copy pasted, like if they just copy pasted the dirt code into the gravel code, which would
It
not
probably generates the same
surprise me.
way, I would expect. Just
Yeah,
like slightly
and
different salt or whatever.
and that would be correlated with, and like the salt would differ by like nothing.
Yeah.
So like it's just okay. Oh my god. Well, let's just check it. Let's just check it. It takes 2 seconds. What? So okay, the our potential use case is that we're in a desert. We're in a desert. We blew up stuff. So let's look in the desert biome and see what decorators the desert biome includes. So Control F dirt. Oh, no. It's add default ores. So we add default ores. Or no. It's not going to be add default ores. It's going to be add default whatever. Control F dirt. Okay. What? Oh, that's what you can replace. I see. This is not my dirt. That's clay. We don't like dirt. We don't like clay. Add minables. Okay, so we add minables. So dirt is a count range. Yeah, this is just actually a thing, isn't it? But okay, but the problem is right. But I'm forgetting how my own trick works. So granite. Yeah. Okay. Oh no. Okay, so only dirt would work. Only dirt would have a shot. You trade 10 dirt per chunk versus 8 for gravel. It's count range, which I think is fine. And it looks like it's even count range with like a difference of 256, which would be crazy. But let's get. But okay, how did this trick work? The salt difference is just 1. Salt difference of 1 is crazy, but
They should overlap then.
it. I feel like this is just an actual thing. Range decorator config. How do you work again? Right, you don't read the fucking config. You read the actual count range decorator. Yeah, okay. Next int 16, next int 16. Next int range decorator config dot maximum, which is 256, minus range decorator config dot top offset plus range decorator cons. Okay, so it's just a next int 256. So like dirt is so dirt and gravel are gonna have like near perfect correlation on you know, in like with like an expected offset in like
15/16 of seeds. You place 10 pieces of dirt and 8 pieces of gravel. So 2 of the dirts tell you nothing, but okay. And then, but the offset is going to be different for like each pair of dirt and gravel. Like the offset is going to be different. And the trouble is like, it's not going to be consistent across the dirts. So we need to hope that we get lucky. We need to hope that like a lot of the dirts have the same small offset compared to the gravel. Like you'd need to hope that like, so how do we do this? How do we do this? Can I check that quickly? So like, it's just actually a thing. Dirt and gravel are just actually very correlated. What's this size thing? Oh, that's just like how big the ore generates. Okay. Oh man. I mean, look, you can do the statistics, but I know how this code works already. Like it's not like I'm doing code reading that I did again. And like, you know, I found the trick via code reading. I didn't find it via statistics. Like people tried doing statistics and they didn't find my stuff. Well, they found it, but they didn't understand what it was.
I'm finding gravel.
But I understand what this is.
Gravel
I understand
patch,
what this is.
Gravel patch.
Yeah. So
Gravel
we
patch.
need to pull up the salts. So we need the salts for 116.
It's not super consistent though, but it's pretty good. It's good enough where I would do it.
What are you talking about?
I'm replacing dirt with glass.
Oh, that's smart.
And seeing if I see gravel. And it's working
but
maybe a quarter of the time.
But but like it's actually really easy. So like now I can just do statistics. So now I have the new okay, I can just write this. So yeah, there should be, if like you make a super flat world, which is like height 256 and like is stone, I guess. You'll see like all the attempts. Ooh, hold on. What happens if an attempt fails? Do we off? Does that cause any extra calls? I don't think so. It's just a range decorator. Let's triple check this though. Is this like actually the same? Hold on. I'm so nervous now because like I always like get excited about stuff and then like forget to check some trivial detail. But no, it looks fine.
Looking like maybe a 1 in 5, 1 in 6, maybe.
Yeah. But it also could be, there's also that other, we sort of get a few bites at the apple because there's like the other cases too, when like the bottom bits of your seed are more complicated and you get a different set of offsets. And in that one, you might get, okay. So what was I doing? I was making a seed finder. We're no longer doing that.
Doesn't feel like it's probably just coincidence. Like in the situation of it being 1 in 5 or 1 of 6, at that point it just feels like it's just gravel that's there, and there's no correlation. It just happens to be found.
Yeah, because so like there's going to be correlation in that like this x coordinate and this y coordinate predicts gravel like at these x coordinates and these y coordinates and this y height. Like it's not going to be a perfect one to, but like it's interesting. It's interesting. It's like, Like it's not going to be some, like we don't get to say that the offset is going to be small. Like probably the actual correlation is like the gravel at this location in the chunk corresponds to like dirt that's like a mile above or below or something. Like it's but
Yeah.
because there's like 10 attempts, it will adjust the probabilities compared to what random would be. So it's interesting. Like it's a real effect for sure. Is now my opinion. So okay, so like people shouldn't get excited about this, but like this is just us doing the thing where like you say I'm gonna look into gravel and I'm gonna just let my mind wander and say this whatever I can about gravel. And so like it's interesting to know that gravel and dirt are like doing basically the exact same calls on the same random number generator, but one apart. And like I don't know. There's probably other ores too. Like let me quickly. You'd want to get Y height. You'd want to get Y height. I closed out of my code. So, what is this? Coal? There's 20 coal ores, which kind of sucks. That's too many. But that is also a power of 2 for the height it chooses from, which is good. We like powers of 2. Iron is also 20 attempts. That's crazy. Iron is 20 attempts, but coal is 20 attempts. That's interesting. I guess that means that, like, if you have coal and you half its Y height. Is that true? Well, no. You still need to compute the offset. I'm so stupid. But yeah, I guess every coal will be correlated to every iron. But it's just in a very scattered way. Like this is when like no one cares. I guess gold is a thing. Yeah, a lot of these are powers too. It's actually pretty nice. Redstone, diamond, lapis. Yeah. Not the extra golden mesas. Those don't count. Okay. But I like dirt. I like dirt. Dirt's easy to mine. It's big. What can we say about dirt?
Yeah, you like theoretically you would just blow it up. That's why I was like looking at
Yeah.
it that way, of just like blowing it up but with glass.
Yeah.
But maybe there's a directional thing, but probably not. Because isn't the start of the temple in one of the corners, so it just doesn't correlate to like the chute in the middle.
Mm,
Which is a
I don't know.
shame. Because I think we looked into, when we were looking at north facing, we checked temple, but because it was offset by a chunk or two, it was like, oh, okay, it's not useful. Because otherwise it would be good.
So that's fine. So make that seed plus 60,000. I mean, then seed plus 60,002. So let's take a look at our ore. I guess ore counts equals, what is this? This is like a 4-dimensional array where it's like ore ID, the X, the Z, and then I guess I want to look at the X offset and the Z offset mod 16. Yeah, that's correct. And then the Y offset mod 256. Yes, that's correct. So this array is 8 for the 8 OR indices by 16 by 16 by 128. Let's make some heat maps. So for OR 0 up to OR 8, OR plus plus, there we go, right through ORs. In Java, you have to type your variables, dumbass. Okay, the variables are typed now. OR counts, or now a bunch of indices. So it does do X coordinates, then the Y coordinate. That is correct. Yes, X coordinate, then Y coordinate, and I don't think it does. Yeah, I don't think it does any other calls save that. So that's good. So let's make the worst code of all time. So R1.nextInt 16 minus R2.nextInt 16, and I guess we want to take all that mod 16. And Java probably introduces a stupid sign, fake programming language. Now this one, now let's just increment that value. And then 256 instead of 16, and that last guy. Okay, probably I should make those not magic numbers. Who cares? Okay, so let's do that for 1,000,000 chunks. And then then let's just print all the heat maps. Oh, but printing 3-dimensional heat maps sucks. How do I print out a 3-dimensional heat map in like a useful way? Well, I'm not expecting it to look, I'm expecting it like a beautiful heat map where like there's like a really pronounced, just a single point in space. It's like really large. That's what I expect. So maybe it's fine if I just like just print all the I do have a 3D printer. I was thinking about like what's the rules on 3D printing something to help me drag click better? Because I was looking at those Tetris players who do like that rolling thing, and I figured out that on my mouse I can kind of do that, but I need to like 3D print a large gizmo to fit over my mouse
You know,
so that I can
people
do
use
rolling.
like strange plastic wraps, right?
Yeah.
Like of like
Well, I was sort of thinking
particular
if those are
military
allowed, I want
materials.
to, yeah, because like I actually do think it can work. Like I think I have the vision in my mind. I think I can use my pinky, ring finger, and middle finger to just roll, and like a fairly good clip. I like. Uh, um. So well, we need a ruling. Oh my God, yes. Like a large like plastic train that just you roll it over your mouse and keyboard and it has an analog encoding of the inputs. This is the natural this is the natural future of tape on the mouse.
That's genius. That's genius, chat. Um, I'm being slow about programming because I'm chatting. Or count or y offset. Oh, I'm so dumb. No. I actually can't reorder those indices. So you don't get to use arrays.toString. Whatever. So this is going to be a real effect. It's just not going to be likely to be useful. It's going to be stuff like, fun fact, there's a dirt. Oh, that means that the game tried to spawn a gravel 200 blocks in my head above me. The shattered savanna strats. You're in a desert temple in a shattered savanna. You see a dirt block, and then you know.
Someone had a spawn where you spawn very high up. Because the filter doesn't check for that kind of thing. It's just as long as you're within proximity of the temple. Well, as long as the temple is within a certain from spawn, a certain distance from spawn, it just puts you down.
That's
So someone
awesome.
had like a sky spawn.
Okay. Index 190 out of bounds for length 128. I'm stupid. Let's make that array 256 blocks wide. Oh, we have got some pure offsets. These actually look too good. Did I do something wrong? Oh. Okay. Yeah. So let's tell us which ore it is. So yeah, so like here's why it looks kind of random. Is like, for example, the let's look at the first ore. So ore 0 in the chunk between the dirt and gravel. It really likes being like 33 blocks. I guess the dirt really likes being 33 blocks above the gravel when for the 0th one.
No fun.
With like low, there's like another spike up at 38. Seems to be probability. Oh wait, no. But I'm doing a million samples here, so actually those are both very tiny spikes compared to whatever the real one is. It's the real one. Or did I not read those numbers correctly? No. No. Okay, I think I didn't read those numbers correctly. Because why am I still seeing zeros? Okay. Back down to the 33. What were the numbers? What were the actual numbers? I'm doing a million trials. So everything in my heat map should add up to 1 million, which is a fun fact we all know. So I said I saw it down at 33. Okay, that does not add to 1 million. Oh, wait, 39. Something big going on at 39. We had 200,000 hits at a difference of 39. Okay, you know what? Forget the X and Z coordinates for now. Let's just print the total sum at each Y. And then we'll go from there. Because the Y is what we really care about. And then we'll yeah. Let's comment out that print. Okay. Oh, and now we're seeing distributions that make sense. But it doesn't add to 1 million. Why does it not add to 1 million? Am I stupid? I must have done something really stupid. There's no way this should not add to 1 million. Oh, here's what I bet you. I'm iterating the Y offsets up to 128 again instead of 256. Remember how I said earlier I should maybe make these numbers not magic? Who has time for that? And now twice now I've written 128 instead of 256 and then been scratching my head like where is the offset? Yeah. I'm kind of dumb like that. Okay, so the first ors really like being 212 apart. So I guess that's like negative 40-ish. So if you have the first ore, it's like negative 40-ish. But like there's a few other random spikes, which is surprising to me. Why are there other random spikes? Did I mess up? Control F 128. It appears nowhere in the code anymore. Why? Why would it be? Why would it be? Why would it ever be? I mean, okay. Like, yeah, I get that there's multiple spikes because, but still, the largest spike should be. The largest spike should be higher probability than that. Why? So we're hoping that two of these have like very correlated Y values, but like the same Y value. Okay. So actually the second OR has a reasonable correlation that's almost zero difference on the Y. But it's not the most common one for that level. Interesting. What did I do wrong though?
I'm gonna go eat.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Yeah, I mean I gotta collapse and fall asleep. But like
yeah.
it's just not going to be like okay, the second OR, I'm very concerned by the fact that I'm very concerned by like this is not as reliable as it should be, given that it's a one salt, like it's a salt difference of 1.
There's something a little bit weird. I don't understand how like these secondary spikes are showing up with high probability, which makes me worry about this code that I just wrote in like 2 seconds. Like my recollection is like that's just never the case.
Since it's so tall, it's probably unlikely anyway. Like the chance of it genning, or like the area, I mean.
Yeah. But there is like a small correlation. So like what you could do is you could, if they have like the sims for Meteor Crater, you could like do those sims conditional on like observing various ores, and maybe you will see like a small percentage point increase. Now, is this a thing you should actually do? Probably not. Like it would be a thing you could actually do if like I don't know, if like the first door was like, oh, you're offset by one with 100% probability. Why is this not 100% though? There's just no excuse for this not to be 100%. Like the big spikes should be big. The big spikes should be huge. Why are they not huge? Why is it like 60% of the time you get this offset and not 90? It should be. Oh no, that's fine. That's not a bug. Okay. So, okay, but it's late enough that like I probably just have something moronic in my code and I don't know what it is yet. But so like this is a thing. It's just not a useful thing. It's like a fun fact, I think. I can't see a way to like know that like, hey, here's a dirt. If this dirt was the first dirt in this chunk, I would expect the gravel to be placed 100 blocks above me. If this dirt was the second dirt placed in this chunk, I'd expect the gravel to be placed 20 blocks below me. If this like this is the kind of information you get.
Yeah.
Like
that's how most of them go, from what I remember as well,
yeah.
like with ores and everything.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it's correlated across to the nether. There's maybe stuff with like there you can get exact correlations of this kind of type, but like I don't know. But yeah, but so that was a fun digression. But my point is just like you need some guy to like say like I'm gonna look at everywhere that gravel might spawn and just try and cook up shit. And then and then you get some guy who's like, I perfectly understand how the surface generator in gravelly mountains biomes works. Here's how the depth of the gravel is computed. If you want to dig up in gravelly mountains and hit gravel, here's how to do it 0.1% faster. And then it rocks and no one learns it. But like then that like there's not something amazing there. There's not like some like if you look at this mountain, on the other side there's a gravelly mountain. I don't know. Like whatever. Gravelly mountains are hard. It's hard to imagine anything amazing in gravelly mountains. But
should be thinking like a month, like maybe around there.
Yeah.
Maybe even the next. Look at dragon and lava. Yeah, this was cool. I'll have the VOD on the VOD's channel and be here as well, but I'm not planning on summarizing it. I think I'll probably make some summary somewhere, but it won't be.
Yeah. Someone is asking about if it's possible that blob gen code is shared for different ores. My name is Matthew Bolan, and I know this code. I don't know. Like you yeah, the code is shared, like in a sense, but that's what I was just looking at. Anyway. Okay. I am really annoyed by that apparent bug. I don't get why. Okay, but good night.
Cool. See you later, dude. Thanks for joining. Oh. He's gone. Alright, I'll see you guys later. I don't know when, because streams are not scheduled. Streams are whenever there's something to be streamed. And I have no plans. We'll see sometime. Be nice to Ali. See you later. Thanks for being there. Server egoing subs. I just didn't want to derail. Bro, Diamond would take me literally the amount of games. I would win streak it. It would be like 3 games or whatever.